Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Rach, Jamie, Dax, Mikey, Lorna, welcome in, guys. How are we today? As you can see, I'm joined by these two handsome gentlemen, Mr. GotRedOnYou and Collective Unit. Firstly, Jamie, thank you so much for the sub. Mikey, thank you so much for the sub. And Mikey, thanks so much for the gift to Lorna. I appreciate it so much, guys. How are we this evening? As we have explained, we are going to be talking today about the Oscars films. We have been tasked by myself to watching all 22 films, or not all the films, of course, but as part of the categories that I had chosen for us to watch. There's 22 films, so we're going to go through each one, and we're going to chat about it and basically take from there. But guys, welcome. How are we?
Yeah, all good. Excited for this. Excited to kind of go off on it, I suppose, is the phrase.
Go off on it?
Yeah.
Getting off
about one or two.
Yeah, good.
We've just started, Matthew. Do you know what I mean? We don't have to do this. We don't have to start like this.
Yes, we do. This is my stream.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that.
Collie, how we doing?
Yeah, I'm all good. Again, excited to chat about some of these films, majority of these films.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
Snez, thanks for 100 bits. Guys, I would say, as you've probably seen, I've got new overlays and stuff just for this stream, so it's not the normal Batista shaking the ropes and the noises and stuff, and there's no TTS as well. So sorry, Snez. But I may replay that for you the next stream I do, which is actually gonna be 2 weeks time. But I'll remember. Don't worry. So yes, yeah. As I say, we watched 22 films. How did you guys feel it went in general? You know, was it a good crop? Was there, you know, did you find you were getting burnt out by the end of it, or what were your thoughts?
Yeah, by the end of it, there was a few that I kind of held off on, and I probably should have got through them first. You know, there was a couple of slogs. I enjoyed it though. I enjoyed kind of. I'm a big, you know, you should have seen them to have an opinion on them type thing, and I know that some people don't do that, but like, I enjoyed the experience because I haven't had the chance to do it before. So, yeah, but there are some that I won't be watching again.
Of course, you can just go on YouTube, Todd, if you've not seen the film, and just watch some clips.
Watch the clips and form an opinion based on that.
That was so funny.
Oh, I was boiling about it as well. Absolutely raging.
For me, there was more good than bad in the films that we were watching. So overall, I enjoyed my time.
Good. I agree with yourself, Collie. I think it was actually both of you. I think there was some that I left towards the end that maybe if I'd watched them earlier on, I would have enjoyed them a wee bit more. You know, it's understandable to get a bit burnt out as you go further down the line. I'm not as, you know, my free time basically I felt was spent just watching movies or walking the dog, so it was a bit of a I don't know, I suppose that's probably a good thing.
So you're certainly not spending your spare time recording Marvel podcasts anyway, that's for sure.
Fuck's sake. So, right, just to put it out there, the plan was that I was going to finish this, I was going to do this stream, so watch all the movies, do this, and then we'll wake up, Collie, this is important. Then from like tomorrow, I'm going to be doing Marvel podcast stuff, I swear.
Tomorrow never comes. That's the old line, isn't it? So we'll see.
Hi, all right, Ronan Keaton. Okay. Anyway, so the first. Fuck, hold on. It's you working. I've got these new earpods. And they're annoying me, but it's fine. Right. So the first category we're going to chat about today.
What better time to try out new technology? You know what I mean? Fucking hell.
I know. Wait, hold on. Oh God. Wait a sec. They've cut out. Hold on.
Oh, fucking hell. Just plug in the normal headphones.
Oh, my God.
Ah.
Wait. Hold on. No! Right, wait.
Massey runs a tight ship, guys, not a shite tip.
Oh, God.
Remember this.
No, God. Wait.
My spare time's really limited.
There we go. That's it now.
Oh.
Are you sure?
We're good?
Yeah, we're good, I think.
Massey, just go use your normal headphones.
No.
Fucking hell.
Right. Okay, so the first set of films, the first nominations that we're going to be talking about, the first category we talk about the Oscars 2022, which of course is it Sunday morning for us? Saturday night, Sunday morning, isn't it?
No,
Yeah.
Sunday night, Monday
Sunday
morning.
night, Monday morning. Right.
Sunday night, sorry.
Perfect. So the first category is oh, for fuck's sake. Here we go. Best animated feature. So the nominations for the best animated feature in the 2022 Academy Awards is Encanto, Flea, Luca, The Mitchells vs. the Machines, Raya, and The Last Dragon. Who wants to kick us off?
I'll go first if you want.
Go for it.
Right, so like for me, when we were talking about the crop, I think this is the crop. Do you know? I think in terms of a category, like this is like I struggled out of these to pick at least. I think there was at least 3 that were sort of front runners for the longest time. And just as a point, we were in collective stream the other day. We were talking about you know how many we've watched and how many we're watching again. I've only managed to see all of them once. So out of them, this is sort of the one where I would go back again and watch them over. So from Encanto to start with, it just was phenomenal. I stuck it on as like a kind of, I had a lot to do. I think I was in the kitchen and I had a fair bit to do, and I stopped everything I was doing and watched it and danced about the kitchen like an absolute nugget. It's like I'm a fan of Lin-Manuel Miranda, you know, and it stinks of him. It has that about him, but it also has like a kind of a new feel to it, something that he hasn't done before. So that for me was fantastic. I don't know if any of you like. Do you want to touch on any of the others? Is there any that like stood out in particular?
Yeah, no, I mean for me, Encanto as well. Like I'm a big Disney fan, and I'm just kind of looking back at my. Because I did Letterboxd. I know Todd, you've got your wee book that you write into. But I did Letterboxd so I could
Fucking patronising, Jesus Christ.
You want to hear him, mate? Honestly, it's disgusting. Just because I don't use a website.
Just
I love your little book.
I know in Newcastle, like you guys have limited access to stuff, but come on. Anyway, yeah. So I did like I'll say like 5-star rankings. Or sorry, out of 5 stars for rankings for the animated films, and I think, as you said, this is probably the most stacked stacked category that there is. I don't think there was one under 4.5 stars. Just phenomenal. But yes, Encanto. What I loved about it, it's not your typical animated film or animated Disney film movie. There's not a villain as such. It is just, you know, about the family, and as you say, of course, the songs. Lin-Manuel Miranda, I'm of course a big fan of his. I don't know if you've heard of a musical called Hamilton that he did. No,
Little one.
The football club.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. It blew me away. And I did give that a 5 stars in my rankings. Collie, what was your thoughts on Encanto?
Yeah, I loved it. So the first time I watched it was actually in a movie night with Dax and his community. So we're doing the text chat during it. And thereafter, like, listened to quite a lot of the music on Spotify and stuff for the next wee while. And then I've went back and watched it twice. Since then, I thought it was really, really good. I'm the same as you. Like, love like Disney, love the musical ones that they do and stuff. And it was an interesting angle that they went with the no villain. All about discovering, you know, that is it Mirabelle? Mirabelle's the main character, is it?
Yeah.
Mirabelle. She didn't need a gift and all that kind of stuff. Like, it was inside her all along, and she was the one that needed to help the family or the village as well in a less obvious way. So
yep.
I thought it was good. Stephanie Beatriz's voice in her was really good as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just I mean, like, you can tell straight away that it's a Disney animated style. Big eyes and stuff like that, but I think like the culture that they were going for, the songs and stuff were really, really well put together. Don't Talk About Bruno was a personal one that I really liked, song wise, along with the one that, what's the song Isabella sings with her when she goes to visit Isabella, asking for the hug and stuff like that she needs. I can't remember the title of that song, but yeah, really, really good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It's so for me, like, are we wanting to do the picks at the end of our discussions of each category?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, just because we don't talk about Bruno. Am I right in thinking that's the first Disney song to get in the top 40? Was that? I'm sure that was the stat that I heard.
There was
And
something. Yeah.
I liked it, but the one with Isabella, the one about the pressure, drip, 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 that kind of thing, that for me was like a one that was on repeat. I thought like the individual songs that they all had were all like fantastic, and I don't think you get that a lot in these musical films. Like there's always one where you're like, right, let's, hurry up, let's get through it. And I don't think we had it with that. I don't feel like it anyway. I feel like there was plenty of like bangers, so to speak.
Yeah. I agree, and I think as well the representation was incredible as well. You know, you had the sister that was the strong one, the masculine woman, who, you know, you don't see that in films, never mind animated films. So I thought it was very brave, some of the choices they made with that. Did you see the conspiracy theory about, or not conspiracy, but the theory about how she didn't get her powers?
No, I've not read anything into it.
So Zoe saw it on TikTok, and basically, you know how they like touched the door and got their powers? Before Mirabelle did that, she like wiped her hand, and they said that was what it was. But they never reference it or anything. But it's just like a little thing that
theory.
None of the others do. Yeah.
Yeah. Totally. Excellent. Anything else you want to add about Encanto there at all, or?
No, I think just.
I'm good.
Sorry, just what Collie said about Stephanie Beatrice, like how she is in The Heights, which is another Lin-Manuel Miranda joint, and then how she is in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. She's sort of typecast as this kind of like loud and sassy kind of like. She didn't play that at all, and it was. I know we didn't see her, but for her to play that kind of character, like I just think she's got big things ahead of her. I know she's not exactly low in her career. I know she's not just starting out, but I just think this is like the kind of jumping off point for her. Yeah, that was what I was.
No, definitely. Yeah. So Rach says Encanto was the first one in a long time that I haven't looked at my phone during it. Yeah, I absolutely agree. It was very, very engaging. Lauren, I love the songs. Mikey says Mitchell vs. Machines. Well, we'll get to that. Hamilton, never heard of it. Yeah, I know. Mikey says, be careful, don't talk about Bruno. And it got to number one, apparently. Got to number one.
Oh, right. Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
I was just reading that there, actually. It was number... Where are we? Where is it? For number 66 to number 4 in its second week, and reached number 1 in its fourth charting week, and was there for 7 weeks.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
First ever original Disney song to top the chart.
Oh, top the chart. Okay. Yeah.
That is wild. But I mean, again, you know, as you say, you know, obviously the drip song, as Lorna just put it there. I thought I enjoyed it. I thought it really sounded really Katy Perry-ish, you know, like the way she was singing it and stuff. But of course, Don't Talk About Bruno as well was a very good song. Sugarcane, welcome in. How are you? How's things? Right, moving on to the next one that is on our list of best animated films is Flea. Who wants to start us off here?
You want to take this one, or will I? I'm easy.
I can take this one. This is cool. So Flea for me was incredible. One of the first ones I watched before we started doing this, and it's obviously a story about an immigrant coming from Afghanistan, but it's done in an animated way. It's done as obviously a documentary as well, which is incredibly brave and incredibly unique. I've never seen anything like it before, and some of the animation it took me a while to get my head around it. I thought it was kind of, it looked sort of sticky, kind of stop motion a wee bit at first. But once I kind of clicked with it, like phenomenal, absolutely blew me away. I was glued to screen with it. Yeah, just it's. I don't know where you can. I watched it legally, of course. I don't know where you can catch it, but it was yeah, it's one of those that I kept thinking about it for days afterwards. It just touched something with me. Just, I don't know. It just hit me. What did you guys think of it?
Yeah, I thought it was great. The kind of the graphic novel kind of style of the animation was really, really good for a change. Because like 3 out of the 5 of these are quite similar in animation style one of the others has got like a distinctive studio style. So this was very different to all of them. Obviously, tackling a lot of heavy subjects in terms of sexuality and racism and all that kind of stuff, coming from Afghanistan to Denmark, which is a fair culture shock and stuff. So I thought the topics that were touched on was really good. I thought the story and the way that it was presented, like you say, in a documentary kind of flashback-esque style at times, like warping back to previous experiences and stuff, was really good. So again, I just enjoyed this as a kind of, not a break in a negative way, but just as a complete 180 to all of the other films in this category. It was really good that it did get nominated. Some years you just see these and it's literally just all the kind of DreamWorks and Pixar films that have come out that year by proxy. Whereas this is a bit different. I highly recommend. It's not the easiest to get a hold of. I think I rented it for like $3.99 on iTunes or Apple or whatever. So I had to pay that twice. I should have just bought it. But yeah, I highly recommend people, even when it becomes more widespread, if it ever appears on Netflix and that, highly recommend sitting down and watching it for a night. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. What about you, Todd?
Yeah, I like echoing everything you've said. I think it was like an amazing choice to put in, because it could have just gone into documentary. It could have gone into best international feature. Like, I think it was fresh is the word. I love the fact that they could have chosen any song from like the period where they were, but they chose Take On Me as they went to that first flashback, and I was like, how that video is, and then that straight away I just thought was a lovely little touch. But yeah, great story, and like you say, it took me a minute. It took me a minute to kind of get into it, and once I was in, I was hooked. Like I say, it's not easy to get hold of, but it's something that I think everybody should be watching, just again to get that perspective. And again, that's why it falls heavily into the documentary thing. But yeah, it was absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely. And as you say, the perspective of, I don't know if we've ever actually had this sort of almost mainstream kind of glimpse into the life of someone fleeing from a war-torn country, or having to go through like the people trafficking and stuff like that. Again, okay, I know it wasn't like live action and things, but it gives you an incredible insight into it, and yeah, a kind of a view from the other lens, isn't it? It's how the other side has to survive.
Yeah, I think if you, again, going down that documentary angle, if you make a documentary about somebody fleeing from a country, they're not going to have the camera on them the entire time. So you either have to be really lucky that they caught all that footage, or you've got to piece it together with pictures and images that have been taken that isn't personal to that story. Or the worst thing you can do, which not always the worst thing, one of the worst things you can do is reenact it, and then it doesn't have that same feeling, where this had that personal touch to it as well. I thought that was really cool. I thought that worked exceptionally well for it as well. So
definitely. Okie doke, perfect. Anything else you want to add about Flea?
Nope.
I'm good.
Cool. Right, so Luca. It's another obviously Disney film. Todd, do you want to take this one?
Yeah. So for me, this was again excellent group, but the worst of a very good bunch. I don't think I'll watch this. I can see myself watching the others again, and although I enjoyed it, I can't see myself watching it again. I don't know particularly why. It didn't do anything offensive. It wasn't. I can't sit and be like, it's shite and start whinging about it. But it just wasn't for me. It didn't have that kind of magic and the enjoyment that the rest of them did. I love the characters, and obviously with it being set in Italy and it has that feel about it, I really enjoyed that side of things. But I don't know what it was. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't something that I would put forward as a best animated at the Oscars for me.
Okay. Collie?
Yeah, I kind of echo that sentiment. Like, again, I wouldn't say it's the worst. I would reword it as in the least good, because it was still good in its own right.
Yeah.
Setting in the Italian Riviera was really good, I thought. Like, culturally, again, like Encanto. it's maybe something that's not been overly represented, certainly in animated side of things. And the underwater stuff, like if Pixar do anything good, it's underwater animations and scenes and colors and stuff. I thought it was really, really good. The transition from when he was the monster to the boy, I thought was really cool. I thought the dynamic between the two boys was probably my favorite part with it, like how they were. Luca was enticed away to come out of the water, and he was scared to do so at first, and then they were all about getting this Vespa and stuff. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Again, like I wouldn't say that I wouldn't rewatch it, but I thought it was the weakest of the, or the least good of the five. But again, I would really recommend people go in and check it out. It's a lovely like coming of age story, especially for the boy and his parents. That dynamic's really nice as well. So overall, I highly enjoyed it, but there's just better ones in the category.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's pretty unanimous that this is the weaker one of the five that were obviously nominated. It's I agree. I think the Italian kind of Riviera setting and feel as well, like it kind of felt like it was almost felt like it was filmed as an Italian film, even though it was obviously animated, and it had those little pieces that made it feel really Italian, almost like I don't know if you've ever seen Porco Rosso, the Studio Ghibli film.
Yep.
You know, it kind of felt like that sort of feeling as well, with the film. Obviously not about flying a pig, but yeah, absolutely. Again, you're absolutely right. It's one of those that I thought was really, 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 really good. And if it wasn't such a strong category, then you know it could very well be winning best animated feature in pretty much any other year essentially. But because it's so strong this year, it is obviously the as you put it perfectly, Collie, the less good of the bunch. Absolutely.
Yeah, just on that Studio Ghibli note, like Enrico Casarosa that did this, he did La Luna, which is a short that was a Academy nominated before. If you've not seen that, it's very much like Miyazaki's style from Ghibli, and there's a quote here that I did note. Described the result as a film that pays homage to Federico Fellini and other classic Italian filmmakers with a dash of Miyazaki in the mix too. So if you've pulled that like without even knowing that that's what they were going for out of it, then they've pretty much nailed what they were going for, like from a technical standpoint and an animation standpoint.
Absolutely, brilliant. Right, next one, The Mitchells versus the Machines. Collie, do you want to take us?
Yeah, so this is one of the aside from Flea, this is the one that's the most different, I guess, of the five. It's the way that Sony seem to be moving forward with their animation studio as it stands, very much in the ilk of Into the Spider-Verse. The kind of cutaways and oh god, what's the girl's name? That's bad. Katie, the main girl, when she was doing her little movies on her laptop and stuff like that, like it was almost like meme videos and stuff like that. And then when she was out in the world telling the story through her eyes, like like a cat would go over her dad's face and stuff like that, the way she was picturing it, and it was very much a larger than life kind of animation style that they were going for. I thought the story was really good. I thought the whole her wanting to go away from college, at first I was like, oh, this has been played out to death, like, you know, it's been done in so many films all the way back to like Goofy Movie and stuff like that, but the way that they went about it I thought was really good. You know, they kind of reconciled the daughter and Katie and her dad, and then when the robots were trying to manipulate her in the show, they've captured the footage of her being like, oh no, I only said that because I want him to do something, so obviously manipulating her dad. And then it comes full circle around again, and then she realizes that her dad gave up his dream of being a recluse in the wilderness, and then there's that home video of like her him being like, oh, it's worth it and stuff like that. It was very much an emotional film in that regard. I think as silly as it was, for the fact that like the villain was a phone, a little touchscreen phone, the emotional aspect I thought was really well done. It wasn't like sappy or like overplayed. I thought it was sentimentally just like pretty spot on for me. So yeah, I love this film, and I'll be watching it for a long time. I think it'll be one of my ones that if I fancy just like a Sunday afternoon animated film, this is one that I'll just chuck on and watch. And I'm really looking forward to picking it up on 4K at some point. I think it'll look really good. Like Into the Spider-Verse on 4K looks incredible with all the colors and stuff. And I think this is going to be the same going forward. So I think this is well worth of being in this category. I really, really enjoyed it.
Yep, I agree. And I think Phil Lord and Chris Miller were the producers, is that right? Or at least one of them was.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And it's very much their style of filmmaking. You know, as you said, Spider-Verse. You know, they did obviously like 21 Jump Street, or the Jump Street films as well. And it's totally got their fingerprints all over it. And I completely agree. You know, even the more emotional beats in the film as well were perfectly toned. It wasn't overdoing it. It was believable. And you know, for a film about where robots literally take over, and you know, it was genuine, believable emotion, which for a film to do that is just outstanding. And yeah, I completely agree. You know, it's definitely one of those that if you haven't watched it, it's very, very, very well worth your time going back and seeing that. Todd?
Yeah, I pretty much echoing everything you said. Like, I stuck it on again as a kind of, we doing the Oscars. I'll put it on. I don't know if I would have if we weren't doing this. Don't know why. There was nothing, and I loved every bit of it. Like you say, it was the right level of silly. It was the right level of emotional. It just had everything in there. I thought it's Olivia Colman who is the phone, like the
Pal,
the
yeah.
main villain, Pal. That's it, and that was brilliant. But like you say, I love the full circle aspect of it. I love the fact that it came back round and things that they set up early doors, you know, were used later on. Yeah, it was just like you say, it's a lot of fun, and I think, aside from obviously Flea, which has, you know, that's the point of the majority of these films, is that they should be a lot of fun. And I'm like you, Collie, I'll be going back to this, no bother. Like, as soon as, it'll be one of those where I'll be saying like, oh, do you want to watch this? And like, I just think it needs a rewatch on a few goes. Yeah,
Definitely.
Yeah, Danny McBride is the dad. It's the voice of the dad. I thought was really, really good. He was probably my favorite character out of it, because you can kind of see, like, from Katie's point of view, how he's being overbearing and stuff, and like, you know, he's this big technophobe and she's obviously really tech savvy and stuff, but the way that he portrays, like, it's always like you can see that he's always trying to do his best for her, but he just can't convey it properly. Yeah, I thought it was class. I really, really enjoyed it.
Absolutely. And I mean, like, you know, none of us are parents, so don't really, you know, but it must be hard being a parent, having to, you know, put everything your kid first.
Well, I'll never have him.
Fair. But yes, absolutely, I completely agree. Casting was incredible. Now the last film.
Sorry.
Yeah,
it was funny. It was Chrissy Teigen and John Legend were they Find a Fancy Neighbours.
Oh, right, okay.
And they're a real life couple. I thought that was cool, because as soon as they started speaking, I was like, I wonder who that is, because I recognise both their voices, and obviously they employed a real life like couple. And then it was Eric Andre as the guy who actually started it all. I know you didn't get to see him too much, but he's always funny, is he? So
yeah, Eric Andre's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now we'll just move on to the last one in the best animated feature. So it was Raya and the Last Dragon. Again, anyone want to take this?
You can take this if you want, yeah, because I know Disney and that's your forte. So,
So Raya and the Last Dragon is it's a film that obviously came out. I think it came out just at the start of the pandemic or just after the pandemic. I think they were planning
into the pandemic.
The plan was, I think, was for them to actually do a theater release, but then they decided not to because of everything that happened. And if you're not sure what happened, something called COVID happened.
Due out at the end of 2020, and it got delayed about 5-6 months.
Okay, cool. So I never went to it. It came up on Disney Plus, and I was like, you know what, I don't really fancy giving it a go. It didn't really tickle my fancy, so to speak. But I'm really glad I watched it. I'm really, really glad I watched it. The whole Asian inspired you know, side of it, and the setting of this apocalyptic kind of sort of world kind of thing was incredible, and I genuinely blew away. I would say that I didn't really like the dragon side of it. I thought it was a little bit too hammy, but overall, again, very, very, very good film, and again, filled with emotion. The whole thing about, you know, trying to live up to her dad, who of course was turned to stone. If you're not aware of the story, that, you know, people get turned to stone because of like a MacGuffin, essentially. And yes, I really, really, really enjoyed it. Again, there's 3 films that stood out for me in this category. This wouldn't be in the top 3, but it's again a very, very worthy nomination. Collie?
Yeah, so I love this, and just touching on the kind of Asian influence coming along at a similar time to Shang-Chi, and even Awkwafina, who voiced Sisu, was in Shang-Chi as a main character as well, obviously doing the double duty on there. I thought it was really good. It was good to represent that culture from a mystical point of view. And for me, like I again really, really enjoyed this film. Animation style, you could tell, you know, it was a Disney studio production, and it was a good mix of the big double cross near the start of the daughter, and then the kind of fast forwarding in time until she's an adult. That's been played out in quite a lot of films. You know, losing of the parent as well. But I thought Kelly Marie Tran as Rhea, I thought was excellent, and it's really good. Like, after the horrendous way that she was treated and came out of the Star Wars franchise, that this is another big chance for her to do well, and I'm glad that it's been such a successful film. Kind of like you, like, I wasn't worried. Well, maybe not so much like you, Massey, but like, similar to Marvel and Star Wars, even if like it's not as good as the rest of it, like any new Disney animated film, I'll make sure I watch, because, you know, even if it's distinctly average, it's still, you know, good to watch. I didn't like do the whole Premiere Plus thing for it, but as soon as it became like free to watch or like included in the sub, I watched it straight away, and then rewatched it a couple of times for this. I thought the voice cast was really good on it. I thought the Namari, the kind of antagonist of the whole story, I thought she was really good. And personally, I enjoyed the mystical elements that were added into it with the dragons, and the big roly boy that she was riding about on was good fun as well. So like, you could tell that it wasn't set in like you could tell from the beginning, obviously, because it's dragon based and stuff. But I didn't find it too high. I didn't find it too hammy. I thought it was quite a good aspect of it. But, you know, I understand where you're coming from, that it was a bit left field, because they were stylized more as like what they called again. It's not like a dragon, because everyone argues about it. What's it called? It's in like Game of Thrones and stuff. I'll look it up when Todd's giving his review. But you know what I mean? Like, they were stylized as in this long like serpent bodies and stuff like that, rather than, and very similar to how in the end of Shang-Chi, how the dragon in that is stylized. It's not as a dragon as we know it from Shrek, for example. You know, it's very much an Asian inspired design. It's like a drake or something like that, I'm sure.
Rach says wyvern.
Yeah, that's it. A wyvern, a wyvern. Yeah, that's exactly it, Rach. Yeah.
I think it was in a TV show or something recently that I was watching, that they were explaining the difference between, or something. I don't know, whatever. Anyway.
I think it was Game of Thrones. There was arguments about what they were and stuff, and then I think with the Hobbit films as well.
Right.
There's arguments about what Smaug was.
Right. I would say as well.
Sorry, digress. Todd.
No, absolutely fine. Just quickly say as well. I didn't think all the dragons were hammy. I just thought Awkwafina's dragon was a little bit. Again, when we first met her and stuff, she did grow on me as we went along. But I did think at the start it was kind of a bit of a jarring.
I think like, because of the way that she portrayed her, I think because she was supposed to be a mirror of Rhea, as a bit of an outcast, a bit of an oddball, and then like when her dragon siblings choose her to be the one that holds the crystal, she's like, why me? And it's kind of like Rhea's like, well, why am I having to be the one that's having to do with this? Sort of thing. So that's how I read it, that they were kind of mirrors of each other. But I do, Awkwafina's just quite a weirdly voiced person, or like the way that she's like both of the characters that she played in Katie and Sisu. a bit quirky and stuff like that. As long as she doesn't get like stereotyped into that kind of roles, going ahead, then it won't be as bad looking back, I guess. Sorry, Todd, I've hogged this time. Go on, you go.
No, it's absolutely fine. Like I'm with you in that it wouldn't be. There are three clear, stronger films, but again, it's a very good film. The only thing I found, like using your word, Massey, hammy about Awkwafina and her dragon, was that. But I had to remember that this is a kids like it is made primarily for kids. Was every time, so if you haven't seen it again, they gain a power with every region that they go to. They gain a power. It felt very video gamey in that way. That like you go to an area and you unlock something new and you build these powers. And every time they got a power, it was like, oh yeah, because my brother was really good at this. And like every time she got one, she explained it, and that's where I was like a bit. Like, I don't know, not put me off, but that's where I felt it was hammy, is the best. But, like, then I remember, right, this is a kid's film. This is why they're explaining it like that, because it keeps kids in the loop of what's going on. But I really enjoyed it. I thought, like, the different, like, sort of versions of action. And the sort of like, one you go in quietly, one they went in loud and full of crack. And I thought, I loved the little kid as well, the little chef. I thought he was like, these little characters, these, like you say, Rolly Boy, again, I don't know what he's called. The fact that he grew from that, that's it. From the tiny thing that we saw in the first scene to this huge hulking thing. I thought that was brilliant. But yeah, like I say, it was really well done, and not just from like a representation side of things, which is really cool, and it's really good that they did, but like to explore that and to like open that up to the world, that like that side of the the mystical side of it, the mythical side of it, of that culture was really cool. So yeah, really enjoyed it. But like I say, not in any way, shape or form bad, just not the top tier this year.
Absolutely. Lids, oh my goodness, welcome in, Lids. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. How's things? Collie, thank you so much for giving a shout out to Lids. How is Guardians? I did see on Twitch, on Twitter, that you were going to be playing that. Guys, welcome in. If you do not know me, my name is Mass903. I am here with two other fellow streamers, Mr. Collective Unit and also GotRedOnYou, aka Todd. We are chatting about the Oscars and the nominations that have, for this year coming. But yes, welcome in. If you want to get involved in the chat, please feel free. If you see any of the Oscar films, let us know. We're going through each category and chatting about them, and we're taking it there. But guys, thank you so much. Welcome in. It was really good fun. Excellent. I started playing it this weekend, actually. Or sorry, the weekend just passed. I've got it on my Xbox and played the first level, and it was ace. It was really good, and I know Todd loves it as well. Cole, have you played it as well?
No, I've got it to play. I bought it on Steam, like, because I think like not long after it came out, you could get it quite cheap on CD keys, so I bought it for like 30 quid or whatever. Never got around to playing it, and now you can play it on Game Pass for free. So.
And Todd, have you ever played Guardians of the Galaxy?
I've heard good things about it. I have heard that some people would maybe consider it as their game of the year for last year, but I don't know. I've heard good things. No, it's phenomenal from like a Guardians fan, and just gameplay wise, it was amazing.
Excellent. Right, so we have chatted through the best animated features. So what we're going to do now is just quickly go through, firstly, what film we want to win, and secondly, what film we think will win. So I'm going to start with Todd. What film do you want to win, and what film do you think will win?
The only one I want Mitchell's versus the Machines to win. I was stuck between that and Encanto, but I think how much I enjoyed Mitchell's versus the Machines and how much it surprised me. For me, I want Mitchell's to win it.
Fair. And do you think that'll win as well?
No, I think Flea will get it.
Okay.
I think Flea will take it.
Well, Collie?
I want Mitchell's and the Machines, but I think Encanto will take it.
Fair.
The Academy, they're scared. They'll just go down the expected route.
So I also think Encanto will win it. I think it's the safe bet for the Academy. But I want Flea to win it. I was stuck between wanting Flea or Mitchell's vs Machines to win it. But to be fair, if either three of those win it, I think that's the three that we're well, I think are the
That's the top
standout
three of the
ones.
category. I think. Yeah, I totally agree.
So yes, interesting. Okay, now we are going to move on to the next category, which is the best cinematography. So the nominations for best cinematography, you would have, right, I just want to double check this. Is it Dune or is it June?
It's
I've said June.
June, yeah.
Like the month, yeah, that's fine. That's what I was thinking, but some folks said Dune, so I wasn't sure. So okay, so
it might be Dune, but I'd say like June, like
Sand Dunes, yeah.
Well, that's what I thought as well.
You've got a Geordie and a Scotsman trying to pronounce something properly in English. Give us a break, like fucking hell.
Dune, why I? Okay, so best cinematography. We have Dune, we have Nightmare Alley, we have The Power of the Dog, we have The Tragedy of Macbeth, and we have West Side Story. Now, as I said at the start, we're gonna try and like keep it down the cinematography route and not kind of veer off too far on the actual quality of the film. So we will kind of be trying to it's going to be hard because I know I'm going to start veering off and stuff like that, but we're going to try and keep it reined in towards the cinematography side of it. So firstly, we have Dune or Dune, however you pronounce it. Todd, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, so this is one of the films I was like, I try and get the cinema for as much as possible, and I know it's not always possible, but I had to see this in IMAX, and we don't have an IMAX close by. It's a bit of a drive, and I'm chuffed I did. And if we just talk on cinematography, like it blew me away. It was just a spectacle. I think, sand can be done wrong. Those open vistas that have been done time and time again can be done badly, but it wasn't just the sand that was impressive. The whole thing, it was, I hate to sound as wanky as this, but like it was an experience, and I'm so happy that because of the size of the IMAX, you got to kind of like almost look around. For me, it was just. It's difficult to put into words without sort of going into kind of this scene and showing a picture and being like, here, please just look at this. It's the Twitter account One Perfect Shot, and they've got the website of like the bank of things. It's I know it's Villeneuve and it it's his sort, but like you could do the same with Blade Runner 2049. It's taken each frame and going, that could be a poster, that could be a poster. It was just like visually, you can't fault it. If you have an issue with the film, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who do, I've heard some mixed things about it, you can't fault how it looks. You can't fault the cinematography. So for me, it was it was amazing.
Yep. Collie?
Yeah, I think a lot of people were excited to see how Villeneuve would film it and stuff, but it's Greg Fraser was actually the cinematographer for it. He worked on Rogue One and most recently The Batman. This is his actual first ever time working with Villeneuve, which surprises me because I think it was kind of very comparable, like you say, to 2049. One of my favorite shots was when is it Jessica? It's Jessica that's the Paul and Lady Jessica, his mum. Paul and his mum come back over the dune, and they look back upon like all the kind of devastation that's been laid onto them by the Harkonnens when they've blown up all the ships and stuff like that. It's at night. It's at like dusk time. And just like when they stepped over there and they were just looking at it, and the zoomed in bit of their faces, like the way it was filmed, you could tell like the horror on their face, and then it was cutting back to showing you what was going on and stuff. I thought it was just fantastically well filmed. Even the cinematography through when they're Paul's flying through the sandstorm, maybe like in the last third of the film and stuff like that, like that could have easily be filmed really badly, or not badly, but like choppy and stuff. But I think there was a couple of like top-down shots of the ship, and you could tell how damaged it was. I thought it was fantastically well shot, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what like Greg Fraser, because we'll touch on quite a few of them as we go through the category. But some of the other ones are like long-term, like collaborators with the directors. But this being the first time with this Greg Fraser and Villeneuve, hopefully they work together again in the future. I know they more than likely will on 2. I've not double checked that, but on part 2 they'll hopefully work together anyway. And then in the future, like Villeneuve, for me, like we'll touch on him later, but like again, it's just a massive big tick in the amazing film column for him. So Massey.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And you're right, it's not just the big sweeping vistas, it's the smaller, kind of more intimate shots. One of my standouts, and again, it's a relatively small one, but it fills me with dread when I see it, when Oscar Isaac's character is passed out on the seat, and it's focused on him, and then behind you see Stellan Skarsgård's dude just float up, and he's out of focus. But
when he comes along the table?
Yeah. It is creepy. Like, I literally had... if I had hair on my head, it'd be standing up. If I had hairs on my arms, we're literally standing up. Phenomenal. And again, you're saying every single shot could be a poster. You think of the sandworm being out staring at them. It's just like, I can't fault it for the cinematography. I think it was one of the most perfectly shot films I've seen this year, maybe of all time. Like, it's just like I was totally blown away by the technical aspect of that film. Absolutely. Anything else you want to talk about, Dune, cinematography wise?
Covered cinematography for me, at least, because again, I just don't want to divert it too much into other side of that. I almost did with talking about Mr. V, so I'll leave it there on the cinematography side of things.
Yep, no, that's absolutely fine. Sure, Kane says as well she's glad to see Dune in the cinema as well. Yeah, absolutely,
sure.
Absolutely. Now the next film in the best cinematography category is Nightmare Alley.
Todd can take this one.
So I'm a big Guillermo del Toro fan. I think the man just knows genre, and I think and again, I'm being very careful because again we're going down the sort of him rather than the cinematography. For me, it's well shot. The cinematography is very good, but it's not like it's not impressive. It wasn't something that kind of... I expect Oscar films, and this is later on we'll talk about this a lot more, and you'll have to tell me to shut up and stop. But like, I want to be impressed. I think if you are winning an Academy Award, it's got to be like breathtaking, and that doesn't mean like Dune where it's like huge. I'm not talking about everything being big and being sort of like in your face. It just has to be impressive. And Del Toro does one thing very well, which is like he gets the atmosphere. Sorry, two things. He gets the atmosphere and he gets the creatures. They're the things that Del Toro does without question. The cinematography in this felt a bit lapse, and he could have done a lot more. I think in terms of like, the whole sideshows in the fair, it could have been shot like just a bit more. I say flair, and I feel horrendous because it rhymes with fair, but like that, it would be done with a little bit more originality. It felt like, and again, I like the film, and I'm not going to go into it too much because we'll talk about it later, but like, it felt like American Horror Story, the one set in the sideshow.
Freak Show.
Freak Show, yes, thank you, Freak Show. It felt like that, the movie, and just felt like it had been done before in terms of the cinematography, not the film. So yeah, for me it's not weak. Again, it was good, but it wasn't Oscar worthy. It wasn't on the level of some of the other films that we talk about. Yeah, yep. Collective.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty much on par. To be honest, I actually quite liked the way that they shot the fair, and some of the shots of that guy that would eat the chicken and stuff like that. I thought like, the geek, the way that he was portrayed, it was very horror-esque. So it was Dan Lawson was the cinematographer, who worked with Del Toro way back when on Mimic, one of his older films, and then he came back for Crimson Peak and Shape of Water and this. But he's also worked on the John Wick series, of all things. So two very contrasting films. Probably two different, really, different ways that they wanted the films to be shot. But I thought overall this film was really shot in a really nice way in terms of like the noir aspect of it. Some of the scenes in Cate Blanchett's office, for example, certainly a conflict towards the end of the film was really well done. And I'll come back. I'll say this now because it's very much about the style of the film. But it's a very, very highly stylized film. and I think that's kind of where Del Toro's made his name. And like I say, Loston's worked on the last couple, but even what's the one with it, Pan's Labyrinth and stuff. There's that kind of gothic noir horror stuff that's been throughout his work. And I think Loston coming back on with Crimson Peak, this reminded me a lot of Crimson Peak. I know same director, same cinematographer, but even just some of the interactions between the way that a conversation was filmed, because it's Loki, is it, and Chastain is in Crimson Peak. They're the siblings in it and stuff, and I thought some of the conversations between Blanchett and Cooper later on were kind of the more confrontational scenes were filmed in a very similar way. Like I could tell that it was a Del Toro kind of collaboration, and this Dan Loston fellow. So overall, I really enjoyed it. Again, like Todd says, though, maybe not a blown away kind of thing, but I thought it was kind of done in a very stylish way.
Absolutely. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, I don't want to just keep saying, yeah, I totally agree. But yeah, I think you're spot on when you say about the whole noir side of it. I think that was a part of it that for me was the strongest part of the cinematography. You know, again, you're absolutely right. The I don't want to say freak show because I feel that's very insensitive, but like that side of it was kind of, it was quite by the book a little bit for me, but definitely the noir side of it. So like almost like the 2 year, I think it was like 2 years later, wasn't it? That it moved on to. I think from
something
then
like
on,
time jump wise.
Yeah. I think from then on, that was a part of it that for me was much stronger than the first sort of part in terms of cinematography. A lot of the shots in the snow as well, over the big gardens and stuff like that as well, was really, really good, really really well done. And of course, when they're doing their show, their mind reading kind of show, and some of the sort of claustrophobia you feel a little bit when it's Cooper and Kate Blanchett in like the actual show when she's like trying to call him out, kind of trying to thing him. It was a massive, obviously, room, but it was well done, and it made us feel intense and right up next to him and close to them.
Yeah, the way that he frames like Cooper's face when he's like doing the whole trying to think thing, and that's all you can see in the screen is him. I thought was really well done. And like you say, touching on the snow, like you say, like Crimson Peak cinematography wise, that stands out for me all the times. The snow and the red blood aspect, and it was the same as this towards the end of the film. That on that kind of estate that they all kind of do naughty things on. With the snow and stuff like that, I thought was really well done. So
totally.
So yeah, that's it for my thoughts on the cinematography of that anyway.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Mabel. That's right. He stepped on my oh, you fucking little bastard. He stepped on my my keyboard.
Look at him.
Honestly, he's a nightmare. He stepped on my keyboard and it like took me to the end of the spreadsheet I've got for everything. So I was like, fuck's sake. And he deleted one. He actually deleted the next cell. But anyway, the next cell is in terms of cinematography. The next nomination was The Power of the Dog.
You can take this one, Massey, because we obviously started. So
that's
you don't
fine.
agree with us this time.
That's fine. So again, we'll get into this film in more detail. But once more, we went from the stunning vistas of the sand and the desert to the the harsh landscape of the the sort of like Western America, and it looks absolutely phenomenal. Whether it is the big kind of landscapes that we see, whether it's the more close up, even things like when he's washing his hands in the little bucket thingy-majiggy, when he's making the what are they called, leather straps and stuff.
Ropes.
Was it ropes? Yeah.
Is that what that's what he's making for the sun? I'm sure that's what he's making. It's like a rope or something like that.
Okay.
Is this a different thing that you're talking about?
No, I don't.
Is it not what he does? He washes his hands after touching the
cow stuff.
rope.
Yeah. Is it ropes? I thought it was leather. But yeah, sure. Anyway, yeah, like even
it's
that.
a leather rope.
Oh, it's leather rope. Okay, that's fine.
Fucking hell. Anyway.
yeah, like that was really, really well done. So this more intimate kind of shots like that were really well put together. And again, you know, if you're making your film, I think did they film it in Australia or did they film it? I'm not sure. Anyway, if you're making a film for, you know, in a westerny kind of thing, then and you've got the right location, which they did, it's going to look phenomenal. Almost no matter what, it's there for you on a plate. So yes, I thought cinematography wise, it was very, very well done. And again, I feel like it did blow me away. I feel like technically it was an incredibly well put together film, and basically on a par with Dune for me. Todd?
Yeah, I thought it was stunning. I thought, you know, you've got this sort of barren landscape that can look very bland and very boring. I thought they did really well with that, and I thought in terms of not just the shot itself, but in terms of where the characters are in those shots, for me was like a real strength of this. And again, we'll come to Benedict Cumberbatch, but I think a lot of the power that he had within this film, you know, and the way that he was his character, was helped on by the cinematography. I felt like he was centered, he was focused on so well. Like, he's not an imposing bloke, you know, he's not a big fella, he's not got that about him, and I think this helped him on very well. And I know we'll get to him, I'll stop talking about him, but like I feel like that worked really well. But even like in the cafe sort of restaurant where, you know, at first with the flowers, I thought that was incredibly well shot. Like, again, it just set the film up brilliantly. Yeah, really well done for me. And again, you say about breathtaking. I think it's harder to make this impressive than it is Dune. Do you know, when it's done right, I think it's harder to make this sort of thing impressive, and it really sort of, like you say, it was technically really well done. So, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so one of the shots I was going to touch on was what you mentioned first, Massey, the one of the actual dog-shaped mountain when Cumberbatch and the kid are talking about it. I thought that was really a stunningly well-filmed thing. It was all in New Zealand. It was all in New Zealand, and Ari Wegner is the second ever woman to be nominated as a cinematographer at the Academy Awards. There was somebody a couple of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, I read, that was nominated for it. I think one of the interesting aspects that I was reading up on the cinematography of this was that Campion and Wegner, they storyboarded this film like loads, but separately, and then came at it from like both, and then they kind of combined their visions for it. So it wasn't as if like the director was taking it all in terms of like, no, this is good, this is bad. It was very much a collaborative experience. One of my favorite shot scenes was the one in the dining room when they're all asking her to play the piano and stuff like that after the meal, or like during the meal, and then Cumberbatch comes in, and it's just like, we'll come on to Kirsten Dunst in a bit in terms of how good she was, but I thought like the way it was filmed, you could immediately sense how uncomfortable it made her through the way that they filmed. Like, Cumberbatch was standing on like the edge of the scene, and they didn't really try and center him for a while. He was very much on like the periphery of the group, and there was a couple of interestingly shot conversations between him and the older people in the party and stuff like that. And then when it's only him and Kirsten Dunst left, like the way that conversation's framed was really good. So some of the, like, even though like with the big and the whole, when the guys were like swimming about in the water, and then the way that the sun catches or like is spying on Cumberbatch when he's washing and stuff, I thought that was really well made within the wooded scene. But I thought a lot of the interior shots were even more impressive. I thought, like the dining room and also there's the dining room, sorry, that they ate at the big table, but then there's the cafe dining room from the beginning scene as well. When Jesse Plemons ends up like helping out and stuff like that, I thought it was all, you could kind of tell like the start of it when they were in that small like cafe, kind of not cafe, but you know what I mean, like the small room with all the tables and stuff like that. It was very claustrophobically filmed. So I thought it was really impressive, and I can't wait to see more of either these two collaborating, or just where Ragnar gets next, because I thought like some people are really good at shooting the vistas and some people are really good at shooting the interior stuff, and I thought both were captured really well during this.
Definitely, and I think as well, you know, you were talking there about the scene with the piano and things. When you know they're all around for food and stuff, and it's the darkness combined with the natural lighting that they used. I think as well, you know, made even more imposing and the sense of dread in that scene. And again, you know, use natural lighting throughout the whole thing. When in that, you know, the cafe that we're going to call it, you have the light just beaming through from the you know, from the little windows and stuff. And yeah, absolutely. I think it was very, very good technically. Right, so the next nomination on Best Cinematography is The Tragedy of Macbeth. Anyone specifically want to take this?
Yeah, I can start with this one. So it was Bruce Delbonnel, I think that's how you say it. It's the cinematographer working with one of the Coen brothers. It was the first time I think they'd worked separately on a film. So it was Joel. He'd worked with him previously on Buster Scruggs and Inside Llewellyn Davis and Parachute as well. But one of the films that was on this guy's you know, like filmography was Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince.
Wow.
Which I thought was quite interesting, because stylistically I thought the way that Macbeth was filmed, obviously the color scheme lacking. There's a lot to make up for in that regard. Kind of what you were talking about in the last film, the light plays a big part of it. And a lot of the interactions really did remind me, more so in retrospect, when I found out that, you know, he did Half-Blood Prince and he did Tragedy of Macbeth, but the scenes in Harry Potter where they're at the top of the tower and it's like the death of Dumbledore and stuff, a lot of the conversations there were a lot of conversations in Macbeth reminded me of that. Like I say, like, oh, that's kind of like how he was styling it there and stuff like that. So stylistically, I thought this was really good. I thought the set design was really good. There was one particular scene where Macbeth is sitting back and he's watching some characters, and it's just the way that he was framed, like behind this pillar, and he was like looking on a conversation, and they kept cutting it between like how they would normally fill a conversation, which is like back and forth, and then they would cut back to him like listening, and even like the sound design was like really good, that you could tell that he was within like earshot, and it was like so distinctly quiet that you could still hear it, but like the way it was framed I thought was really, really well done. And then kind of the big duel towards the end, the way that was shot, I thought was really good as well. The set design of that, it was really like claustrophobic, because it's kind of like a long thin bit like that they were fighting on and stuff. I thought the way that was filmed was really good. So we will cover this film obviously a couple of times, I think, going ahead. I think maybe like once or twice we'll discuss it again, but I thought from a pure cinematography side of things, I thought it was really, really good and very impressive, and I think was worthy of a nomination in this category, because it was just that little bit different, I thought. Yeah,
I completely agree. Now, if you follow me on Letterboxd, you'll know my feelings towards this film. Again, I'm not going to divert too much into that side of things. But the cinematography on it was outstanding. Again, you know, the fact that it was in black and white, it was incredible that you know, they managed to even get so much character with a black and white film. The things that stand out for me are basically a lot of the scenes with the witches. The first scene where we see the puddle in front of the witches, and you know, it shows all three of them in the puddle, and there's just the one there. Of course, as well, we meet the witch all contorted and stuff as well at the start, like just phenomenal. And when Macbeth's looking up to this sort of like open roof kind of thing, with the hatched wood, and the three witches are sitting on there, you know, speaking to him from that, like, blew me away. I did read that it was all like created on a soundstage, and apparently all their costumes in that were in like not like neutral tones, like blacks and whites and things. They didn't actually use much color, you know, actually when they were filming it, which is even more interesting. But yes, absolutely, you're right. The conversations and things were very well. I think it was the one you're referring to there. That was when the guy's speaking to the younger kid, right? And then he's like further back.
So yeah, I couldn't remember the name, or I couldn't remember what characters were talking.
Yeah.
But Macbeth is just in like the shadows behind this pillar, like listening in on the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, again, you know, I completely agree. You know, the fact that it's nominated is as a very, very worthy nomination. It's one of those that it is a lot more, well, you know, it's a lot more muted in terms of colors, but also in terms of cinematography than others. You know, there's not the massive sweep of vistas that we see, but it was incredibly well done, and a very engaging you know, way to film it. Todd, thoughts?
Yeah, like you said, you've got a lot to make up for in black and white in terms of cinematography. I think that's a good way to put it. Is like it's going to turn some people away from it. It's going to turn some people off. The Witcher scenes for me were brilliant. Like it's been done before, and it's not that long since we had a Macbeth film, which I again enjoyed. And you know, was done very differently to this. For me, just because I agree with, you know, a lot of what's been said, but it was just after they'd murdered the king, and they were talking down a set of stairs. So you had, like, you know, you had the people who were unaware to the situation downstairs, and obviously Macbeth and Lady Macbeth upstairs, and that shot from, like, so it was like over the shoulder, looking at the couple, looking down in with the group who were panicking, and there was just like, it was flashing between the, like, sort of the 4 points that the camera was in. That for me was genius, because it's like it puts you in that moment. You know what's happening, you know, you know that they know what's happening, you know that they don't, and I thought it really portrayed that well. But yeah, for me, the witches, that puddle, I think I made, like, I'm ridiculous when it comes to watching films sometimes, and I must be an absolute pain in the ass to watch them with, because, like, sometimes there's things that I audibly react to, and that was just one of those things where I think I, like, went, fuck off. Like, I just got overly excited about, like, this shitty little thing that's never been, as far as I'm aware, and, you know, iterations that I've seen it, it's never been done before. Like, it's always been 3. It's always been the witches. It's never been that one embodiment of evil, if you want, or whatever, that, you know, is represented then by the 3 in the puddle. And I thought that was brilliant. But yeah, I think working around that set design is it's good. I think it's a big contender. Anyway, we'll get to what we think will win, but I do think it is a big contender for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, last one on the best cinematography, we have West Side Story, another film that's been done a few times. Who would start off? Todd, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, because I can be, like, sort of, I'll be relatively brief on this, just because in terms of West Side Story, this is the first time I've ever seen any version of West Side Story. It's never, I know, it's never been anything that's come across my path. I don't know why. It's never been anything I've ever been interested in. This is just, and it's not my cup of tea at all. You know what the issue I had with La La Land, sorry, I know, is, you know, at the big, just bear, you know, at the beginning where they're all dancing on the thing, and I was like, oh, it's a Gap advert, here we go, it's like bright colors and everybody's going to be like, just huge choruses, and it's not for me in terms of what it is. But the way that the choreography is amazing. I know we're not talking about that, but for the choreography to be good in a film, it has to be shot well. And if it doesn't matter how good the dancing is, it doesn't matter how good if that choreography's class and the cinematography's shit, the whole thing's shit. And I think the way that they've got through these gigantic crowds of people dancing without it all just being, right, we're going to film from up here, down on a group, was amazing. The scene in the dance, in, like, the dance hall, sorry, I'm saying dance a lot, but in the dance hall, where it moves through and round, was just, I have no interest in watching this film again. I'll say that now. It's not my thing, but I would love to watch a making of, just to see the way they moved around that, because it was just phenomenal. That was what gripped me with the film. That's what kept me watching. Was the cinematography. So, yeah.
Just to kind of just jump on the back of that. Have you guys ever seen Dear Evan Hansen at all?
No.
So that was also a musical that was just recently turned into a film. And I seen a thing on Twitter where it was there's like a comparison. There's a very similar sort of scene in Dear Evan Hansen when he comes into like a gym hall where people are dancing, and it's all very choppy and very kind of busy, and it looks like shit. It looks like absolute dog shit. And then it's compared to this West Side Story, dance scene, and as you say, because the cinematography is so good, as you say, choreography can be fine. The cinematography, because it's so good, it makes it look good. And comparing it to this very similar scene in Dear Evan Hansen, just shows how important, the technical aspects of it are. But I completely agree. I know Collie kind of scoffed there when you said you'd never seen West Side Story. Neither have I. I've never watched West Side Story before. I know it's a take on Romeo and Juliet, but I'd never watched it before, and also it's not my sort of thing. Like I'm sorry, Collie, I didn't even like La La Land. I watched the first half hour of La La Land and I had to turn it off. I just couldn't get into it at all. So it's not, again, this isn't really my sort of thing. But cinematography wise, it's beautiful. Even the first shot where you're coming across through the buildings that are being built and things and demolished and blah blah, and it's like there's obviously a cut, but it looks like one big shot where you come down, you can see the jets, and was it the jets and the sharks? I think they're called, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And even like the little fight scenes and stuff that they have, I know they're little pussies, like, I could take all of them, but they're shot like so well, even in the dark warehouse. You have the lights of the police that come through and things, and in terms of a musical, it was very, very interestingly done. Very, very interestingly done. I did very much enjoy the cinematography aspect of West Side Story, and same with yourself, Todd. I don't know if I'll go back and watch it again. It's quite a long movie, but there are some high points to it, and cinematography is one of the best parts of it in my eyes. Collie, you've obviously seen West Side Story before.
Yeah, so the only reason, like, I really like the original as well, because it's my mum's favorite film, or one of her favorite films. I watched it a lot growing up, so I've got quite a big, like, when they first announced that they were remaking it, but it was Spielberg, I was instantly like, I want to see it. Like, I know a lot of people probably were like, they loved the old film, were like, oh, why are they remaking it? Why are they remaking it? But I was really excited to see it, so I've watched it a few times now. So the cinematographer rather, Janusz Kaminski, who is long-term Spielberg collaborator, won the Oscar for Schindler's List, won the Oscar for Saving Private Ryan, was nominated for War Horse, Lincoln. So like he's like, cinematography like royalty, like up there with Deakins and stuff. And I think the film was shot in such a way that it paid homage to the way that the film was made back then in the 60s, but also with like his own modern like technology and his takes on it. The one of my favorite, the way that it was filmed was is it the America where they're singing about the American dream and stuff like that, and they're all out in the middle of this junction, and there's the big circle of people, and then there's the choreographed dancing in the middle and stuff. I thought that was really, really well done. But the highlight for me, which is what Todd touched on, was the dance hall scene. I thought that was so well done, and the way the filming behind the bleachers of the two meeting for the first time, and he's like at the far end of it, and it looks like he's so lonely, and she's over at the other side, and she looks like so small and like naive and stuff, and then they meet in the middle and stuff. I thought it was just the way that was filmed and built up to was really, really well done. And then another highlight was the warehouse fight at the end with where they store all the salt for winter and stuff. I thought when they were turning on like the big overhead lights, obviously made it like super, super bright. And then by the end of it, everyone leaving, and there's the two bodies there just as the police are coming in. I thought it was quite a really well made shot that they were obviously pulling open the shutter doors and the police were piling in, and there's these just two young lads like dead there. I thought it was thought it was really, really well done. So it's I wasn't let down, and I was blown away by quite a few of the shots. Even the original kind of coming together of the two gangs when they're in the kind of, I don't know if it was a basketball court or not. I think in the original it might have been. The police officers are like dividing them, but they keep like coming together and then having to be separated, and coming together and having to be separated. You could just feel like the atmosphere and the pressure there was like ramped up to 11. I thought it was super well done, and I was really, really impressed with it.
Absolutely. Anything else want to add cinematography wise at all? Happy enough with all that?
I know I've covered everything.
Aye, good stuff. Okay, so Collie, who do you think? What do you want to win, and what do you think will win?
Dune for both for me.
Stuff. Todd?
I want Dune to win. I think West Side Story will take it.
Wow. So I want Dune to win, and I think Power of the Dog is going to take it. Okie doke. So that is best cinematography. We are an hour and 20 in, and we've done 2 categories. Brilliant. Good stuff. So the next category we have is Best Supporting Actress. So the nominations we have for the Best Supporting Actress are Jessie Buckley for The Lost Daughter, Ariana DeBose for West Side Story, Judi Dench for Belfast, Kirsten Dunst for The Power of the Dog, and Anjanou Ellis for King Richard. So the first one we have here is Jessie Buckley for Lost Daughter. Todd, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I thought she was amazing. I think to go up against Olivia Colman and sorry if you haven't seen the film, Jessie Buckley plays a younger version of like in flashback scenes, and I think she does an amazing job. Not just to be of a similar sort of not to be the character, but I just think to see this desperate woman, and she was like, you could feel the desperation, you could feel it in her. I thought she was amazing. I think the way that she interacts with her kids, you can see that like that she wants to be a good mum. You can see that she's trying, and without going over the top. You can have the over dramatic, you can have the melodramatic. We've seen it time and time again. It's shite. It doesn't work. I thought she did an amazing job of keeping it realistic, but keeping it but like just completely gripping me. I thought she was incredible.
Colin?
Yeah, just kind of echo that. Like the frustration that you can tell, like you say, the conflict that you can see on her when she's wanting to be the best mum for her kid and stuff, and she's wanting to give them 100%, but just can't seem to get herself there. I thought like it was a really, like I say, a really conflicted performance, and I personally think was the best thing about this film, to be honest. She was the best thing about this film, so I was really, really impressed with it. Not too much to say on this. I don't think like there's too much to say on my part, but highly, highly impressive. And again, like just one of those people that's just maybe coming into their career, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch where they go next.
Definitely. And I think what kind of struck me as well, exactly what you're saying, the trying to be as good for her career and her kids as well. It was the little nuances when she showed frustration towards the children, when they were like just wanting her attention, or just wanting to like play with her and stuff, and she was getting frustrated by them always at her and annoying her, and I thought that was really powerful and really, really well done, without being over the top, without being melodramatic. It was you could just sense the frustration from her. Now, I think I don't actually have IMDb up, but I think she was originally a stage actress, right? She was in Searching for a Star or something like that, like one of the reality shows. And I don't think she's done much movie-wise, but I completely agree. I think in terms of this movie, she was 100% the best thing about it.
She was in I'd Do Anything, which was to find Nancy for Oliver.
That's the one. So I think it's as you say, it's the start of her film career. I think she's has so much potential to skyrocket. I think she could be fantastic if she can perform to the level of that each time, then easily she'll be a rising star. Definitely.
Sorry,
okay.
just before we move on, she was in Chernobyl.
Was she?
That's right.
That was her bit. That was, I've just had to flick through there because,
Right.
and there is a trailer that's been released today that like people seem to be raving about. I didn't have a chance to watch it before we came on here. Called Men. It's for a film called Men. That people are like just the reactions from it look amazing. I do think she's got like a massive future ahead of her. I do think it's going to be a big thing for us.
Excellent. I've not seen Chernobyl. I know
It's really good.
Yeah, phenomenal television.
Absolutely. And the last role of the dad from Friday Night Dinner as well. You know, the Martin.
Oh yeah,
What's his name?
I never watched Friday Night Dinner though. Oh my god.
Shocking.
I
Okay.
tried.
I hate you. Okay, next one. So next, the next nominee in Best Supporting Actress is Ariana DeBose from West Side Story. Now, guys, if you don't mind, I would like to start off with this one.
Absolutely fine.
Okay. Collie, is that okay?
I don't mind. That's what I was saying.
Oh, is that what you're shaking your head? Is it? Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. So, Ariana DeBose, she for me was one of the. Now I'm going back to Hamilton because, you know, I like Hamilton a little bit.
Says La La Land's not his thing and raves about Hamilton.
Hamilton's a stage play. Anyway, Hamilton. She played the bullet in Hamilton. She was I don't think she had any lines, or she had one line maybe in Hamilton, but she was so interesting, charismatic, you know, as part of the ensemble. In West Side Story, she was incredible, like unbelievable. The emotion from you know, well, when she was obviously the girlfriend of the leader of the Sharks.
Bernardo, yes.
Yeah, Bernardo. So that's what. Yeah. You know, she's obviously a important part of the whole story in terms of helping Maria kind of get out there and meeting boys and blah blah and things. But then after, of course, spoiler alert, her boyfriend dies, and there's that scene with the Jets in that bar where they kind of are a bit forceful with her. Like, that is one of the, I don't like hyperbole too much, but she was absolutely incredible in that scene. From almost accepting her fate to then, you know, getting the strength to walk out with her head held high when the people the Jets are stopped by the owner of that store and things. Like she absolutely blew me away. You know, we talk about how great the cinematography was in West Side Story. I think her performance was what kept me glued to the screen. And yeah, just a perfect performance for me in that film. Collie, you like West Side Story?
Yeah, so it's a fun fact. So Valentina, who owns that cafe, played Anita in the original.
Oh.
And Valentina was like a new character for this version. She was never in any of the old like stage plays of it or the original film.
Wow.
So harken back to the original one. Like Anita in the original film was a highlight of that film, and just a very big character in it. Like, not only just in terms of like, you know, important character, but very much like a standout performance. And I think Ariana DeBose has done Rita Moreno, who's the actress who played her in the old film, like complete justice, and even added on to that legacy of this firecracker of a character who, you know, is kind of not egging on Bernardo as such to fight or that, but, you know, is obviously trying to wind up the opposing gang and stuff like that at the dance, you know, wanting to dance publicly in front of them and stuff like that with Bernardo to show off and stuff. And then, like, come to the end of the film, Bernardo's passed away. She comes into the apartment and sees Tony and Maria there, and she obviously loves and cares for Maria so much. So I think, like, she very much showed a very hard shell, and then you know, a very sensitive side as well in that. So like to be able to play both of them convincingly in a film's a really hard task and a big ask, and I think she absolutely nailed it. I think she was absolutely fantastic in this, and like I say, it was big shoes to fill because Anita was one of the biggest roles that I was looking forward to seeing how it would be portrayed in this film, being a standout in the original, and again went above and beyond. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. What about you, Todd?
Yeah, like I say, it wasn't my cup of tea, and I really struggled to kind of be in it, if that makes sense, be sort of engaged by it, the whole film. But I thought she did an amazing job. I think I seem to be talking a lot on caveats tonight, like, oh, if this doesn't work, this doesn't. But I think in terms of musicals, you can be let down by the singer. The singing can be great if they're not singing again. The singing can be great. It's difficult to act as well alongside that, and I thought she did an amazing job with that. Like you say, that kind of almost catalyst role. I think she did an amazing job, and I think the high energy she brought with it was yes, it is good to see me, Massey. I've got the chat open. Thank you, EC. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I just echo everything you said. I think fantastic energy brought to the film, and the relationships between the characters was brilliant. So yeah.
Excellent. Now the next nomination for Best Supporting Actress, Judi Dench in Belfast. Collie?
So this was an interesting one. Like, and we'll touch on this with Ciarán Hinds as well. I thought it could have been the complete opposite. This is more like a nomination mention that it easily could have been Buddy's mum and dad nominated. So Katrina Balfe and Jamie Dornan nominated in both of these supporting roles. Because like Ciarán Hinds and Judi Dench, don't get me wrong, were both fantastic. And again, we'll move on to Ciarán, so I'll stick with Judi for now. But like the way that they played like this elderly couple, and she's obviously like uber religious and has obviously grown up with a lot of the, not so much the troubles because this kicks off the troubles, but like always that divide between the two religious like parties in or not parties, but you know what I mean, like sides in Belfast throughout her life. So I think like some of the scenes with Buddy, like one of the funnier scenes is when they're sitting on the couch and he's like, oh, how do you like, you know, do you tell a woman or a girl that you love her or whatever? And the back and forth between Ciarán Hinds and Judi Dench is just like so not uncomfortable or conservative in that, but like she's just telling like Ciarán Hinds to like piss off and like leave her alone and stuff like that, because he's like, you know, oh, you do this and you do that. But then they stand up and they have like a little dance together and stuff. And I think like Judi Dench is such like an esteemed actress that she's now in these roles that like she's playing this elderly woman, and it's obviously a bit more frail and stuff like that. Because like the main roles I've ever seen her in was as M in James Bond, and she's this like absolute like powerhouse. Whereas there was a film, and I don't know if either of you have seen it. I can't remember the name of it, but it was her and Steve Coogan, was in a film. I can't. The name escapes me, but it's again, she's playing like a really old, vulnerable woman. But in this, it was kind of like old and frail, but like really, really strong, like a typical Northern Irish kind of Celtic woman who, you know, had gone to church every Sunday of her life, never missed one and stuff. I thought it was an amazing performance, but I do have to say that in the supporting actress role, it would have been just as satisfying, and I would have waxed as much, you know, lyrically if it was Buddy's mum that was in this nomination as well. But Judi Dench is like, you know, royalty at this point. She's an unbelievable actress, and anything that she's in, she's gonna be a focal point and she's gonna stand out. So yeah, I really enjoyed her in this. But again, like when I seen that she was nominated, I was like, oh, okay, like I can see why, but I can see obviously if she wasn't there as well, you know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, I completely. I actually think it's probably the most undeserving of the nominations. But I do think that it's like, you know, when DiCaprio got his Oscar for The Revenant, you know, he should have got it a few years earlier. I think it's more like a career kind of nomination. I think I definitely feel that, you know, you said you probably wax as much lyrical for if it was the mum. I think the mum is more deserving for best supporting actress, sorry. Like by far, to be perfectly honest. I think it was Judi Dench. I'm not taking anything away from her. I think she was really good in the role, but I just do think that for her to be the best supporting actress, you know, next to Buddy's mom, etc. I just feel like it's the wrong person that's been nominated, really, for me. But again, she did really well. She did do really well in the role. Todd, thoughts?
Yeah, I think I'd echo what you've said, but in a bit more sort of like, it didn't piss me off. It wasn't to that extent, but I think this is one of the issues with the Oscars, is that, you know, is it Katrina Balfe? Is that how I think you'd pronounce it, Katrina?
That's how I was reading it anyway. Yeah.
Katrina Balfe, like you say, she for me was the best bit about this film. Like, I was glued to her. She was amazing, and I can't. Judi Dench was very good, like as this woman, but Meryl Streep wasn't nominated this year, so like there had to be a level of Oscar royalty in there, and I think that's where Judi Dench came in, and I think they'll have put her forward because they know that it's a more surefire bet if they are going to win it than Katrina Balfe will be, and I think it, like, I don't know, it wasn't.
Like, so just on this, and like, it's a person that I fully expected to have been nominated, but wasn't. It's Marley Matlin in Coda. I know we'll talk a lot about Coda going ahead, but like, how's she not nominated? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even, like, we're obviously talking about like a person from the same film, mm-hmm. but how's Marley Matlin not even considered to be one of the five? It's just a bit weird, if anything. But yeah, I think we seem to be all on the same page that she was amazing, but maybe there were, you know, like it was more of a kind of tip of the hat to kind of, you know, how esteemed she is and stuff like that. You know,
give her a lifetime achievement award. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's fine. Todd, I love your passion. It's fine. Right, the next nomination in Best Supporting Actress, Kirsten Dunst from The Power of the Dog. If you don't mind, I'll just kind of kick off with it. Yeah. Again, another one where I thought she was really, really good, but you mentioned there, you know, the mum in Coda. I think she's more deserving than even Kirsten Dunst as well. Again, a good performance, and I think the chemistry also between the actual married couple who are married in real life, her and Jesse Plemons, was really good. It was, you know, the relationship she had with Cody Smith McPhee's character as well, obviously her son, who is a troubled boy, and you know, had some issues and things, or some character development that was needed to be done, and they were basically each other's rock sort of thing. I thought that was really, really, really good performance. But yeah, as I say, it's another one of those where I feel like there was better people that should have been nominated. Todd?
I think I completely get where you come from. Like, I think it's fair. For me, the decline in Kirsten Dunst's character was amazing. And again, I think it was a performance that was subtle. I know there was moments, she had big moments, but we talked about that scene around the piano. Like, I sort of I felt for it in that moment, and it was her that did it. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't the situation. Yes, it was shot beautifully. Yes, everybody was acting wonderfully around her, but it was her that took me into that moment. It was her that had me there. And I think when you're up against like these, you know, you've got the polar opposites kind of. I know that's too. You've got Benedict Cumberbatch, you've got Jesse Plemons, and you've got Cody Smith McPhee, who have these like really descript sort of characters. You know, Kirsten Dunst could have fallen through the cracks, I think, playing against them three, and I think she did an incredible job of being subtly strong. If that's a phrase I can use, but yeah, I thought she was very, very good. I thought she was, like I say, powerful in a quiet way. is the way I would put it. Collie?
Yeah, so I'd like say what Todd's saying, but even like more so, I thought she was absolutely outstanding in this. I thought she had to have three different relationships with three strong male characters in this. She had to be a mother to, again, like you're saying, this troubled kid, wife to this, Jesse Plemons, who's kind of like a bit, absent in it and stuff like that. He's not there for her very often and stuff. And then obviously this big combative relationship with Benedict Cumberbatch. I think like Todd says, the descent into alcoholism and stuff and breaking down. I thought she did it really, really well. There was even like obviously like one of her standout roles that I know a lot of folk will know her for is like Mary Jane in the Spider-Man films, and some of her scenes really. I mean, Spider-Man 3 is an atrocious film, but like in that, obviously her and Peter like conflict and split apart and stuff like that, like, and then they reconcile, and I think like she has a similar kind of arc in this film, which is like what 20 years later, like just under 20 years later or whatever. So I think like it's just come. I've not watched much with her in since probably, that I can remember anyway. But I thought this was completely standout. I thought she played the frailty really, really well. And then there's that kind of big fuck you moment when she's away and she sells all the. She chases down. Like I thought that we didn't really talk about it in the cinematography, but when she's chasing down that the guy that came to visit it to buy the hides and stuff like that, and as they're leaving, she's like, like. There's that sense of like realization that, oh well, he burns them because he doesn't need them. Well, I'm gonna fucking piss him off like royally. I'm gonna go, and then she's sprinting after them and she's taking off her shoes and she's like, wait. I just thought she played it. She played like vulnerable and strong, like so intertwined. I thought she was fantastic. I thought she was really, really, really good.
To be fair, I may be being harsh because I think, Todd, you're saying as well there that she was subtle in a lot of things. I may have been sucked in by the over-the-topness of Benedict Cumberbatch's character and the, the side of it from Cody Smith-McPhee. As you say, there's, Colin, as you said, there's like three really strong male characters that she has to play off of. And it could be that I was maybe just drawn in by those side of things opposed to like her side of it. Again, I do think that, the piano scene, she is very good at that. Like it's a very tense sort of moment. So again, I may be being a bit harsh, but that was just my kind of initial kind of.
Hey, it's like it's your thoughts, and you're completely. That's fine. I just like I thought she was amazing, and I thought she shone through those three male performances. And she so easily could have just been like a shrinking violet and just completely, not only just from like a character sense point of view that she was being dominated by Benedict Cumberbatch in terms of like beaten down and worn down, but like even like as an actress in a performance, it could have just dwindled away into nothing. But I thought it was a standout, and to say that again, I know we'll come to Cumberbatch in a bit, but to say that she was a standout against him in for me, like again, we'll get onto it, but like a career-defining performance for him, for her to be in the same film and performing to that level, I thought was awesome. And like similar, I know I briefly mentioned it in Mitchells and the Machines, but like the chemistry that her and Jesse Plemons had was really interesting because they managed to play every aspect of that relationship, from like just getting to know each other at the start, like how he's like offering to help out and stuff like that. He's really like sheepish about it. We won't get to discuss him really because, unless we get to the best picture nomination. But like I thought Plemons was excellent in this as well, and I think Dunst maybe pulled that out of him. I know he's a good actor and stuff, but I think like she pulled a good performance out of him, whereas he could have just been a bystander in this film because he's not that important of a character. He's like the fourth tier of character after Cumberbatch, the kid, Kirsten Dunst, and him probably, and I think like she pulled him up alongside him to be at the forefront of this.
And I think that's interesting you say that, because I think that's kind of where I'm like, saying the subtlety of her with the I was pulled in by the three others, and thinking back at it, it could be her performance elevated each one of them as well as part of it, and that's maybe why I wasn't drawn to her as much because she did a lot of the heavy lifting, which meant that there was kind of Sean sort of thing.
Maybe, again, like maybe on a rewatch, like after our discussion, you could see it in a different light. Because I think like yeah, Cumberbatch was a bastard to the kid, but I think like he was equally a bastard to her, and I think that was because of how she played the vulnerability of it, you know, because like how it affected her. Like she wasn't just like, obviously it's the way that just the character's written, but like she could have just been like crying all the time or whatever, but there was that underlying like strength that then came through in that scene with the chasing down and selling the hides. Sorry to touch on that again, but like you could tell that she was like fizzing underneath, but he was just like chipping away at her, and that piano scene, like I think in years to come, like that could be an absolute like, you know, S tier scene for her, like looking back on her career and how many years are that, you know. But yeah, that's all on that for me. Sorry, we rambled on that one a bit.
That's all right. Todd, anything else you would add to that?
You're muted, mate.
Muted.
Apologies, JP was taking Mavis out. Yeah, I'm good there, thank you. Yeah,
cool.
That's me.
Cool. Okay, and then the last nomination in Best Supporting Actress is Ingenue? Ingenue.
That's how I would read it.
Yeah.
Ingenue Ellis in King Richard. Now, I literally just watched this film yesterday. One of the three I watched yesterday. So
you want to lead it then?
Yeah,
it's just for fresh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, she, you know, obviously we'll get to Will Smith. He was obviously nominated for Best Actor. It was her and him that were the sort of, you know, the adults of the parents of Venus and Serena. And it's funny we're talking about Kirsten Dunst's subtle performance. I thought hers was incredibly subtle, incredibly powerful, alongside Will Smith's, you know, his more not bombastic, but his more like his more.
He was very headstrong.
Yeah, exactly. He had the voice, he had the physicality, you know, of Richard Williams, and hers was a lot more subtle, but a very, very important part to keep Will's. Sorry, I don't know him. I don't actually know him. Sorry, Will Smith.
Mr. Smith to you.
Mr. Smith. Big Willie. Keeping his more external performance grounded to the level of which, you know, we're talking about how potentially it was Kirsten Dunst that lifted the other guys up. I think she was just as important for Will Smith's performance as he was for it as well. So yeah, phenomenal, brilliant, really, really good. Collie?
Yeah, so I thought again, similar like you say to Kirsten Dunst, I was definitely going to draw comparisons between the two. And her, it was interesting because in roles in films like this in fiction, because I know this is based on real life, the wife of a very, you know, headstrong, like dominating, but not in like a negative connotation kind of way, male, like it tends to be just like, oh, Anna's wife is just like there. But it was good that the way that they established it from the start, that yeah, he was this guy with this plan, but like she was fully on board with it. It was her that was like, you know, while he was maybe focusing on Venus, it was her that was cheating on Serena and obviously raising the other kids as well and stuff. And then they're all on board with it, like going ahead. And then obviously there's the conflict at one point that between, you know, Will Smith's or Richard and the wife and the coach and Venus and stuff like that. Like there's two sides to the coin, and then they reconcile. And then I thought like some of the best performances from them both was when they were talking to Venus after her losing at the end, and they comfort her in the locker room and stuff like that. I thought like some of the interactions there between I mean like I guess like a special mention to both of the girls who played Venus and Serena. I thought they were both really, really strong performances on their part. I mean, I don't know the age of the two girls that were playing them, but I think like even at a youngish age that they are, I think they've got a long way to go. And I think like performing under somebody like Ingenue Ellis, and I'm sure she did at the time, and I'm sure she will, like moving forward, keep an eye on these girls and like look after them. And there's probably, you know, a really strong role model for them to follow and being this strong female performance in a film that is titled and completely, male driven. And that I know it's about like these two female tennis players, but it's the story of Richard Williams, not of Venus and Serena. Kind of. I know it's like their origin story. I know they're not superheroes, but you know what I mean. Like it's the story of their young life, but it's all about this guy who had a plan for his kids from before they were even born, and he was like so like hedged, like pushing towards it, but like she's very much the yang to his like yin and stuff like that. I thought it was really, really good. And like I know we kind of like poo-pooed Judi Dench a little bit in this category, but I thought this was, alongside animated feature, one of the strongest categories that we're going to be discussing. I thought we'll say 4 out of 5 were absolutely top tier, and I think just to cap off our discussion, I thought Angelou Ellis was fantastic in King Richard.
For me, it was touching on like trying not to say the same things and trying not to touch on the same things. The scene where one of the girls had won one of the matches, and they're giving it the big one on the way back, and Richard isn't happy with it and makes them sit down and watch Cinderella, and then when they don't get the message of the film about being humble, Richard's like, right, get everybody back down, we're doing it again, we're watching it again. In that moment there, it was like a kind of, that was where she stood out for me, Angelou Ellis. That's where she stood out, because it was kind of, there is this man who has a plan, who wants to get this message across, and she is more than willing to go along with it and support this plan and help this plan, but she doesn't take the shit. And like you said, Collie, Andy's wife, it wasn't that. It was, if she had something to say, if she had something to do, she was there doing it. And again, a weaker performer could have faded into the background against Will Smith and against the two girls, because like, but also when Will Smith gets into like an altercation with some young lads outside the tennis court, and when they come home and how did it go? Oh, Dad got the shit beaten out of him again, or Dad got his ass beaten, or something along those lines. Like there's this woman who's been there the entire time, and you feel it from it. And I thought, like you say, very strong performance, in a, like you say, in a stack category, which I think will be interesting when we come to the next category. Sorry, not the next one after that. Yeah, brilliant, absolutely fantastic.
Okay, doc. Well, Todd, who do you want to win, and who do you think will win the Best Supporting Actress?
I want Jess Buckley to win it. I think her coming out, like it would be an amazing success story. But I thought she was amazing. She really knocked me for 6 in that. I think Kirsten Dunst is going to take it. I think the Academy will give Kirsten Dunst it.
Collie?
I think in a 1, Ariana DeBose will take it.
I'm the same as you. Absolutely. I think I want Ariana DeBose. She won the Golden Globe as well. So that's kind of what I was sort of prefacing on as well. So yeah, completely agree. Okay, look, are you guys needing a toilet or anything? Because I'm
So if you want to take a 5-minute break, we can.
Yeah, I think we'll take a wee break just now. I'm kind of needing a piss. So guys, we will be right back, just in like 5 minutes or so, and we'll get cracking on the next one, which is the Best Supporting Actor. See you guys soon. Hello, hello, hello. We're back.
Yo.
Hello.
Oh, I was bursting for that. I'm sorry.
All good?
Right. Okay. So, let me just make sure that's fine. Perfect. Okay. So we are going to move on to the next category, which, as I said before, is Best Supporting Actor. So Best Supporting Actor. The nominations are: we have Ciarán Hinds for Belfast, we have Troy Kotsur for Coda, Jesse Plemons for Power of the Dog, J.K. Simmons for Being the Ricardos, and then Cody Smith-McPhee also for Power of the Dog. So, first nomination, Ciarán Hinds. Todd, do you want to take us away?
I think I'm going to be sort of, repeating a little bit. I thought he was good. I thought he was very good, but I think I was going to say Jason Donovan. Who am I on here? not really Jason Donovan. Jamie Dornan. Very different people. Jamie Dornan was done dirty here in terms of like not being nominated in one way, shape, or form, whether it was for best or best supporting. He was a good granddad. He was an interesting part of the film, but for me, I could find a number of different people. I would have nominated, just while we're on about like the son, the eldest son from Coda, over Ciarán Hinds. So yeah, like I say, fine, good, great performance. But there's nothing that now Belfast I watched a bit ago, so it's not fresh in my mind. But the mum stood out as much as I can't remember the lad's name. Jamie Dornan stood out, and it's still there with me. Couldn't tell you much about what Ciarán Hinds did other than those moments with Judi Dench but I just for me, fine. But I don't understand this one because I don't think he has that prestige that the Judi Dench has to kind of warrant a nomination like this one.
So
yeah, I'll pretty much echo. Sorry, on you go.
No, on you go. Go for it.
I was just gonna say, like, I'm echoing the exact same sentiments that were kind of covered with the supporting actress. Like, very good. I was a massively esteemed actor and stuff, but there's like roles within a lot of the other nominated films that you could have probably pulled through. Even like Oscar Isaacs in Dune, for example, I thought did a really good job. So like he could have been as a supporting actor, but yeah, like not to detract from Ciarán Hinds, but there's probably better nominations than himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, completely agree. Yeah, absolutely. And again, that is, as you say, Todd, it's one that stands out immediately. Is that why is Jamie Dornan not getting a wee nod for that? I think just purely thinking about the exact same film, I think he did a lot more as a supporting actor than Ciarán Hinds did.
Just to speak on him, like the conflict between obviously the guy that was trying to recruit him to quote unquote the cause, I thought he was like really, really strong in those performances and stuff like that. And then like Ciarán Hinds was more just like as an advisory figure to him every so often and stuff in the film. So I thought like even just based on how he was standing up for his family and returning from working in England to kind of stand up to these people that were trying to obviously cause a lot of disruption in their community, and I thought he was really good in that regard.
Definitely. Thinking about Belfast, Buddy, do you think he'd probably class as if he was to be nominated to be Best Actor, right?
Yeah, he's the main character.
Yeah. That's fine. I was just trying to think, who else could potentially be put in there, but yeah, certainly, it's same as I say, same thing with Judi Dench. Ciarán Hinds probably be nominated there more. I don't know, more the name, the lifelong kind of thing. I don't know. We'll move on then. We'll move on to the next one. So it's Troy Kotsur from Coda.
Kotzur's fine.
Yeah, from Coda. Now, does anyone want to start off with this?
You can if you want.
Yeah, I was going to say, you look keen.
Yeah. Like, he blew me away. Absolutely blew me away. He was unbelievable. To be a deaf actor, and to convey so much emotion, from, you're limited as to what you can do. You can't use you can't use your voice, or it's the way that he performed was, again, hyperbole, one of the finest actor performances I've seen ever. I thought he was absolutely unbelievable. The father figure who owns his own business, but also relies on his daughter, and feels bad for having to rely on his daughter as the only the only hearing person in their family. To then, even when the more emotional bits towards the end with the songs and the part when we are in watching her sing from their point of view with like the no audio and things, and the emotion on his face, and it's just genuinely one of the most moving performances I've seen in a long time. He was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Collie?
Yeah, like you've pretty much covered it. Even just as like the comedic relief, I thought he was really good. The bit when he's at the doctor's office, and him and his wife are obviously trying to getting annoyed that they can't. Well, originally they were told they can never have sex again, which was quite funny. And he's like, obviously, like, because he can't use his words and stuff like that. Yeah, and he's like overemphasizing things using like sign language and stuff like that. I thought like it was just really, really well done. And for me, like, I mean, we talked about it, I think I was streaming at the time we were talking about it. The scene in which he asks to hold his daughter's like vocal cords as she's singing was just unbelievably well done. He, like, every emotion that he was trying to convey on his face, he absolutely nailed. And it was one of those moments in a film that just like properly gets you and stuff like that. And yeah, I thought he was absolutely fantastic. And I think he covered the spectrum of completely over the top silly comedic to absolutely serious and all the emotions in between that. I thought he did so well, and he's doing all that without even being able to convey it like vocally. It was all through the physical performance, which is a lot to ask for.
Yeah.
Todd?
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I think it's hard not to just go, yes, I agree. But I think the comedy moments for me, I thought because it was largely comedy moments with obviously him getting frustrated about the business and how that works. The moment for me, and I know we'll touch on the whole film and everything to do with that, is the moment in the meeting where he stands up and wants to talk about the fact that he's going to start his own business and that's the way it's going to be. That and obviously Amelia Jones is there, his daughter is there talking for him to the rest of the group, and there was like this level of acceptance, but he didn't give a shit about the acceptance. He didn't care. He was focused on this one thing, and that for me was the moment where I was like the other moments, the vocal cords where he's watching her singing on the stage were amazing, and but it was that moment where it broke for me, where he was really going for it, that made me kind of stand up and go, holy, he was phenomenal. There's no other word for it. He was one of my favorite performances from the films that we watched for the Oscars. Yeah,
absolutely. Next we had Jesse Plemons from The Power of the Dog. Now we have kind of obviously touched on him here, but Todd, do you want to elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah, so I think we've touched on what I'm going to say when we were talking about Kirsten Dunst. I don't think his performance would have been as good without having Kirsten Dunst to bounce off. He was very good, don't get me wrong, and I love Jesse Plemons. He's one of those people that we've seen this kind of, when we're talking about who was it? Ariana DeBose, I think maybe, where saying about wanting to see that rise, wanting to see that kind of where they're going. Jesse Buckley as well. We've seen it from Breaking Bad onwards, and it is brilliant to see. But I think he played a very sort of middle of the road character, and maybe that is the character. Maybe that's the character, and maybe that's me being a bit harsh. But I just felt like there could have been a bit more done with it, especially when there is so much conflict going on around him. When you've got, like you say, this towering figure of Benedict Cumberbatch and the Wilton of Kirsten Dunst, and then Cody Smith-McPhee in the middle of it. I think he could have done more with that. I do think it was very good, but I think he could have done more with it. Collie?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say this. Oh, well, sorry, we've already covered it with Keenan Hines, and I'm saying it again. Like, I think it's a pretty weak category overall in terms of the nominations. I don't think that it's not that he doesn't deserve to be here, but I just kind of find that he's a bit more of a placeholder in this. He was good, but is he in the top 5 supporting performances in the films that were, you know, available? I wouldn't say so as much. Kind of, you know, harken back to Oscar Isaac maybe in Dune, or thinking of some of the other ones, even in like Don't Look Up. Some of the like the scientist guy from NASA, for example. I can't remember the name of the actor from even Don't Look Up. I thought he was a good, strong like supporting performance and stuff. So Clemens was good, but I think like we touched on it with Kirsten Dunst. I think he was pulled up through performing against her. And yeah, I don't have too much to say on it.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. You know, there's 2 nominations here for supporting actor for Power of the Dog. He is definitely the weaker of the 2. The way I see it is, like, if you've got a best supporting actor, you know, nomination, surely you have 1, because you can't have 2 of the best supporting actors from one movie, really.
Well, I guess for me it speaks more as to weakness of the category, the fact that they could get 2 in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you can have a big cast and like, you know, 5 of the main character, or like, you know, 2 main characters, and then there's like 5 or 6 underneath them, and you could have a couple of good performances from them. I can understand how you could get multiple nominations from the same film, but because I don't think it's as clear cut as like best actor and actress. Mm-hmm. Supporting actor can cover a wide variety of people, so if you get 2 amazing supporting performances, then they deserve to be nominated. But for this film, I don't think Clemens really deserved, quote unquote, deserved to be there.
If you think so, I'm sure it was last year, Judas and the Black Messiah, which is an insane film. If you've not seen it, I would highly. You had your 2 main, and they were the 2 main actors. You can't get away from it. Were both nominated for best supporting, and like, you know, you look at them and you think, right, that is fair that you've got 2 actors, you know, who put the best performances of their lives in, no questions asked, in the same category, and then you've got this where it's kind of like you say, it's filling it, it's making sure that there's something in there. Because, but then again, like you say, I'm just looking through the list. There is a lot more. I feel like deserving actors in there. Even your man from Big Bang Theory, and I despise that stupid program. But in Annette, he played a conductor, and he was in love with Marion Cotillard's character. Like, he should be up there for me instead of Jesse Plemons. I think there's so many that you could go through.
I must admit, I've not watched much of the other films that aren't Oscar nominated, so I don't know too much about, you know, things. So was that like Sheldon from Big Bang Theory, was it? Or
no, he's like the little one, I suppose, is how you would describe him. If you give us 2 seconds, I'll find his name.
Oh, right, okay. Johnny Galecki, or whatever his name is.
Like I say, I've watched it once, and it wasn't for me. But yeah, I know Sheldon because of, you know, he's the Simon Helberg.
Oh, it's Simon Howard Wolowitz, isn't it?
And
it's Leonard's the main guy, is he? So yeah, Howard, the guy who's mum.
Right, he was class in Annette, right, and really hit. And you know, when people are typecasting, they've been known for one big thing. You know, you see them. And he blew me away. Jesse Plemons really didn't, but I'm sure we'll come back to this kind of theme very soon.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we kind of covered everything about Jesse Plemons there. Yeah. So next one is J.K. Simmons in Being the Ricardos. College, do you want to start us off?
Just going to echo pretty much what I just said about Plemons and Kieran Hines, to be honest. It's not that I don't know why he's here, but I don't think he was that. He was J.K. Simmons, like he was a big bombastic performance and stuff, and He was good, but I don't know. I just he's not even anywhere near who the two contenders for me in this category for winners. So I don't have too much to say. Like, he was good, like he was perfectly serviceable. He wasn't shit, but yeah, same as Plemons and Hines. Like, just could have been someone else, I guess. I certainly think with Simmons, even more so than Hines, it was just kind of a prestige thing of he is J.K. Simmons, and fuck it, like we don't have anyone else. Let's just nominate him.
Yep, absolutely. Todd?
Yeah, like, he was the best bit about this film for me.
Yeah, agreed.
And he was in it for about 10 minutes. You know, because the one thing he did, there was a line that made me giggle me back off, and I can't. It was something about him being very aggressive towards a 10-year-old. I think it was. He said he's going to speak. I don't know. That was it. It made me laugh really heavily, and then that was it. And I can't believe. And I love J.K. Simmons, but he should not. He shouldn't be anywhere near this for this role.
I thought he was good in the script reading scene near the beginning, and then there was the scene where Nicole Kidman and they like kind of co-star are sitting outside, and then he's standing at like the opposite side of this backstage area, and they're kind of having a wee chat about it. I thought he was good in that regard, but again, not mind blowing.
It almost felt like a cameo, didn't it, as opposed to like a supporting actor. That's the way I saw it anyway. The film, obviously, you know, there was two big performances, one more so than the other, I would say, and he was like the cameo. I wouldn't say like there was much he did that was you know, that was out there, that was you know, we kind of touched on the fact that with Oscar categories and nominations, it's the 5 things that, you know, or actors or actresses that blew us away, and you're right, he was J.K. Simmons. He just did his normal J.K. Simmons thing, and that was it. You know,
sorry, I found the quote, and like I'm sat here going, trying to. It was and if little Rusty is a communist, then I'm going to beat the shit out of a 7-year-old kid. I have no problem with that. And it was that big sort of J.K. Simmons voice. Yeah. That's it. That's like, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's it for me.
Not to my temple, Lorna. No, you're right.
And then, of course, the last nomination in the Best Supporting Actor was Cody Smith-McPhee in The Power of the Dog. Todd?
Yeah, so I think, obviously, him being Kirsten Dunst's son, kind of they were measured against each other in terms of their character. You could see elements of her in him, but obviously with this kind of like, obviously awakening and wanting to be the person. Like, for me, he's up there. Like you say, there's 2 nominations really, and he's the other one. I thought he was measured. I thought, you know, the way that he kind of not bounced off, because that's not the phrase, but worked alongside Benedict Cumberbatch was massively impressive. Because I don't think I've seen Cody Smith-McPhee in a lot, and if I have, I don't think he's really like sort of stood out to me. Where here he was a standout in, again, a film full of them, full of moments, full of actors, full of shots, etc. And I thought he did a phenomenal job. Now I'm like wise to him. Do you know what I mean? Now I want to see more.
Yeah.
How he, you know, it's the type of performance that if we hadn't have been watching all of the Oscar films, among just watching films for the enjoyment, I'd actively go and seek out to see what else he's done and where he's going next. So yeah, for me, really well done. And I don't want to repeat myself, but in the same vein as Kirsten Dunst, measured, subtle, but had that power about him. There's a smirk that he does every now and then, that like where he knows that he is okay, he knows who he is, and that was very satisfying to see as well. So yeah,
that turn, and you're talking about that turn right at the end. When he's putting the rope underneath his bed with the gloves on and stuff like that. That smirk I thought was really good. It might be a bit like maybe our reach at the moment and stuff, but you're saying like performer alongside Cumberbatch and he stands toe to toe with the guy. It really reminded me of Paul Dano and Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood, like a really young actor. He's 25 now. Cody McPhee is, and Dano was like 23 at the time, going up against Daniel Day-Lewis, and Cumberbatch obviously is an extremely good actor. Daniel Day-Lewis is a bit of a different beast, but like to go toe to toe with the guy and their interactions when like he was like, it was a really weird performance in like the best possible way, in the fact that he was playing a weird character. Like he was a very introverted, like quirky. Obviously, there's the sexuality question there as well, and like it's amazing because obviously the character's having to do it in the way it's written. But when he's walking through, what's he doing again? He like walks through the camp and he does something. It escapes me what he did, but he's getting jeered at by all these like ranchers and stuff like that. And is it something in a tree or something? I can't remember what he does anyway. But he comes out the house and stuff, and they're immediately like jeering him and hassling him and stuff like that. And the way he just plays it, he's like completely oblivious to it, and he's just like, this is what I'm doing and stuff. And then I talked about it in the cinematography, but sneaking about the forest or the kind of wooded area, sorry, and then like spying on. I thought he was absolutely excellent in this. And I think if it wasn't for, and I'm spoiler alert, but if it wasn't for Troy Kotsur being so good in Coda, I think it would be like a standout performance for me to be the winner of this. It's just kind of one of those things that it's unfortunate that he's came up against a generational, in terms of, and maybe like Massey said with hyperbole and stuff like that, but just like such a different performance. That I'm like you, Todd, like you were saying, I'm really excited to see where he goes on to. Now that he's like obviously got a bit more, he's got a nomination for an Oscar, which is a big deal, and he's only going to move up in his kind of prowess as an actor. Because like he did like a couple of X-Men films and stuff like that, which is much about nothing. I do remember him in the Dawn of the Planet of the Apes film being really good, and even all the way back to The Road, he was really good. I've never seen Let Me In, but I know that that's a really highly regarded film that he was in. As a young actor, I mean, he was in his early teens then, if not slightly younger. So this is the chance. And I think he's got him to like push on. He's one of those things though. It's kind of like Dano, but not like Dano. Like he's got a very distinctive look, and he could end up being like not to put it in kind of that kind of, but he doesn't have a leading man look, so he's gonna have to be like a character actor more than anything, in my opinion. Not to be like totally like derogatory about it or that, but that's how I see him being. Is the Paul Dano kind of, really like getting into his performances and stuff like that, and I think like it's going to be a real stepping stone for him, or I certainly hope it is.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. And it's interesting to say about The Road, because that was the first thing I saw him in. I loved that film. Working alongside.
I don't know if it's that kind of film that you can say you love, to be honest.
No.
It's fucking depressing.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not saying that I love that film, and that I'll watch it on like a Sunday.
Cannibal scene, that was fucking class.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I laugh along to it when they're walking down this desolate road and getting like having no food and stuff.
I know what you mean. Like it's one of those like films that's just like. I mean, we've talked about like. I will come along to a couple of films because of the people we're going to talk about in the future, but like the likes of Silence and Schindler's List, which we talked about obviously with the cinematography side of things and stuff. Like The Road's one of those films that you want to experience, and I think like him playing against Viggo Mortensen and how powerful an actor he is, to play alongside him. He's obviously had these big mentors throughout his acting career. What's the name of the boy that's plays John Connor in like one of the two last Terminator films, and he's in Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. He plays his dad.
Oh, Jason Clarke.
Yeah, so like there's another like powerhouse of an actor. So he's obviously had these male mentor figures that he's worked alongside, and hopefully like he's going to continue to build on the experience that they're passing on to him, because he's a very talented young guy.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Todd, you did say like it was a measured performance. You're absolutely. I think it could have easily been one that would run away. It could have been, played a bit over the top in terms of, what his character is like. You said about the question towards sexuality, the kind of troubles that he has potentially.
That could have just been hammed up to like 11. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And even things like we're kind of thinking like autism-y sort of thing.
Oh, definitely. I think you're right there.
Yeah, like again, that could have easily been played to Spinal Tap, turned up to 11 kind of thing. So I think it was a very powerful, very interesting, and very, very good performance. But yeah, I think we're a way to find out, why if he's going to win or not, or why he may not. So, Collie, who do you want to win, and who do you think will win in the Best Supporting Actor?
I want to think Troy Kotsur for Coda.
Todd?
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. Want to think Troy Kotsur.
So I'm a bit different. I really want Troy Kotsur to win, and he won the BAFTA. I did tag you guys in the speech that he gave, which was brilliant, absolutely phenomenal. But I actually think that Cody Smith-McPhee will get it. I think he's going to get it. But I really, really want Troy Kotsur to get it, 100%. I would love it if he got it. Absolutely. Okie doke. So we are now moving on to Best Actress. So Best Actress, the nominations are, we have Jessica Chastain for The Eyes of Tammy Faye, Olivia Colman for The Lost Daughter, Penelope Cruz for Parallel Mothers, Nicole Kidman for Being the Ricardos, and Kristen Stewart for Spencer. What are you laughing at?
Don't know why you did that Penelope Cruz accent, but
It was the accent and the look.
yeah. So Chastain for Eyes of Tammy Faye we're kicking off things with.
Yeah, go
so I thought she was unbelievable in this. It's one of those things when it's based on real life, and we'll touch on this in the next category, but when it's based on a real life person and you can, as an actor, I'm sure, go away and speak to people that knew them, watch all this footage, especially a public figure like Tammy Faye, if you read up on her, was and such a larger than life kind of person, and it's weird, you see her early doors, just as she's meeting Andrew Garfield's character, that she's already bubbly and over the top, and then it just gradually gets more and more and more amped up and just exacerbated and stuff. It opens, I don't know if it's open on her, but it's
yes,
her eyes, and she's talking about that, and at first I'm just is that Jessica? It doesn't look anything like her almost, until obviously you see her gradually get there throughout the film, and then it cuts back to when she's young and stuff like that, and then obviously she's a young girl, but then when Jessica Chastain steps into the role, just the development of the character, not only does she bounce off a lot of good people in the film, especially Andrew Garfield, I think just as a standalone performance, I was blown away. I thought she was absolutely excellent, and it's kind of similar to one of the standout kind of things which is a real life portrayal, is Christian Bale in The Fighter with Mark Wahlberg. Have you guys seen that? And at the end of that film, they have Christian Bale they show some backstage stuff during the credits, I think it is, and it's him meeting the guy who he plays, and it's amazing to see, having watched him for a couple of hours, be this guy, the mannerisms that he's picked up on. I mean, Christian Bale's a genius, and I think because I went away and watched some of the televised stuff that they would do back in the day as this couple. I can't remember the name of the husband. But Tammy Faye and him would do, and it's amazing how close Jessica Chastain got to her nuances and her accent and everything like that. And Jessica Chastain's a great actress. She's been around for a long time now, but for me, this completely elevated her to being just an upper echelon actress now. Like I say, always been good, but for me, this was very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'll let you guys talk on it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. The assessment, the fact that she's always been a good actress. She's been, in everything she's been in, she's been absolutely serviceable. She's been one of the better parts of a lot of movies she's been in. But genuinely a phenomenal performance. So did you go and watch a bit about Tammy Faye and interviews with her?
Yeah, I went and watched the documentary that it was based on.
Interesting.
Because it's based on a 2000 documentary called The Eyes of Tammy Faye. So I went away and found bits of that I watched, and it's bizarre, it's uncanny sometimes, how close she got to her.
Yeah, so I kind of as I was watching the film, I would pause it and actually go and find on YouTube the interviews and stuff that she did that were on film, And you're right. It's literally like, you know, you're watching the documentary on you know, from the film. You were watching the interview. It was a brilliant performance. And yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. When it comes to being somebody, you can easily it could easily devolve into her just doing an imitation of her, which, I mean, she did the point, but you still thoroughly, you know, rooted for this character. And yeah, I thought she was just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Todd, what was your thoughts on Jessica Chastain?
Yeah, it's interesting you said about the imitation thing, because I hate impressionists. It's one of the, for me, as a form of entertainment, I think I just don't get it. And it could have fallen in, and I don't know how you'll feel coming on, but there's another two in this category that I think fell into that trap. I think she didn't just imitate Tammy Faye. I thought she acted as her, and I think that's the difference. For me, this was one of, because we won't get to talk about it again. It's not it's not in any of the other categories. But for me, this was one of my favorites from the entire sort of selection, and it really surprised me that it did, because I knew nothing about it going in. I knew a little bit about Tammy Faye and what had happened with, you know, with everything there, but like, I didn't know that's essentially what it was focusing on, and what to expect. I thought Jessica Chastain, like you said, at first, I was like, is it really Jessica? Is she in there somewhere? But her mannerisms, and especially her eyes, I feel like you see it, and it's a real performance. It's not an impression. And for me, that was the big one. Yeah. So echoing what you've said, and I think she was the highlight. Andrew Garfield is an amazing actor, and you know, if he wasn't nominated for Tick Tick Boom, could he have possibly been nominated for this? I think there's a fair cop to say he could have been nominated twice, but I think she outshone Andrew Garfield, you know, and I think that took a lot. But she was amazing.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, next one is Olivia Colman in The Lost Daughter. Now, I know we've obviously spoken about the young side of her in Jessie Buckley. But Olivia Colman playing obviously the adult version of I can't remember the character's name, but yeah, Todd, do you want to start us off with this one?
Yeah, so I love Olivia Colman, mainly because I love Peep Show, and she will always be Sophie. But some of the things that she's done since have been amazing, and you know, she has really stepped out and carved her own path, so to speak. But I thought she was just an older Sophie in this. I didn't feel like she was anything other than an English woman on you know, in a different country. I didn't feel like there was anything there that kind of warranted, and you know. It's not. It's like, I think this is a poor category, and I think there's been a lot of actresses who've been done out of a lot of better performances. And like I say, I love her, and I do think that she is like you say, an up echelon actress now. I do think she stepped into that, but for me, there was some, you know, emotional moments. She by no means did anything wrong, but it wasn't that level of sort of. I thought Jessie Buckley did a better job of the character than, and maybe that's the situation she was put in. I don't know, but I feel like Jessie Buckley did a better job, and give me that desperate, give me that lost, and I don't know. It didn't really feel to me like she was doing anything to write home about. A good film again. I don't think we'll talk about it much. A good film, good performance, but not great. So yeah, I don't think there's much else I can say about her. Massey.
See, I'm kind of in the opposite. Like, I didn't enjoy the film that much, to be perfectly honest. And I loved Jessie Buckley's performance. I thought Olivia Colman was really, really good. I think what she does well is the small nuances to her, you know, her her physicality, her face and stuff as well. I think that's come from her comedy background. And in a movie where, yes, she is basically just an Englishwoman on holiday, there's a lot of little nuances I really enjoyed from her. You know, things like the little, you know, even when she's just watching the, what's her name? Dakota Johnson's character and her kid. And then like the things like the conversation she has with Dakota Johnson's mum, I think it is, who asks her to move and things like that as well there. Just her little vocal and facial sort of like tics, not tics, but like sort of, yeah, just
like
just that. Yeah, the mannerisms, exactly. That's what we're looking for. Thank you, Todd. I just think, I thought were incredible, and I genuinely think she was almost as good as Jessie Buckley in this movie for me. Collie?
Yeah, I'm more on the side of Todd. Well, I guess it's a combination of both. Like, it was a pretty like run of the mill, not run of the mill like in a bad way, but just like it was a perfectly serviceable performance by Olivia Colman in a film that was distinctly mediocre, in my opinion. If Olivia Colman should have been nominated, it should have been for Pal in Mitchell and the Machines. I thought she was excellent in that. I don't have like too much to say. Like, I didn't really enjoy the film. I thought it was much about nothing, to be honest. But I think she's kind of, and it'll be for the same for the next two for me, just a kind of nod to her prowess and the tier of actress that she is now, that, you know, that's why she was nominated for this. I don't think she's got a chance of winning it. So it's just kind of a tip of the hat kind of thing. I thought her interactions with Ed Harris were really good. I thought they were really good. I think obviously he's an amazing actor in his own right and stuff. So I think like some of their interactions earlier in the film were really good. But yeah, I don't know if it was just like a Dakota Johnson thing or that, but I don't know. I just found it a bit jilting at times. I just didn't feel it was a very smooth film from a performance angle.
What do you think about? This is for both of you. What do you think about Dakota Johnson?
I think she's all right. I don't think I've seen her in. I can't even think off the top of my head what I've seen her in. I thought it was, by the way, I thought it was a good effort for Maggie Gyllenhaal though, as the director. I'm excited to see where she goes forward with it. It wasn't much for me. Like, yeah, she's not really been in anything that I've watched, to be honest. Dakota Johnson.
So the only one for me where she was like a standout was the remake of Suspiria.
Oh yeah, I see that here. I won't watch. It says horror, so no.
And like it is like it's horror. Do you know what I mean? Like I was a little bit cold on the original because it's very sort of like of its time, and it's very Argento, and it's very, you know, the remake was phenomenal, and she was amazing in it. And Tilda Swinton, obviously, but you know, we're not here to talk about her. We'll talk about her another time.
I just asked because like every time she was on screen, I cringed. I thought she was fucking horrendous. I genuinely did. I thought she was horrible.
The main thing I know her for was the Ellen DeGeneres interview.
Oh, yeah.
When Ellen's like, "Oh, how was your birthday party?" And then I was never invited, and Dakota Johnson's like, "Yeah, you were," and like it's so obvious that like Ellen DeGeneres has just forgot, and Dakota Johnson's sitting there like, "Well, you kind of were invited, but you said you had a thing or something like that." So that's like all I know her about is that, because that's like, you know, the Watch Mojo like top 10 cringiest moments on TV and stuff. So that's the only really thing I know. She was in that 50 Shades films, but obviously I never watched them.
Your mum's did though.
Probably yes.
Yeah, no, I thought she was fucking dog shit. Anyway, moving on here. So we're moving on to the next actress, which is Penelope Cruz, for the Spanish film Parallel Mothers.
You can take this one so you can stop doing that bloody accent.
So Penelope Cruz in Parallel Mothers. I don't know if it's because it's a Spanish film. I'm fine with a lot of foreign speaking films, but nothing gripped me in this film really. I thought I don't think she was deserving of a nomination. I think if anything, the girl that played Anna probably was more deserving. But again, I think because it's Penelope Cruz, I think that's probably why she got the nod ahead of Anna. I don't think she did anything spectacular. It might be because it was a foreign film. That sounds really xenophobic, doesn't it? No, I don't know. I just didn't. Her performance didn't do anything for me. I just thought it was. I don't know.
Sorry, just like to jump in, but I do think it was a case of it's another film that is, to use Collie's word, serviceable. I think it was fine. I think she was okay in it. She did what I would expect if I read sort of a synopsis of it and read what her character had gone through. I would expect that from her. Do you know what I mean? I don't think there was. I don't think there's a lot more I can say about it. I didn't think it was a bad film. Again, but yeah, I don't think she did anything phenomenal. But I don't think she did anything terrible either. I think it was just an acting performance that you'd expect in a film like that. I don't know. Sorry to just but I think that's the best way.
No, absolutely, because I was at the point there where I'm like, I don't know what else to say. I just thought it was an actress in a film. It was nothing stand out about it for me. But Collie, maybe you're different.
Yeah, I've got kind of similar. I thought she was the best thing in it. I thought she was a grade above everyone else. The actress who played Anna was very good, but you could tell that Penelope Cruz has got a bit more of a pedigree behind her, I think. So she was good, but it's a very weak category, and this is probably the weakest nomination for me personally. Decent film. Probably never watch it again, but I would still recommend people go and watch it though. I thought it's one of those ones that if you're into your films and stuff, especially if you enjoy foreign language films and stuff, it's worth watching.
Yep. Not much more to say about the performance. Now, the next one, I am going to let Todd take off for this one because I know what his thoughts were about the film. So the next nomination was Nicole Kidman in Being the Ricardos. So Todd, go for it.
I don't get Nicole Kidman. I don't understand how she has the and again, it might just be it's like an opinion, it's a subjective thing. I do not understand. I can't tell you a performance where I think, wow, that was really good. And the fact that she's nominated, not actively pissed me off, as in, I'm not stotting about the house, I can't believe Nicole Kidman. But, it just ruined me day. I've just had a shit day. Why? Because Nicole Kidman's been nominated for an Oscar in Being the Ricardos. I thought she was shite. I thought it was, I've seen, I will go as far to say I thought it was a bad performance. And so I didn't look at Tammy Faye, and I will, but I went and looked after some clips from the shows Lucy that she played, and it was just an impression and a poor one at that. And I don't think the prosthetics helped her, the makeup and stuff. I don't think it helped her in any way, shape or form. I thought it was a pale imitation is the way I would describe it. So I think this is when you said there, Collie, about being the weakest nomination, I thought this was. I can't believe that she's. It's not even a case of I think there are other people who could be. I can't believe she's been nominated in it. I think she was really poor. But again, might be biased because I don't like her as an actress. Anyway. Sorry, there. That was me little sort of soapbox. Collie, do you want to?
I thought she was good. I mean, it's an Aaron Sorkin film, so it can be quite dialogue heavy. And I thought she delivered it all pretty well and convincingly and stuff. I'm the opposite. I actually didn't go and look at Lucille Ball, whereas I did with Tammy Faye. But I think that was just because I enjoyed the film a lot more and I wanted to know more about it. it's not so much that I don't get Nicole Kidman. Like, I think like she's been good in a few things that I've watched. But for this, she's just kind of a tag onto a pretty empty category, to be honest. Like, no chance of ever winning it. Just kind of chucked on there because of the prestige of her name, I guess. And yeah, that's about. It didn't anger me as much as Todd, but I'm just kind of a bit like shrugging my shoulders and just being like, yeah, well, I guess like if she wants to be, or if they want her included, then fire away. But you know, there's categories of performance in this, and she's at the bottom with Penelope Cruz.
Yep. Yeah, you know, I agree. I think I was the same as yourself, Collie. I didn't actually go and look at stuff about Lucille Ball because I thought the film was all right. But I genuinely thought Nicole Kidman was one of the better parts of it. And just to make you guys aware, do you know who won the Best Actress in a Motion Picture over Jessica Chastain, over Olivia Colman, over Kristen Stewart at the Golden Globes? Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman won it. So, yeah. So yes, I actually think, again, we're talking about how weak the category is. But I do think that she was, again, pretty good. I'm kind of like yourself, Todd, in that I don't really get Nicole Kidman as such. I never really have. I don't know if it's because of the type of films that she is normally in don't really interest me. But she's never much been someone that I would actively go and watch. But I thought she was pretty good in this role. I thought, you know, we'll always have the comparisons of Jessica Chastain and Nicole Kidman because they did a similar sort of thing, and it was a real person in a film about their life. I do definitely think Chastain did it better. But I think Nicole Kidman was pretty good. But yeah. Anything else you want to cover with with Nicole Kidman at all? No. Okay.
I'm good for that.
So the last nomination on this list was Kristen Stewart in Spencer. Obviously the film about Diana Spencer. If you don't mind, I'll kind of kick off on this one. I thought she was brilliant. I thought, like, again, it's another actress who I've never gotten, like, from Twilight. You know, I'd seen her in that. Zoe wanted to watch it. Zoe liked it. I didn't. Although Team Edward. But she's had a lot of like critical success with you know, like a lot of like the what's it called, the kind of pretentious movies and stuff that she's been in. She's had a lot of love from like your
They're
Cannes
indie
film
movies. They're not pretentious movies.
Well, yeah, okay. Sure. Her pretentious indie movies that she's in. Yeah, she's had a lot of love, obviously, from like Cannes and stuff like that, and it's kind of weird to me because I don't really get her, but in this, again, it's a performance of a person who was real life. It's kind of based on fact sort of thing. Her descent from, and her constant like fear of what people are saying behind her back, her you know, it was isolation that she had, and it genuinely, like, I think I kind of know how Todd feels about this film as well, but it genuinely felt like the whole film was like Shining like to me. It was Shining-esque, and it was the big it was kind of the isolated but vast place that she was in. She had you know, her decline in mental health and things as well was really well done throughout the whole film, and yeah, I thought she was exceptional. I thought she was absolutely fantastic, and I was very, very surprised. And now I can see why in the more stuck-up, pretentious indie films that she, you know, if she's having performances like that in these sorts of films that only like people with monocles wearing and stuff like that would watch, then I can see that. And a beret, yeah, exactly. So yeah, I thought she was absolutely phenomenal. I thought she was absolutely phenomenal. Collie, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I'm gonna echo what you said. I thought she was fantastic. I thought, like, I have no interest in the royal family, never have, but from a person that's interested in conspiracy theories, like, there's a lot to tied with Diana, so I've read up a fair bit about her, listened to podcasts about her as a person and stuff like that, and I think, by all accounts, whether it's her, like, notes in her diary that were, you know, leaked a long time ago, or, you know, interviews with people who apparently knew her quite closely, I think Kristen Stewart played her very well. That vulnerability and the kind of, it's weird, like, it's a hard shell and soft center kind of thing. Like, she's playing, you know, it hard and like not wanting to accept any shit off the rest of the royal family outwardly, but you can tell inside that it's like getting to her, and it's really, really like the, you know, the blasé way that Charles treats her with the open affair with, like, Camilla and stuff like that. It's like she's been taken for a complete mug, and she's, like, you know, really hurt, like I say, hurting inside, and but wanting to be strong for her boys. And I thought it was excellent, and I think, like, it's a really close second to, I know spoilers again, but like a really close second to Jessica Chastain in this category for the best actress, in my opinion. And I know, I think, Todd, you're maybe slightly different than us. That's just why I wanted to jump in second. But obviously, let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, so, like I said to my friend my new friend on Twitter that I've made recently, that, like, Kristen Stewart was the best thing about this film. Like, and I found the film to be, the word I used was drab. Like, I really sort of, like, I was like, no, we're getting through it. And she was the best thing about it. I'm not a Kristen Stewart fan, but my problem is I haven't seen her in a lot. Twilight is like a comfort film for JP. It's something that she'll stick on, and she knows back to front and all sorts. So it's on in our house regularly, and I walk past, I'm like, fuck, what is right? I'm not a fan as it is. I don't think she was like the impression like Nicole Kidman was. I do think there was acting there. There was a performance there, and I think the vulnerable side of it was really good. But it wasn't for me at all. I felt like it was a bit samey. I know it's a horrendous word to use, but I don't feel like there was a lot of variation in the performance. And I know it's only over a short amount of days, but it wasn't. She didn't grip me. She didn't, and like you say, with not having an interest in the monarchy, with not having an interest in the royal family, not.
Wait, sorry guys. I just fucked up the sound. Sorry. Hold on. I heard it a little bit, I think. Wait. Right. Go for it now. That's it. That's it.
Phone's died as well.
That's it.
Okay.
Sorry. That should be it now.
I said at the beginning, just use your normal fucking headphones.
They've run out of battery. You were right.
Oh, fucking twat, honestly.
Sorry, guys. Right, Collie, you were saying. Oh wait, what the fuck? Wait, there you go.
I can hear you now.
Are we back? Are we good?
We're back. Sorry. Right. Okay. Collie, you were saying.
Wait, me?
Yeah, you were talking.
How long's it been out for?
Just like 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
So did we hear anything of Todd?
Oh wait, yeah, it was Todd that speaking, wasn't it? Sorry. Yeah, I'm sure Todd made a great point. Todd.
Oh, like I won't, because obviously we pushing on, but like all I was saying was it was the best thing about the film. The film was drab and bored me, and I think, like I said, it just wasn't for me, and it was like she didn't blow me away. She wasn't excellent. And then Collective, you were talking about the director, and basically he's just basically how it's like a similar sort of thing to the Jackie film.
Yeah, he did Jackie with Natalie Portman in it, so it was just saying that like the director, like obviously maybe on the back of that was like wanting to look at another, you know, strong female alongside obviously royalty in this case, but it was a president last time and stuff like that. So yeah, I thought she was really good in kind of conclusion.
Yep, absolutely. Okie doke. So audio hitches aside, best actress then. Todd, we'll go to yourself first. Firstly, who do you want to win, and then who do you think will win?
Jessica Chastain for both. I think I wanted to win, but I think it was the best performance there. I think she will.
Collie?
Yep, same for me.
Okay. I went a bit different again. So yeah, I 100% want Jessica Chastain to win. She absolutely deserved it. Because Nicole Kidman won the Golden Globe, that's why I've said that I think she will win it.
Fuck off.
What?
You just be like, oh, because, oh man, that's such like, yeah, okay.
What?
Nothing. Basing it on them winning other awards and stuff.
Is that a cheat code, is it?
No, it's just, yeah.
No, but I 100% do. I definitely want Jessica Chastain to win. I will be really happy if she does win. Absolutely. Guys, are you okay if I go for a quick pee again? I've got baby bladder right now. Are you guys needing anything, or?
No, I'm good.
Oh, fuck. When Todd's not needing a piss, that's when I know.
We can recover Spencer from Todd's point of view while you're away.
Right. I'll leave you guys on stream. I will be 2 seconds. I'll just go for a quick pee.
Cunt.
Thank you. Back in a sec.
I fucking said to him at the start, put in your normal fucking headphones.
Live on stream as well. Wasn't even before we started. Wasn't it on stream? Was it on stream?
I think it was. Yeah, it was.
Clip that. Somebody go back and clip it.
Maybe it was. I don't fucking know. But you were as Todd is my witness, very close to God. But, yeah. So yeah, we just kind of covered that. Like I thought it was like a strong second in a relatively weak category, but for me it was like Chastain like S tier, Kristen Stewart was maybe like A tier, and everyone else was like maybe C or something like that. Like for me there was a fair drop off.
Like I know you're not a horror fan, and I know that it'll never change. It's the way the Oscars are. It's part of the issue. But like Niamh Algar, who was in the film Censor, Tiona Paris. I don't know if you've seen Passion. Like there's these that wasn't a horror film, but I look at that category and I think there are so many films that like kind of had these phenomenal female performances in lead performances. And
for me, you're missing Alana Haim in there for Licorice Pizza, which I know we'll talk about. Even Jennifer Lawrence in Don't Look Up, I thought she was excellent. Like whether you like her as an actress or not, I thought she was really good in that. So sorry, on you go.
It was Emilia Jones. I can't believe we haven't talked about her in Coda. The last learned American Sign Language didn't learn her lines in sign language. She learned the entire thing to work. And I know that's not the performance, but it just encompasses for me what's kind of wrong with the Oscars. I know I've said that a couple of times.
Fucking hell, yeah, that's a great shout. But that's like 3 there, and even Rebecca Ferguson in Dune I thought was excellent as well. So anyway, right, is that you back?
That's you back
for half an hour.
Yeah, plenty of time though. Right, we will move on to the next category, which is Best Actor. So the nominations are: we have Javier Bardem in Being the Ricardos, Benedict Cumberbatch in The Power of the Dog, Andrew Garfield in Tick Tick Boom, Will Smith in King Richard, and Denzel Washington in The Tragedy of Macbeth. So, first nomination is obviously Javier Bardem. Collie, what do you think of his performance?
I'm kind of in the way that Todd thought about Nicole Kidman. My thoughts on Javier Bardem in this film was that he was pish. Like he was, I thought like I guess it kind of had to be a bit hammy from who he was playing, but fuck me, I thought he was just like. I guess maybe it was a conscious decision, but I just thought he was annoying, obnoxiously so. Like I think it was from a character and a performance point of view. Like Javier Bardem's an incredible actor, and I just thought he absolutely phoned it in here. To be honest, it really, similar to Todd, it didn't like spoil my day or that, but it actively just like every interaction, I was just like rolling my eyes and just. I think if he'd have been better, I think Nicole Kidman would have been better in this film. I think kind of opposite of what we're saying about Kirsten Dunst with people. I think he pulled her down in this film, to be completely honest. So yeah, I don't have too much to say apart from like I was disappointed because Javier Bardem, like 99% of films is excellent and probably one of the best things about the films, but he just wasn't very good.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely spot on. That's exactly how I feel about it as well. I think he was poop. He was absolute poop. And it's very interesting that you said there about the fact that he dragged Nicole Kidman down a bit, because that when I was watching, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was, his performance was distracting. It was genuinely so distracting from, the film as a whole, but also Nicole Kidman and her performance as Lucy. Just again, you're right, over top, hammy. I genuinely did not enjoy it, and I think I'm really surprised that he got nominated as part of it. So yeah. Todd, I mean, what's your? I know you love the film, so what's your thoughts on Javier Bardem? You're muted, mate. Fuck's sake, Todd, messing with sound and I
Watch him out. We will take over. No, I thought I'm the same. I didn't think when I was watching it, he detracted from Nicole Kidman's performance, but I can totally see that now. All I could think was, can we just get him? Mm-hmm. Can we get away from this? Can we move on? Because it was just, like I say, as the character, in the TV show, yeah, it should be hammy, it should be big, it should be over the top, because that's the style of the TV show. It was the same, One Division did something very similar, but and kind of riffed on, I Love Lucy and all that kind of stuff. But when he is being, the man around the house and that kind of thing, he needed to dial it back. I'm just echoing what you said. I think it was piss poor.
It's not so much that he detracted her, but I just think like if she maybe had somebody better to bounce off of, mm-hmm. or not somebody better, but like him being a bit better, I think like it was just overall, because we're not going to speak about it again. Like overall, like as an Aaron Sorkin film, I thought it was really poor. Like I thought it was really poor, especially with like some of the stuff that he's done. Like the likes of Moneyball is probably one of my favorite films like ever. I love that film. I love how like it's quite a dry topic, but the script pulls it through and really pulls you in. Like Trial of Chicago 7 as well. Like fantastic, and just this was like pretty poop. To be honest.
They're so dialogue heavy. What you need from a Sorkin film is performances, and you got that in Chicago 7. You got that in Moneyball. Like, do you know what I mean? And you didn't get it here.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, sorry.
Agreed. Absolutely. You're right. With Moneyball, you had Brad Pitt, Jonah Hill, Chris Pratt.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say in Chicago 7, you had all of them.
It's just weird. Like when you look at his filmography, like it's been Molly's Game, Trial of Chicago 7, and Being the Ricardos. He's directed as well as wrote.
Yeah.
Whereas like Moneyball, Social Network, and stuff, and Few Good Men, he wrote them. So it's interesting that I would say like Molly's Game's pretty meh, like not great, not bad. Mm-hmm. Trial of Chicago 7's excellent, and then Being the Ricardos is pretty pish. So I don't know if him being director detracts away from how good his writing is, maybe. Mm-hmm. Like all power to him, obviously wanting to step into the director's seat, but you just think of like how good the script writing is in Few Good Men, Social Network, Moneyball, and then all the way back to like West Wing and stuff like that, like how good it is. But it's the performances that pull that through. I don't know if he's just I get not to like criticize the guy obviously, but just like burning the candles at both ends, that he's too busy trying to think of it directorially instead of just as a screenplay or as a writer,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Hands in too many pies. Absolutely. Stick to one side of it, and the writing, obviously. He's an incredibly talented, fantastic writer. I think you're right. I think just try to do a bit too much in terms of directing as well. Absolutely agree. Anything else you want to talk about with Javier Bardem? Are you sure now? You sure you want to move past?
Oh, I'm good. His
Yeah?
pitch was a good covering of it by me, I think.
Fair enough. So the next nomination was Benedict Cumberbatch in The Power of the Dog. Todd, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, like I say, Benedict Cumberbatch is not an imposing fella. Like, he doesn't have that presence in terms of his physicality immediately. He has to work towards that because he isn't the size of, you know, some of these absolute machines of men. And the other thing was that in this film you don't see him there's no real violence, there's no real sort of like you know, there's nothing there. It is all him. And yet from the minute he comes on screen, like you know that everybody's shit scared of him, and you know that nobody messes with him, you know that his word is final. It is for me, and I love Benedict Cumberbatch, and I know he has his critics, but for me this was like one of the best performances I've seen him in. Again, it's a strange film because it's not something that I would actively seek out to watch, but I will watch this again. This is something where like it'll be a rewatch and it'll be for the performances. And Benedict Cumberbatch was the highlight in a very, very good film.
Yeah. Collie?
Yeah, just kind of echoing what Todd says. Like, physically, he's not the most imposing guy, but he's like, especially playing this character, it kind of reminded me of him playing Khan in Star Trek Into Darkness. It's like that underlying, like, nasty streak to him, like his eyebrows and stuff. He's just very facially, you know, like the faces that he can pull, the subtlety of it and stuff like that. I think like there's not very many people out there that are better than him at it. Just like some of the dialogue that he had with, again, like we touched on it mainly with Kirsten Dunst and Cody Smith-McPhee, like the interactions that he has with both of them are just like so underlyingly like intimidating and stuff. Like I thought he was excellent in this, and definitely a career high probably for me, I think, thinking off the top of my head. And there's been some highs that he's had. Some stuff that he's done's been absolutely crap, but like for me this is like one of if not, I'd say probably his best performance.
Definitely. And you're right. I think, you know, you're both going back to the fact that how he's such an intimidating character, an intimidating presence without being a Tom Hardy or like a Hugh Jackman, like ripped to shreds kind of thing. He is with obviously using his intellect, his obvious mean streak that he has, being an intimidating figure. You know, not just for the people that work for him, but also even, you know, the patrons that were playing the piano in the cafe thing that they first go into. And it's but then he's also obviously got this softer side to him that he kind of keeps hidden from everyone else. You know, and again, we talked about how there's the hints of sexual preferences that are maybe not aligned to what someone of his standing or his sort of like career or his job or whatever is meant to have. Something that's been touched on quite a lot or a few times in obviously like Western-y kind of stories. And his reminiscent of the past. His what was his pal's name again? Something Henry, wasn't it? Ryder Henry or something like that.
Something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Aye. And obviously, so his longing for, you know, for remembering him and that shadow that looms over him through the whole film. And then yeah, absolutely the way that his character interacts with Cody Smith-McPhee's character is there's subtle nuances there that, again, you know, it's never actually explicitly said that he's, well, firstly, like homosexual or you know, has anything like that, but the way it's played out, the way that he plays it, you know, that's kind of something to character that we kind of get an idea for. I think it's a unbelievable performance to get that sort of information out about a character without, you know, explicitly just just saying it, or either him or someone else saying it or whatever. Brilliant, unbelievable performance. And again, it's something that absolutely blew me away. I was expecting to go to Power Dog and for it to be mainly kind of cinematography based and like your typical Western would be. But he absolutely like stole the show in terms of the actors and characters that were in it. Anything else you guys want to talk about Benedict Cumberbatch? No. Cool. Perfect. Okay. Now the next nomination here is Andrew Garfield in Tick Tick Boom. You guys okay if I go ahead with it?
Yeah. Cool. Away, of course.
Perfect. So another Lin-Manuel Miranda joint. Andrew Garfield, like. So I went into this film knowing it was Lin-Manuel Miranda, thinking, it's going to be, I'm going to enjoy it. There's going to be some good songs, blah, blah, blah. Andrew Garfield was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And genuinely, I don't think I've been as moved from a performance. Well, certainly in the Best Actors, I don't think I've been as moved as much as I was from Andrew Garfield. He plays the kind of driven Jonathan Larson, who obviously is trying to workshop and write this play. So of course his acting is obviously incredible, but also his singing and stuff as well is a real standout. And part of the story you may or may not know was that Lin-Manuel Miranda cast him because they share the same masseuse or something like that. And Lin actually asked the masseuse if Andrew Garfield can sing, wanting to cast him as Jonathan Larson. The masseuse said yes, and then basically as soon as Lin left, the masseuse phoned, I'm sure it was masseuse or whoever, phoned Andrew Garfield and said, start learning to sing. And that was, know
that's class.
That was literally yeah. And that was it. So he didn't know how to sing before, as he was cast essentially in this film. I just incredible. The way that he plays Jonathan Larson, who obviously is a different guy, has one thing on his mind, but also try to juggle these relationships with his friends, who obviously have their own troubles, with the AIDS endemic that's going along around at that time. His relationships with his partner, who wants more out of life, wants wants an actual long-term relationship, wants to be engaged, married to him, but of course he's married to his art. Yeah, there we go. Collie, would you like to take over from there?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was just pulling up Garfield's filmography there. For me, he is one of the best, quote unquote young, I'll say under 40 being young actors out there. I thought he was unbelievable in this. We kind of touched on it when we were talking about Isa Tammy Faye. He easily could have been nominated for playing Jim Baker as well. I think like the singing was a bonus on this, but I thought him when he wasn't singing was even better. There was the instance in which that his power gets cut out because he's not paid the bill and he's frantically phoning up and stuff. He just played Larson as like this just manic guy that's like 100 miles an hour and has got this like creative genius within him that he's just struggling to get down on paper when he's trying to write that song that he was missing out on because he was told by Soderbergh that told him he was missing the song and stuff, and he's like 6 years or something like that since that he'd still not written this song, and I don't know how dramatized it was that he was writing it the night before or whatever, but I just thought Garfield was unbelievably good. Like, I know he's probably more publicly known as a household name for playing Spider-Man and stuff, and I feel bad for him because overall I quite like those two Spider-Man films, but he's the weakest of the three. But you just think, like, watching him for like the last 10 or so years, like Social Network to Hacksaw Ridge to Silence to this and Isa Tammy Faye, like, I think he's just an amazing young actor, and I think there's still a lot more to come from him. I was going in with high expectations because I've seen him in like Hacksaw Ridge and Silence, and he still managed to blow me away during this. So it's for me, he's the standout in a strong category.
It was Sondheim. Soderbergh's the director. Sondheim was
Sondheim,
the composer.
sorry.
Yeah, he was West Side Story. Was he West Side Story? No, he wasn't. Was he? No, I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so.
No. Todd.
Yeah, Garfield has this kind of like the emotions in his eyes, and it hits every single time. He seems to kind of understand, you know, I hate the phrase where people like they understood the assignment. He understands what scene, he understands every single scene he's in, and he plays it to within an inch of its life. When I first heard, there was one of the songs where Tim and his friend looking around that new apartment and then going back to the old one, and it kind of like, it was like that rock opera type thing where I kind of the music, I don't know, it was something about that almost not put me off the film, but I was just like, oh, this isn't for me at all. And I've gone back and watched it over, and one of the bits for me in terms of the singing is Therapy, the song with him and Vanessa Hudgens, where she's like yodeling over the top while he's singing. That as a piece of direction, as just like, obviously it's on the stage, but as a piece of craft that you're watching, was phenomenal. I like Collie, I think he's already doing amazing work, and I think he'll be in this list year after year after year, and completely deserved, because the guy just understands how to portray an emotion without going too over the top. He gets that, and I love the frantic side of him. But the other thing, sorry, just quickly, with Best Actor, I always feel like they're emotional performances. They're always very serious performances. This is just thinking back and trying to like pluck names out, but like is one of the ones that I've enjoyed the most. You know, when we talk about, I loved that film. I didn't enjoy it. Like I enjoyed his performance. I actively like enjoyed what he was doing. And he was phenomenal. It was amazing.
Absolutely. Next nomination is Will Smith in King Richard. Anyone else want to take that?
Collective, do you want to take it? Do you want to?
Yeah, I can take it. Yeah, so me and Todd, I think more than all three of us have talked about this, and I kind of just thought that this is Will Smith's best performance for, was it 21 years, I think I said, Todd, since he played Ali in like 2001 or something like that. Not that he's done too much since, but for me, I thought Will Smith was absolutely fantastic in this. The rugged kind of ambition of Richard Williams that he was trying to portray, I thought he played really well. I thought he played the kind of caring side that you don't see too much of in the film really well. The antagonistic side with the coaches and the media and stuff really well. I think it was like an all-round, like, multifaceted performance that he had to do, and I think this easily could have slipped into just being another Will Smith performance at this point in his career. But I think he really kind of, grabbed the chance to show off that he does have it, the kind of the good side of acting that he showed off earlier on in his career. I thought he was fantastic. I did go in with like high expectations for this as well, because it had been kind of, I'd never seen this like when it was first coming out or whatever. It was only like since the nomination buzz that I watched it. I know that both of you, I'm sure you'll talk on it, but you were like, oh, I don't know if I'm really looking forward to it or not. Kind of a bit trepidatious about it, and I was the same, but mainly because when people were like waxing lyrical, I was like, is it Will Smith just being like, all because it's Will Smith, or is he actually good? And I thought he was fantastic. Like I say, best performance of him for over 20 years. And I really, really do hope that this kind of kicks off a couple of other good roles that we can see him in the next couple of years, and he doesn't kind of devolve into shite again.
I think that's the thing with Will Smith, like he almost became like more than an actor, and was then taking roles that were like just for his name kind of thing, and not mainly focusing on the performance. But I completely agree. I think he was unbelievable in this. I think he was again it's based on obviously a real person, and like I did with the Tammy Faye one, I would pause it and I would go into YouTube and watch some of the interviews that took part in the film and watch them, how they happen in real life, and he has everything down to a T. And again, it's not just an imitation, but he has everything about Richard Williams down to an absolute T. The voice, as I said before, the physicality, as you said, the drive. He's got a plan that he keeps kind of going on about, and like it's genuinely, Colley saying that the multifaceted performance is absolutely spot on. That is the best way to to explain what he did in this film, and yeah, absolutely. I know Todd was as well, and I was a bit like, I don't know, Will Smith. I'm kind of just, he does kind of he's almost going through the motions in a lot of stuff that he does. But this one, you can tell he puts heart and soul into it, it's brilliant, unbelievable. It completely, like, from start to finish, he had me in the palm of his hands. He was that good in this film. Absolutely. Todd, your thoughts?
Yeah, so the conversation that we'd had before about, like, I wasn't sure. I've just had a look through his IMDb there, and he is a good actor. He's a great actor. His serious roles, apart from Ali, have been this £7 Pursuit of Happiness, where everything's like, and he has this sort of, he does that look over and over again. It's just a repeat. It's a repetition. This is what I was saying when we were talking about, Collie, about like our 20 years, that like it just becomes samey. And if it isn't, it's, and I love him in things like love my but like Men in Black, Independence Day, Bad Boys, like these bombastic, like almost comedy action characters. He plays that very well, and he does it very well. But it's not, you don't have to do anything for it. This was like a proper performance for me. Like, and I went in with kind of tempered expectations, just because after what I'd said, and then after you'd said about how good it was, I was kind of like, I don't know, like, is it going to live up to it? I don't then want to get my expectations too high. But it was because he wasn't just playing this one-note character. Actually, sorry, he kind of was. That, like, he had this one goal, this one drive, but as in, like, he wasn't playing Will Smith in this. He was playing, he was playing this character. And I thought the way that he bounced off every single person he acted alongside. I know he wasn't in it for that long, but just on the subject of other, because we're not going to get to talk about it that much, I don't think, anymore. We are, but John Bernthal for me was fantastic in this. I loved him, but yeah, I completely agree. I thought he was funny when he needed to be. He hit the right notes, especially in, like, the emotion and stuff. But just that kind of determination came through. I thought he was excellent. I thought he was. It's going to be difficult to split the best ones in this, but he's definitely up there for me.
Yep, absolutely. Collie, anything else you want to say about Will Smith, King Richard?
No.
Okay. So we'll move on to the last nomination in the Best Actor, and I will start this one off if you don't mind. So it's Denzel Washington in The Tragedy of Macbeth. Now, I'm going to start this off because I have very strong feelings about this film. We've obviously spoken about the cinematography already, and we don't talk more about it. Thank fuck. I hated this film. Absolutely hated it. There was two positive points in this film. That was, number one, cinematography, which you talked about, and how excellent it is. And number two was Denzel Washington. He was really, really good in this film. We spoke about Letterboxd. I gave this film 1.5 stars. Literally, half a star was for cinematography, and 1 star was for Denzel Washington. That's how good he was compared to everything else that was in this absolute dog dump of a film. Like, he was... well, firstly, like, I've never seen a Macbeth before. I don't like Shakespeare. That sort of stuff just doesn't do it for me. I mean, like, it's 2022. Why are we still talking, like, Old English? So that side of it didn't do it for me. But Denzel, we're talking about the before about the cinematography, where there's things like he was off in the shadows, even just little things that he was doing to keep you engaged on him, because he had to carry a lot of the weight of the film because it was so fucking terrible. Like, he was, there's parts where he was like, it was towards the end. He was like sitting in like a throne that was like, was it like snow or something? Was like floating about him, and he had this like monologue. I didn't understand a word he said, but it was incredible. Like you could tell that he was like accepting his fate, waiting for the end. He knew that it was coming, and blah blah. And I thought he was really really good in it. Again, I think there is in terms of the best actor, there's other ones that are better. Not Javier Bardem, of course. But I thought in an absolute dumpster fire of a film, I thought he was very very good, very very good. Collie.
Yeah, I'm not like a fan of Shakespeare or anything like that. Like, never learned it like in school or growing up or anything like that. But similar to, I wouldn't say I enjoyed the film for what it was. I knew going in that it was going to be, you know, Shakespeare, this and that. So I'd made my piece about it, and as an objective adaptation of Macbeth, I thought it was excellent. Like, you could tell that the delivery of the lines were there. And all that, and I think like the whole cast did really really well. To be honest, I thought everyone was excellent, but Denzel was the star of the show. Todd, you got the volume of the stream on?
He does.
How about? Must have just. There we go.
Oh. Okay. So yeah, like I thought he was the standout as the lead. But I thought he was backed up by a great supporting cast, like Frances McDormand as Lady Macbeth. I thought was excellent. I've enjoyed, even though like I do like a good play and stuff like that in terms of like adapted into films. So for example, Denzel directed Fences a couple of years ago. I don't know if either of you have seen that, but again, like he's doing stuff like The Equalizer, and then I think like he's then doing his independent or his like stuff. This is an independent film; it's a Coen brother film, but you know what I mean. Like he's doing the not Denzel the action star stuff, and I think it just adds another. Again, to use the word facet again after we're talking about it with Will Smith, but it just adds another like element to how good of an actor Denzel is. I mean, you look over the last 10 years, he did Flight, and then the next year he did Two Guns. And that's like the opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of like a really good acting performance and then a really good like action performance. And I thought like just in conclusion, I thought Denzel was excellent in this and deserved a nomination for best actor, because I think he carried the film, but not in terms of like he carried the film alone. But I think he was like, you know, like the jewel in the crown of what's an excellent adaptation of Shakespeare, which is something that I've never, like I say, never been into or anything like that. Dialogue was quite hard to follow and stuff, but it just through even like the physicality of the performance, I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah, I'll be sort of like brief because I know we push it to 9, but I thought because I've seen Bad Macbeth, like I've seen a lot of shit adaptations of it or iterations of it on stage, not so much on screen. And I'm not a Shakespeare fan at all. I do like Macbeth though. Of all of the plays, I do like Macbeth. And I thought he was phenomenal. I thought he was a real powerhouse. Just going back to best actress being a poor category, and Frances McDormand could have been in there very easily for me for this. But I think again, it's looking at it from the perspective of how we looked at Flea, that it's a kind of a gamble because it's not a mainstream film and it's not going to hit a lot of people's lists just because of it is Shakespeare. But yeah, I thought in particular the delivery of those monologues were phenomenal. Were absolutely brilliant. And I do think, like you said, Massey, that you might not understand what he's saying. Like when he's delivering those monologues, you might not completely get it, but you understand how he's feeling and what is going on in that scene because of how he's delivering it. It's I've seen plenty. I've fallen asleep during a few. That I thought that was a really really strong performance as Macbeth.
Fair enough. Anything else you want to talk about, Denzel?
Nope.
No, I'm fine to predict this, and then obviously you need to nip away for 5 minutes.
Absolutely. So, Yes. So best actor. Who do we want to win? Who do you think will win? Collie, I'll start with yourself. Who do you want to win first of all?
I want Andrew Garfield to win, but I think Will Smith will win.
Todd?
I want Andrew Garfield to win, but I think Benedict Cumberbatch will get it.
I'm the same as Collie. I want Andrew Garfield, but I think Will Smith will get it. Absolutely, absolutely. Andrew Garfield deserves it in my eyes. I love him. Sorry, I know we kind of spoke about Andrew Garfield, but with like some of his other performances, like I didn't get him, but these last couple of years I've got him, and I can't wait to go back and watch his filmography with the Andrew Garfield love in my mind.
Man, like Hacksaw Ridge and Silence, back to back, depressing as fuck. But like he released them the same year, I think, and they're both fucking unbelievable, unbelievable. And even way back in like Social Network, he was really good as the kind of partner, then rival of Zuckerberg.
Mm-hmm. So like I never seen Hacksaw Ridge. I think I tried it once and I was like, I just wasn't in the mood for it. And again, I think because I didn't understand Andrew Garfield, I maybe just wasn't quite bought in. But I cannot wait to go back and yeah, sort of watch him. Right, so yes, before we go into best director, I'm gonna go and quickly let the dogs out. I'm gonna leave the boys on the screen.
Euphemism.
Yeah, not euphemism. Yeah. So yes, I'll turn off my my mic, turn off my camera. But guys, feel free to chat away. If you want to slag me, it's absolutely fine. If you want to slag chat, it's absolutely fine. If you want to talk anything else about films and stuff, feel free.
I will probably just chat films.
Yeah, no worries. Right, I will be back as soon as I can.
Just get the chat up. Sorry, I'm on the phone.
It's all good. And Lauren, it was Sondheim, because I remember Sondheim, like, I think it's Sweeney Todd is the main one that I remember him having wrote back in the day, and then being adapted obviously into the film and stuff, which is a belting film. Like, say what you want about Johnny Depp, but that's a really good film. Sweeney Todd that he did 15 years ago or whatever. You seen it?
No, I've never watched it. And it's not like, again, I know you're saying like, say Johnny Depp's Johnny Depp. Like he pulls the performance out of his ass. I just think like he's just disappears into the character acting side of things. That, what was it, Dark Shadows I tried.
I think for a while, like he was just like, oh well, I've had so much success as Jack Sparrow, everything's gonna be, oh well, this is Jack Sparrow but a vampire, or this is Jack Sparrow but, like, there was one film that I watched and he was like some sort of tech company. I'll have to look it up, but it was fucking wank. I remember I went to see it in the cinema and I was like, that's fucking, like, he wasn't bad in it, but it was just pish. It was just rubbish.
Transcendence, is that what it's called?
Something like that. Yeah, that rings a bell.
I bought it on DVD. I've got like a small pile of to watch. I might just put that to the bottom of it, like, if that's if that's the case, if it was cack.
But does it seem like, sorry, on you go.
No, go on. I was just going to say that, like, you tend to find that, like you say, they find a level of success and then they do paycheck movies because why not? Because
I don't even think for him it was like paycheck. It was just like phoning it in. It was just phoning it in, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But like you see his films during the 90s, like What's Eating Gilbert Grape, Donnie Brasco, Fear and Loathing, Sleepy Hollow, Chocolat, like Blow. And then 2003 till now is like Pirates of the Caribbean. Once Upon a Time in Mexico actually is really good with him in it. Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
He's got the fake arm. It's fucking class. Then it's like Finding Neverland, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Pirates. So Sweeney Todd, in the middle of that, he was really good. And I actually quite liked him as John Dillinger in Public Enemies, to be honest. Not a great film, but I thought he was pretty good in it.
I think I got that on Steelbook from the pound shop, and I just haven't. Yeah, and I just haven't watched it. I haven't given it the time of day. Because then he was in that Black Mass, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was pretty shit in that.
Again, haven't given it.
I thought he was good as I thought he was good as Grindelwald in Fantastic Beasts, though. I must say.
Yeah, and like we've said, we're going to go see the next one at the cinema. Just and. You know, Mads Mikkelsen's Mads Mikkelsen. Like, you know, he's a phenomenal actor. We still haven't seen the second one. We need to watch it, but
he's gonna be acting against Jude Law, and like, see young Jude Law, like, he was just a pretty boy, but see what really changed my mind on Jude Law was the Sherlock Holmes films. See, as him as Watson, I thought he was fucking so good in that. Like, maybe so not so good as like a leading man, but in part of like an ensemble and against good actors. I think he's really, really good.
I'm trying to think what else. Oh, Captain Marvel. So because Captain Marvel's one of those things that it's the people are hot and cold on it, and I really liked it, and I loved him in it. I thought he was excellent in it. But again, Dom Hemingway. Have you seen Dom Hemingway? It was like
No.
It's a pure like the Blu-ray is in every pound shop. You'll find it. And I think it went under the radar because he's this kind of like Cockney geezer, and honestly, again, he pulls a performance out of his ass that I didn't expect, and especially because, like you say, he's the pretty boy. It was almost like seeing.
When he was Alfie? Alfie was one of his young like films when he was a bit younger. Sienna Miller and stuff like that. Like I remember that just being fucking pish.
It's not, but again, he's not somebody you I really knew a lot about until I'm just having a look through. Sherlock Holmes and Repo Men. Repo Men was really cool. I seem to think is that's the sci-fi one about taking body parts from people, right? Is that? Or is that another one?
No, that's that, is it not?
Is that?
Sorry, Mikey's just saying. So I enjoyed Black Mass as a film. I just didn't think Johnny Depp was very good in it. I don't think it would play in what's his face, the guy that got kidnapped, the guy that got captured. I thought Black Mass was a good film because I love a good like Boston crime film. Like I love that, but I just thought his portrayal was a bit shitty. Who was better in that? It's who played like the politician in it? Joel Edgerton. Joel Edgerton's excellent in it.
Yeah. Sorry.
Really?
Go on.
Whitey Bulger. Yeah, that's him. He was the criminal, but Joel Edgerton was like was he the FBI guy? Yeah, he was the FBI guy. Sorry.
No, I've never seen it. I mean, there's a lot of people that because Dakota Johnson's in it and Benedict Cumberbatch. You know, there's Jesse Plemons. We've got a few crossovers from tonight. But yeah, Joel Edgerton, he was in just because we're going from link to link, was in a film. It's not really a horror. I wouldn't describe it as a horror, called The Gift with Jason Bateman.
I know the one you mean.
And honestly, for Joel Edgerton to play like a creepy bad guy is just like, it was amazing. Like
he was class.
He was brilliant in that. And again, is another one who goes under the radar quite often.
It's cool that they've got him back for Obi-Wan.
Yeah, as Owen. Yeah.
That's why I was like, why didn't I like that Gift film? I just can't stand Rebecca Hall. I think we talked about her. Did we talk about her on Smashy? I can't remember if we did, but I just can't stand her. I just don't. She's in one of my favorite films of all time as like the main actress, and I can't stand her.
And what's that?
Town.
Oh yes. Yeah. See that
Iron
wasn't
Man
that
3.
a first watch for me.
Yeah.
Classic. When we did Smash Eggman, I'm sure that was the first watch.
She's in the Prestige as well. I forgot that she's in the Prestige.
Prestige was such a good, and again, I think that was the first watch last year. And that was incredible.
I might went to see Hans Zimmer in London last night. And then had like such like gig blues. He bought a ticket for tonight because he's playing a couple of nights, I think. So he's going to see him 2 nights on the bounce.
I'd love to. I know there's like the Star Wars experiences in there where you can go and watch like. I know it won't be the same as watching John Williams play, the Star Wars music. But I would love to see a live orchestra play alongside like any film really, just for the experience.
They've done quite a few at the Hydro here, like pre-COVID, for like a couple of the Harry Potters and stuff. I think they did Philosopher's Stone and Chamber of Secrets.
Right.
And I'm sure they did New Hope and Empire. I don't know if they went and done any more.
Living in what is essentially the middle of nowhere up here, like even Newcastle gets nothing. We've been trying to sort out like theatre trips, and it's only just lucky that we found one. But like, there's nothing. Do you know what I mean? Round here, you've got to go sort of Manchester or north of the border.
You've got Dream Theatre next month in Newcastle, though. I'm sad about that.
Shit. That's nobody. The only time I've listened to them is in your streams. I've never really sort of.
I wasn't meaning like you should go and see them, but I'm just
Oh,
meaning,
no,
like, I'm
but-
just jealous because they're down there, because they're not playing Glasgow.
Are we down? It'll
They had
be,
Raiders at the Usher Hall. That was excellent. I did Joker, like Joaquin Phoenix Joker. I did that at the concert hall in Glasgow. It was awesome.
So I'm going to just move that up there so I can see the chat as well.
Are you going to move for JP or anything like that? Are you all right?
No, I think she's. I think she'll be all right. Once Massey comes back, I'll mute my mic and shout down just to make sure. But she'll be absolutely fine. Watching through Gotham again. I don't know if you've watched it.
I need to do that. I need to do that.
It is fantastic. I mean, it is brilliant. Considering it's like a prequel to something that doesn't always need a prequel. Do you know what I mean? Like they don't need origin stories, but yeah, it works really well.
I like the main boy in it. He was the main boy in the OC, Gordon in Gotham.
Yeah, yeah, he's class, and he plays Jim Gordon. Jim Gordon's always like that kind of sort of not cool, but calm, and you see the sort of where it goes up and down for him, and how he becomes Jim Gordon. It is really good.
It's the same. It's essentially he's playing like Jim Gordon year one or Jim Gordon year two, similar to how Pattinson's playing the Batman or Batman in the Batman, like just finding his feet in his role and stuff like that. And he's only going to get on with it. No, I've never seen that, Lorna. No.
Again, high fidelity. If it wasn't for SJ, I'd have never watched it.
Did you watch that the other day?
And then I watched it again very recently. Yeah.
That's right.
And again, I think it was one of those either days or nights where I was just absolutely like wiped, and I couldn't be bothered putting me like attention to anything in particular, and I just stuck it on. I could watch Jack Black do anything, man. The guy is just an absolute genius.
Yeah, he's class.
And underrated because he's silly and because he's a bit like daft. He people really don't give him the time of day that they should. Him singing "Let's Get It On" at the end of that film is just, I could watch it on a loop. It's so good. But yeah, it feels like a while since I've done, like, where are we at here?
Oh,
We're on
Kravitz is in it? Sorry.
In the High Fidelity TV show. Okay. And again, she's not somebody I know a lot about until the Batman, where she was and I thought she was fantastic. Who was I talking to who said that they weren't keen on it?
Snez.
Snez wasn't keen on the whole thing, was he?
Oh right. Oh wait, somebody wasn't keen on her.
Yeah, yeah. Who was I talking? I'm gonna have to. That'll do my head in. But I was talking to somebody who said that they thought Zoe Kravitz was average as Catwoman, which in an amazing film, she was, incredible. I need to see it again. I need to see it again at the cinema before it leaves.
Yeah, me and Gabby were talking about that. I might try it on, because Gabby was supposed to be up the road this weekend, which is only going up on Saturday morning, back down Saturday night, so maybe on Sunday we can see. About nipping in to see it, although it'll be out a super screen, so it'll just be on a smaller screen, but still.
Yeah, well, we didn't see it in like IMAX or super screen or anything like that.
You went to VIP, did you?
That Everyman Cinema, yeah.
Everyman, right? Yeah.
And like it's our little treat, you know what I mean? Because it is a little bit expensive, so can't afford to do it like all the time. But then if we do want to go and see it again, the view's only a £5 and it's up the road, so and then if a film's shit and it's a £5, it doesn't hurt as much. Walking out of Hereditary after paying a £5 didn't feel as bad as it probably could have. I said like Nicole Kidman getting nominated didn't ruin my day. Hereditary ruined my day. Hereditary really boiled my piss. Was that on there? I'm trying to figure out where that sound came from.
Did you give Kiwi a steroid?
Oh, Mike, it's. I mean, I thought it was an independent cinema when we first found it. I didn't realize it was a chain, but if it's as good as the one that we've got, like the menu and everything, it's a proper like night out. Do you know what I mean? The cocktails look amazing. It just looks worth the little bit of extra money. I don't know if things are are a bit more expensive up your way with you being near cities and stuff, but Newcastle's not that bad.
Newcastle's all right. I've been down twice, I think.
Oh no, amazing city. I love it. I just mean like money wise. I think it's still like we're still left behind a little. I'm 45 minutes to an hour away, but like it's still left behind a little bit in comparison to the Londons and the Manchesters and stuff like that. It's nowhere
Yeah,
near as
agreed.
expensive. And like you say, we have this conversation every time somebody announces a gig that we just get skipped past. We just, you know,
London, Birmingham, Manchester, Cardiff, UK tour. Oh, cheers.
yeah. We're up here, please. Oh, newly built, and that's the main thing, that it's newly built. I was in like this basement thing, and again, it's nice. It's really, but you can tell it's been there a while. You can tell it's like, you know, been repurposed into a cinema. We're gonna try and rent it out. So like we're saying about the drama group and like the fundraising and all that kind of stuff. Just as like a treat, because they haven't had it. Do you know what I mean? They haven't had anything good. So we're going to try and rent out a screen and some of the selections. So we've asked the kids, we're going to do like a World Cup type job of like, and vote for the films. And some of the selections, I mean, we're talking, you know, sort of 14 to 18-year-olds. And a couple of them, Scooby-Doo. There's a lot of love for Mamma Mia and Grease in this group of, and I'm just like,
Greece would be a good shout. I love Greece.
I'm not a. It's weird because I do like a lot of musicals, but the whole Grease. I've never seen the original West Side Story, but like that kind of feel to it, not for me. I put Shaun of the Dead and Jaws because they're both 15. JP looked at us like I was a piece of shit. No, we're not watching them. We're not watching them. But yeah, it'll be interesting. There was also a couple of Harry Potters put in there. Which again, if it's what's the Goblet of Fire? One of the kids was like Goblet. I was like, yes, that's fine. The rest of them can piss off. I'm not a Harry Potter man. He talked about me making this stream go on because I love the sound of my own voice, and you know, 20 past 9, audio issues, letting the dog out. He said we can slang him. So
here he goes.
Oh, sorry, guy. He's heard his name. Got lives. I haven't got a life. I haven't. I'll be back on the PlayStation. Just off films. I started Cyberpunk again last night, and I'm determined to get through it. As long as it's not. Thanks, Massey. I'm a fan of yours as well. Fan of yours too.
Cheers. I'm not saying it back because I don't want to like
There's no reciprocation there. As me and collective stuff. And that's all I've been doing. I keep seeing. Oh God, I've gone blurry. I'll just switch your camera off and on again, see if that sorts things out. There we go. Yeah, I've been muting my mic, just stuffing my face as we go. So we've got best director left to do, and then best film.
Yeah, I think like the ones that are best director and best film, we can probably cover quite a lot of the same ground.
Yeah, because it's sorry, go on.
And then we'll just run through the films again. Like all 5 of the directors are in the best picture as well. So
yeah, and because the things that we've talked about tonight all kind of make best picture. The performances, the cinematography, the direction, like. Yeah, so it won't be like you won't have to put up with us for that much longer. Massey will take over. That's absolutely no bother for me. That's absolutely no problem.
The new Lost in Space. I've never watched any of the new Lost in Space. Danger, Will Robinson.
Is it a TV show or?
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Right. Oh, didn't even know it was there.
It's had a couple of seasons now, maybe 3 or 4, 3 seasons. Maybe.
Oh shit! So I've properly missed it then.
I watched 6 episodes of Peacemaker today.
I was just about to say I cannot wait to start. Is it as good as
Oh, it's so good. Like I've always as soon as John Cena started branching out into films, he was in that one. Oh man, what was the one with her that's annoying? Amy, what's her face? That's annoying.
Amy Schumer.
Amy Schumer. He's got like a cameo in that or like a bit role in that. And it's just like his comedic timing's so spot on. and just like he's just getting obviously involved in like more and more films. He's just incredible, and he's so good in Peacemaker.
Because the Suicide Squad. I mean, I'm one of the, I think, about 4 people who really appreciated Suicide Squad, the first one.
I enjoyed the first one. Like I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. But I didn't hate it.
I got the Steelbook, but I was worried that they were going to try and like shit on the first one type thing, and I thought the new one was amazing. I could just sit and watch it for days on end. Lorna's with us as well.
No, that's only fucking J.J. Abrams that shits on the film before it, like he did in Rise of the Skywalker. Just shat all over Last Jedi. Which, like Last Jedi or hate Last Jedi, like I thought J.J. Abrams was a right cunt when it came to like, Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, you don't need to, do you? You don't need to. Do you know why they did Johnson Abrams? Do you know why that happened? Was it like a conflict?
It was originally supposed to be Colin Trevorrow, the boy that did Jurassic World, and he got binned. He got binned off of the third film. I don't know why. Like I think he maybe clashed with Disney or something, but it was originally supposed to be 3 different directors.
Right. I find that really strange. I find it really peculiar that you would go down that route.
And then JJ had to come in and fix it, and to me he didn't. So,
don't get me wrong. I enjoyed all 3 of them for what they were. But yeah, the way that he treated almost was a piss take.
Have you watched that Disney's anti-trilogy video that I put in my Discord a while ago?
No.
I'll put it there on the 2nd of February. I'll put it in the chat here. I highly recommend people watch it. It's the Star Wars sequels, Disney's anti-trilogy. It's such an interesting way that they come out the films, and analyze the films. I can't remember how long it is.
It's where we are here.
25 minutes.
Oh, I'll give it a go tonight.
It's worth watching, and if when you do watch it, give us a shout and we can talk about it. But
definitely.
It's just like an interesting take on it.
Sorry, 2 seconds.
No worries, Massey. You're all good. I think Rach is away to finish Horizon soon.
What a finish to a game, by the way. I hope Rich is enjoying it. It was weird because obviously I couldn't be in streams because I didn't want it spoiling for me, and now everybody's finishing it around the same time, so I can't be in there with people. And but yeah, once Massey's back, I'm gonna move downstairs just so that and then we'll just start. I'll be listening, but I'll just turn my camera off while I shift my laptop and stuff.
You can go do it now, and I can hold the fort. Don't worry, mate.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Right, I'll turn my camera off, me mic off. I'll be 2 minutes. Literally just moving down to the couch.
I'm in charge now, everyone. Okay. But yeah, if anyone does check out that Star Wars mini documentary on YouTube, it's worth it. It's an interesting way that he comes at it. Basically, a kind of summary of it is that the person analyzes the first 6 Star Wars films and says that they're all 6 of them are different from one another, whereas 7 tries to be, well 7 is if 4 and 5 had a baby, and then 8 tries to be different again, and then 9 just tries to fix in quotation marks what 8 did wrong, and essentially it's just being it's too much fan service, and it's anti-Star Wars that the films are trying to be like the old ones, whereas they should be original, every single one of them. I am the captain, Mikey. So I don't wholly agree with what they say, but I think it's a very interesting way to come at things. And if you're a Star Wars fan, it's well worth even if you watch it and go, this is a load of pish. It's worth just listening to different points of views at stuff. Of points of view on stuff. I'm in the office tomorrow, so we'll finish this up in the next like 45 minutes to an hour probably. And I'll just be going to bed because I'm sleepy. Well, Dax is away to be live, which is cool. I want to be there for him as well before bed, so I will keep an eye on him. Snez is smashing out some Fable.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. Oh, good.
Yeah, the thing, just going back to Star Wars, sorry. The other thing and the other issue is, with the whole fan service stuff, is you have to get the balance right because so many Star Wars fans are such wankers. Like the way that
Oh man,
they went on.
The fan base is a disgrace, and that's kind of what I was hinting at without going too much into it when I was talking about Rhea, how Kelly Marie Tran like is led a really successful like Disney film and stuff like that after obviously the horrible backlash that she had after Last Jedi.
Yeah, and it must be difficult to come back from that kind of thing because it wasn't like a sort of a small section of the internet that was just quietly.
Oh no, it was horrible, man. It was fucking
disgusting.
Because it was like racist. It was like, you know, like going after our looks as well and stuff, our weight and stuff, and it's just fucking grim. Like the guy, obviously it was a male. Oh, not obviously, but it was a largely male audience going after her because of obviously the proportion of Star Wars fans and stuff. And like these guys have never touched a boob in their life, and they're coming away and going after a person who's just like doing her job. Like, yes, it was grim.
Adult males as well. That's the other. Like I know it shouldn't be
fucking man-child.
Yeah, but it's the way with a lot of the classic. I don't know if classic's the word, but the bigger franchises that you do find these people like even to the Simpsons. Like we all know we all know where the Simpsons is at, and I am, you know, it's one of the biggest things that's been in my life for a very long time. I adore the Simpsons, but like you don't need to be a prick about it. You deal with what you've got. It's a TV show or a film, for God's sake. Yeah,
agreed.
Sorry, I won't get on my soapbox, but
oh, you're all good.
Let me get me. I had my nice little setup upstairs, but now at least I can stretch my legs a bit. Yeah, some of these films when we've been talking about them, so looking at it, Belfast was the 10th film I watched this year. Like we're going back because obviously I haven't had time to rewatch. If I've watched them, I've seen them. That's it. Like we're going back a bit. Do you know what I mean? Like we're going to the beginning of January for some of them. So it's been interesting.
I literally watched them in order of that list of the 20, and then just went back and rewatched them all. I rewatched all of them in the last like week, apart from pretty much the foreign language films and Flea. Like Drive My Car, Parallel Mothers, and Flea.
Yeah.
I was saying to Massey, like I think it was before we started, but I watched a couple of them on like 1.5 times.
Right.
And then slowed down for the scenes that I thought were like impactful and stuff. But I just wanted kind of like a reminder. Trippy, thank you so much for the 4-month sub, mate. Welcome.
Sorry, guys. Thank you so much. Oh
That's
man. Oh man. Oh, sorry.
You're all good.
I thought I'd done everything quickly. I thought I'd like got everything ready this morning, and I was like, I'll be fine. And then Daisy started being awkward and stuff. So we're there. Right, Troopy, thank you very much for the sub. Collie, have you given the kiss, Collie? No. Thank you, Collie. Thank you.
There you are, Troopy.
I'm really sorry, guys. Thank you so much for holding the fort there. Right, we are going to move on to the next one, unless you guys have anything you want to talk about before we move on, or
Nope.
I think you've covered probably everything that you want to talk about today, anyway. So
we're just talking about Star Wars and stuff. So
nice. Right, so we're going to move on to Best Director. So, Best Director. The nominations. First one, Kenneth Branagh for Belfast. Raisuke Hamaguchi for Drive My Car. Paul Thomas Anderson for Licorice Pizza. Jane Campion for The Power of the Dog. And then Steven Spielberg for West Side Story. So, firstly, Kenneth Branagh. Todd, do you want to take it away?
Yeah. In terms of like the direction for this, I thought it was phenomenal, and it was mainly from the characters Ma and Pa, like, and the performances that he got out of them, but like just you know, in the way that they interacted with each other, like you could feel that sort of the tension building between the family, while also them being a brilliant family unit with each other. And I think Branagh's got the best. I know, like you said, we've got Judi Dench, and I know we've got Ciarán Hinds being like, you know, pedigree, so to speak. But Jamie Dornan isn't, you know, an Oscar-nominated actor before this. I don't think. I can't think of anything he's been. You know, and Ma, whose name has escaped me. I said about 10 times earlier as well. I think Kenneth Branagh got an amazing performance out of a lot of them. And just some of the scenes, like the scene in the supermarket as it was raided, was just phenomenal, absolutely brilliant. So I think he got amazing performances out of a lot of them.
Collie?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of to culminate in what we've kind of covered through the various categories tonight on this film, like bringing together a great cast and an amazing cinematographer, alongside quite a touchy, I guess, kind of subject, quite a risky subject. Branagh described it as his most personal film, whether that was through direct experiences or anything like that. So I think you can kind of even tell, like, the way that it's filmed through the eyes of a young boy, that it is a personal thing for him, and he's coming at it from a kind of a naive kind of look on things. But then obviously as adults watching this, we can see the interactions between his dad and this guy that's trying to recruit him and stuff like that. So it's amazing to try and combine all of those things and make a really, really good film, I think, because there's a lot of films that have been like this, where, like, you know, bits and pieces that are really good and then just let down by other bits, whereas this, I think, is a culmination of a lot of great things pulling together. So yeah, not too much this is to cover on this. And I was saying, actually, me and Todd were saying massively, like, I guess, like, the majority of what we're covering here for director, we're gonna kind of echo for picture anyway. Yeah. But we'll just kind of, any extra points that we can think of between now and picture, we can add on when we talk with them next. But
yep, definitely.
Yeah, that's all I've really got to say on Belfast. Was I went into it kind of like, I like Kenneth Branagh as a director. I think he's done some great work. He's very Shakespearean in his kind of background. You can kind of tell that when he directed the first Thor film. Mm-hmm. That was much more of a fantasy opera type thing, and I know, like, Taika Waititi's tweaked the character somewhat for the better, in my opinion. But, like, I still enjoy the first Thor for it being very different. It's pretty standalone in the Marvel films for what it kind of is, and I think, like, Branagh kind of brings a bit. It's kind of like, it's like a play almost. Belfast is almost like a play, but obviously acted out in a film sort of sense. But yeah, this is a film that I'll go back and watch, like, multiple times. I thought it was excellent. Mm-hmm. It's one of those ones that you could just chuck on over a weekend afternoon if you're just relaxing and just wanting to watch, like, a nice little story. Not a nice little story, but you know what I mean, like, just a little story play out with some great performances and some great direction.
It's really interesting you say that, like, you know, like, it's a play, or it feels like a play almost, because it is. It's so it's minimalistic, isn't it? There's not much there's not much set pieces. There's set pieces. There's not much locations and things. Obviously, you're pretty much stuck on the street in Belfast. And I know what you said about Kenneth Branagh. It's I think he described it as, like, semi-autobiographical. So it's like, you know, he has used his own. I think obviously been some stuff embellished, but for the most part, it's you know, his exact his kind of, you know, memories of growing up in Belfast. There's a lot of directorial flares that I really, really enjoyed. Like, some of the conversations that Buddy has with, like, especially his dad at the table, and his Ciarán Hinds' character as well. The camera stays on Buddy even when the dialogue's happening with the other character, which is it's such a different way of doing it. You know, as kind of spoken about, there's a lot of times where in other movies that are flashing between characters, like we said about for like the the scene you talked about with Tragedy of Macbeth, when there's like the characters talking, there's him at the back and stuff. It really does focus it on Buddy, and that, you know, it keeps us grounded in Buddy's eyes and keeps us in Buddy's, you know, watching it from his point of view. So yeah, I think again, I don't want to go too much into the actual picture, but Kenneth Branagh done a fantastic job as a director, and as you have said as well, getting the performances out of like the Jamie Dornan, who is known as that guy from 50 Shades of Grey, or had been in Once Upon a Time playing the love interest in that and stuff. So to get that sort of side of it out of him, and I think with Jamie Dornan as well, he was able to, doesn't have to worry about accent. He was playing it as with his no natural Belfast accent, which I thought made a massive difference to him not having to worry about anything else. So yes, I completely agree with you guys. I'll just move on to the next one. So we have Ryosuke Hamaguchi for Drive My Car. When did you guys watch Drive My Car?
Oh yeah, about like 3-4 weeks ago for me.
Okay, Todd?
Not yesterday, the day before.
Right, okay.
So a couple of days ago.
I watched it yesterday as well. I kind of left it towards the end because I knew it was a longer one, so I was like, I didn't want to watch it too early on. And I think I kind of, it's a strange film. Sorry, I'm just taking lead with this one as well.
Yeah, fire away.
It's a strange film because, like,
Todd, you've got volume on, by the way. Sorry.
Yeah, you do.
There we go.
Is that okay? Cool. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of it. Again, is like the directorial, like kind of like bits and pieces that he does with it. It's a 3-hour long film, of course. So there's a lot of things that happen but don't happen in it.
Sorry, I just need to interject there. A mate of mine, I sent him the spreadsheet and stuff of this, and he Googled this film. I was like, no, wait, it's only like 59 minutes. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, it's like 3 hours. And he's like, no, it's and it's the way that he Googled it on his phone. Like the 2 hours was on like the line above, and he only read like the 59M. And I was rolling about laughing. I thought it was like such a funny mistake to make. He's like, you'd be able to watch that in no time. It's only an hour long. You could just whiz through that. I was like, it's 3 hours, mate.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
So when you mentioned the length of the film, I was like, I need to mention that funny story.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I think that's one of the choices that he made, as you know, obviously making it a 3-hour long kind of thing, which it was kind of bloated, a little bit bloated, but that's by the by. Some of the shots in it are absolutely fantastic. You know, a lot of the times it's just him, it's just the character getting driven about in his fucking Skoda. Is it a Skoda? It is a Skoda, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's just like it's very interesting.
It's a Saab.
It's a Saab, sorry. It's very interesting, some of the shots that he did and some of the bits and pieces that he did as well. Things like the fact that the car drives on, well, because it's in Korea, so it drives the same side as us on the left, but it's a left-hand drive car, which should be a right-hand drive car. And then at the end, when it's the girl herself, it's in Japan, because it doesn't tell us it's in Japan, but then it's like she's driving on the right-hand side and the left. I just, little things like that, little tweaks and little bits and pieces that he did, I thought were very interesting. But I did struggle to watch it. But I think it's because I waited so long to watch it. So Todd, you watched it obviously just a couple of days ago. What was your thoughts on the director of Drive My Car?
Like, I get what you're saying about like watching it too late, and I watched it nearly last. It was only Parallel Mothers that was after it. I don't think it mattered to me when I watched this. It was I don't think there was and again, I'm not concerned about the language. I don't think there was a performance that like stood out. I don't think there was anything in particular that was directorially that stood out to me. I don't think there was some of the moments at the beginning between the couple, like between the main couple, that were really well done. Like, so for example, the opening scene where she's describing this story to him. I thought that was the pauses and the kind of understanding that you felt this relationship was long lasting, that it had been there for a while, it was well established. I got that from the direction, but it was just I don't mind a long film. I don't mind a 3-hour film. If it warrants a 3-hour film, this didn't warrant it at all. And I think, again, I know this is probably really poor considering we knew we were going to be talking about them, but I just struggled to focus on it and to kind of pick anything out when all I was doing was go, why are we going back over Chekhov in the car? Like, I get why, but it was too much for me. It was far too much and far too bland. So I'm really struggling. I'm sorry, I know that's a really shit answer to to look at it from that point of view, but I can't pick anything from it.
That's fair, and that's why it was interesting to see because we watched it a similar sort of time in terms of the timeline of the films. Now, so Collie, you obviously watched that a bit longer ago. What about your thoughts on the director? Drive My Car.
Yeah, I was from a directorial point of view. Obviously, like we're saying, like it's a conscious decision to kind of make the film that length. And I thought the monotony of or the covering of Chekhov over and over was kind of like, again, a deliberate choice to kind of show, was it the monotony of what the guy was going through, or it was obviously trying to deliberately convey a message as to why that was kind of a focal point of, or like bit of art that he was focused on. And I thought, like, because if we're going to kind of briefly cover on the best picture side of things, I thought it was distinctly average. If it was an English speaking film, in my opinion, it wouldn't have been here. Not that it needs to be like a token, foreign language film or whatever to have representation, but I think in its own right it is there. But I think if this was just another film, I probably either never would have seen it or would have watched it like once on Netflix and be like, that'll do it for me. So in terms of like the way it's shot and the casting choices and everything that falls under the remit of the director, I thought it was like perfectly fine. But that's about as far as I would go, like just fine, like 6.5 out of 10 or something like that. Like nothing to write home about. Nothing. I'm never going to be like to people, you need to watch this film or anything like that. Like anybody that I know that likes foreign language films will either have seen this already or they'll just watch it of their own accord down the line.
Yeah, completely agree. So next up is the director of the last film I watched in our crusade through these 22 Oscar films. So Paul Thomas Anderson, director of Licorice Pizza. Now, Collie, I think you have some sort of strong opinions about this film, right? So, take away.
I do. I mean, I haven't as much that like I thought it was excellent, and I loved this film. I'm a massive Paul Thomas Anderson fan, anyway. Even like some of his quote unquote lesser films, like Phantom Thread, which was his film before this. Like, I know that's not to everyone's taste, but I loved it. I just like the way he directs films. I like how music's incorporated into it quite importantly. I thought the casting choices for the main two were excellent, like Haim and Philip Seymour Hoffman's kid, Cooper, were both excellent. Like how old's Cooper again? He's 19 now, so like say 17, 18 when he was filming this or whatever. And he's maybe not like the spitting image of his dad, but you can certainly tell he's his father's son. And even if he has like half of the charisma of his dad growing up, he's going to be a great actor going ahead. And for him to kind of get a boost up by working with a director that really worked closely with his dad previously on The Master and stuff, he's onto a good one. So I thought overall you can kind of tell this is a Paul Thomas Anderson film as well. I thought the setting was really good. I just everything about. I love this film. I thought it was excellent. It's definitely going to be one of my go-to films. You know, if I'm wanting to watch, like, it's not so much like an artsy fartsy film, but you know what I mean, though. Like, it's not just like a Marvel film, and it's not just like a Nolan film or whatever. It is a Paul Thomas Anderson film, so you need to be a kind of in a mood to watch it. But I think for me, this is probably third best film by him. You know, like There Will Be Blood's one of my favorite films ever, never mind by him, and then got Boogie Nights in this. Boogie Nights is a classic, obviously. It's coming on 30 years old now, or like 25 years old rather, and it's an all-time classic. But this is over the years, I think this is going to be up there with one of his finest pieces of work. Either of you want to go next?
Massey, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. So I'm in terms of Paul Thomas Anderson, like, I've always known the name, but I've never really properly watched his films. Like, I've never even seen Boogie Nights, and I know people always going about how great a film that is, and you should really watch it. I've seen, obviously, There Will Be Blood. I really enjoyed it.
You say obviously, you haven't seen Boogie Nights, and then you go, obviously, I've seen There Will Be Blood. I mean, come on.
I feel like There Will Be Blood is like one of those films that, like, you almost have to watch, and that's the way that I saw it. Like, with Boogie Nights, like, I've always heard about. I know what it's about. I know that.
No, I get you. I'm only pulling your chair.
Yeah. And as far as I'm aware, this is the epitome of like a Paul Thomas Anderson film. As far as I'm aware of what his work is and stuff like that as well. So it was interesting going at it as almost a newbie to his sort of stuff. And I thought it was great. I really did. You're right. You know, the fact that he was able to get these performances out of, firstly, a debutante, of course. You know, Cooper Hoffman. Is his first kind of film, but I mean, I know he's got a bit of pedigree in terms of who his dad was and things like that as well. So, it's not quite as simple as, you know, it's the first time kind of on the screen sort of thing. But Alana Haim, to get that sort of performance out of her, who, you know, she's part of Haim, the music group. She's a singer, musician by trade, was just like mind blowing. She was electric. She was charismatic. She was an absolute tour de force in this film. And for him to get that performance out of her, I just thought I think that in and of itself is you know, worthy of potentially or worthy of the nomination immediately. So I thought he did a fantastic job in this film. Todd?
Yeah. So, like you say, I didn't realize Cooper Hoffman. I didn't put the two and two together. I didn't realize. Yeah. Wow. Not a clue.
Oh, okay. Not a clue. Yeah, it's his boy.
Which like you say, it says a lot in terms of, you know, where he's coming from and hopefully like what he'll go on to. But the film itself was amazing, and like some of the shots, some of the scenes were incredible, but it was carried by them too. Mm-hmm. Totally. I was just enamored by like this sort of not willy won't but this are-they aren't-they kind of thing, and this kind of, they both definitely want to, and they both interested in each other, and there's that like jealousy. The bit where he's telling, when he's selling over the phone, and he's telling her to be more sexy, so she goes into this kind of just like level of filth, and like, not filth, but do you know what I mean, like going into this, like talk to this fella, and I love them too, and I think it has that sort of reality that Paul Thomas Anderson brings to his films and gets actors to, you know, to deliver that performance. And it, like, he hits the 70s spot on. Not that I was there, not that I know what it was like, but, you know, watching things like Boogie Nights and it has that feel of it, you've got it again. And if you didn't know it was Paul Thomas Anderson, as in if you weren't told that and you'd seen Boogie Nights, straight away he's got that signature. And I'm relatively new to Paul Thomas Anderson. I've only seen, obviously, this, There Will Be Blood, Boogie Nights, and Inherent Vice. So I've still got like a few to catch up on.
Well, you know what, you should both like highly prioritize The Master.
I've heard about that.
The
I've heard
Master,
it's
the
like,
Master
yeah.
is unbelievable. It's so good. Like,
And I think it's on Netflix. So a few times I've went to click, like, you know, to
Oh,
actually
is
sit
it?
and watch it, but I've just been like, no, I'll watch it another day.
it's one of
just
those ones
been
that
added.
you kind of like. I highly implore you to sit down and watch it, not just like have it on or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah, just absolute class. And Punch Drunk Love and Magnolia as well.
Yeah.
Magnolia is a bit heavy, but
And then obviously Phantom Thread as well, which is Dale Lewis, which
yeah, I mean, like, I'm
Got
kind of
me
biased
good.
towards liking that because of him, but I actually quite like it as a film, but like loads of folk fucking hate it.
there we go.
And I can understand why people do, but it's kind of a combination of a director I love and an actor I love, and I'm just kind of like, you know, even whatever is like shit for them is still better than like 75 to 80+% of people anyway. So yeah.
Okay. So next nomination in Best Director is Jane Campion, Power of the Dog. Now, I mean, if you don't mind, I'll quickly start off with this.
By the way.
So I've kind of we kind of touched on this a little bit as well about the and the cinematography side of it, and it's really interesting what you said, Colin, the fact that both her and the cinematographer storyboarded this. So that kind of not taints it for me, but it makes me think like, is it just her, or at least if she's going to win Best Director, then surely the cinematography goes to the cinematographer, because they were both, it sounds like, as you say, a collaborative effort.
I think I think from what I read was the cinematography was more of a collaborative effort. I mean,
right.
the director's involved in the cinematography of every film, but then the director's got everything above that to do. It's like they've got it's kind of similar to what I said about Branagh and what I was going to say about this. Like, she's needing to like rein in, Cumberbatch, Dunst, Plemons, McPhee, the score, the cinematography, everything, and she brings all these like ingredients in, and it's the same as they got to make the kind of cake or whatever the fuck you want to make, like whatever you're making, you know what I mean? It's them that's got to make sure there's not too much of one thing or not enough from another and stuff. So
Sure.
I purely meant, like, when I was talking about the cinematography, I was like, it was a combined vision for that.
Right.
But I still like, and from again reading interviews and everything, this is by far and away Jane Campion's film.
Right.
But the cinematographer, like, if you give me a quote, if you carry on talking, I'll find the quote that she said. She wanted a cinematographer that was available for a year's Here we go. Campion was specifically looking for a female cinematographer who would be willing to embark on a full year of preparations alongside her.
Right. Okay.
So, if anything, that kind of emphasizes that Jane Campion was in control of everything, because she was like, "This is what I want as a cinematographer."
Yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. Then it goes the other way, doesn't it? The fact that that it's actually more on her. So that's interesting, and that actually makes her think that, even potentially more deserving. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Saying there that we've kind of talked about the performances from the other actors, and well, yeah, absolutely. Thinking about the fact that the four main actors in the film are all nominated for acting awards
Speaks
volumes for
speaks
what
volumes.
she's
It
done.
does, for sure.
Absolutely. Todd.
Yeah, I think, like you said there, we've covered a lot of what it is, because, like you say, she has these powerhouses, is the word, on her hands, including a relatively young one in Cody Smith-McPhee. But yeah, I think what she's done is, like you said, got the best out of Cumberbatch in this sort of horrible character. She's pulled the best out of him. But like you say, though, you can't help but think that things like the smirk at the end, you can't help but think, the looks from Cumberbatch in the cafe at the beginning, like that they are her going, "This is what we need from you." Those things don't just come about from actors. Like, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how good you are, that needs to be told to you, because that is a large part of the story that you're telling as the director. And I think, just as a finished piece, like you say, now knowing how she's worked with the cinematographer and kind of had a specific vision for that. She done a phenomenal job with it. I don't think I could add on anything that we haven't already said about Power of the Dog.
Yeah, just to talk on that kind of directors, like a general director thing, I guess like you're saying a lot of that direction comes from the director, funnily enough, as to what they should do within a scene and stuff. But even like, I bet there's like for example, like Paul Thomas Anderson working with Day-Lewis on Phantom Thread. Yeah, Day-Lewis will given a lot of creative freedom to record a single line in like 10 different ways, but it's then down to the director to pull the one that works. So for example, Cumberbatch and McPhee might have filmed a scene 20 times or whatever in slightly different ways, and then it's up to them to cherry pick like that is the best one or whatever. So yeah, I think we've kind of covered this one for the most part, but yeah, I thought this from a direction point of view, this maybe not the most complete out of them all, but in terms of like a complete picture which is kind of covering all bases and ticking a load of boxes, Power of the Dog's up there, like, for sure.
Absolutely. And then the final nomination in Best Director, we've got Steven Spielberg, West Side Story. Todd, do you want to kick us off with that one?
Yeah, again, I think I covered a lot of this in the sort of when we were talking about cinematography and the choreography, because again, what Spielberg's got a lot on his hands here, because he's not just dealing with acting performances, he is dealing with sort of the choreography and the movement across. Yeah, but again, when they're not singing, when they are talking, you can feel this sort of tension. You can see it. And again, like I can't really think what we haven't covered with this, but he got the best out of a relatively, dare I say, not unknown cast. But you know what I mean? I don't think when you look at the cast that are in there, they're not. I know Ansel Elgort's done quite a bit, but there's not these huge sort of names. There's a lot of people who I haven't heard of. Not that I'm the be all and end all, but like, and he's getting a lot out of all of them. In terms of both the singing, in the choreography, which again, I think Collie's put it perfect. He has to pick the best performance out of that. I imagine when you've got a metric ton of professional dancers, you're going to get good performances time and time again. He's going to want something specific. He's going to be looking at something specific, and I think it's hard to look past him with what he's done. Like I said, it's not for me, but objectively looking at this, it's hard to look past him as being. He's the man. He's the master. He's done everything. He's done everything, and he's still pulling out absolute gold from his ass. So yeah, I think it's going to be hard to look past him. Collie, I know you love this.
Yeah, even like exactly just to echo what you're saying, like Spielberg, and even like a Spielberg film that's like, quote unquote, like not for you guys, like this wasn't really particularly for you. You can still tell that it's like a work of art. It's similar to every director that we talked about, and just directors in general. It's just the culmination of, he's decided to hire this person, he's decided to cast this person, he's decided to go with this idea over this idea, and it just comes out as just a really, really brilliant and kind of worthwhile remake. Because like this remake, like I said, I was excited for it because it was Spielberg, but this remake could have easily just been like shite. Like it just could have been like pretty subpar, and it probably would have been if it was in the hands of like 99% of people, the other directors and stuff. So I think we were kind of fortunate that it was Spielberg that was in charge of this, but I don't have too much to say else.
That's a really good point you make there, and it's probably only a point that only you can make out of the three of us, is that it's a worthwhile remake. We've obviously not seen the other ones, or seen bits and pieces. So for someone who has obviously seen like the original and things like that as well, and agreed that the remake works, because a lot of remakes can be done for just the money side of it, or because it's been 20 years, so we'll just do another one just to update it. So that's really interesting to hear that. But yeah, absolutely, all the aspects that go into it. We spoke about the cinematography going hand in hand, basically, with the director. I think he's done a fantastic job with West Side Story. Absolutely. Okay, so in terms of who we want to win and who we think will win, Collie, give us your thoughts.
I want Paul Thomas Anderson to win, but I think Jane Campion will win for Power of the Dog.
Todd?
I want Power of the Dog to win it, but I think West Side Story will take it.
Interesting. So I want Kenneth Branagh to win it, but I think Jane Campion will take that. Absolutely. Okay, so...
Can I just quickly have a 2-minute break?
Yeah, sorry. Are you needing as well?
Yeah.
No, I'm all right.
No, I'll literally be 2 minutes, so you can just either start to like recap what we've talked about or whatever, but I'll be 2 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. So yes, so we have obviously gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the 8 categories, and we are going to be moving on to Best Picture, where we can talk about whatever we want about the things, opposed to having to feel like we need to rein it in a little bit. So I'm very, very excited to do that. So just to recap, obviously we went through best animated feature, best cinematography, best supporting actress, best supporting actor, best actress, best actor, and best director. I will be putting this on YouTube as well. So I'll edit out the 20 minutes that I wasn't here, and I'll put it on YouTube so you can obviously watch it back or listen back to it if you so wish. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm gonna do with it. How do you think it's gone, Todd? How do you think things have gone?
Yeah, just like it's the same with the Bo Burnham thing that we did that never went on YouTube because I got rid of all the videos. I need to re-upload because I'm going to re-upload all my Smash Eggman to a different YouTube channel that isn't under my full name, which is idiot move. But yeah, it's just been nice to talk through them. Do you know what I mean? Like I've loved it, and I think I'm looking forward to this just because like there'll be some. So like I'll just take for example, and we'll get back to it. But for Belfast, I don't think there's a lot more that I can say about it. Do you know what I mean? That we haven't already covered. Where there's some on there that I really want to kind of go into, and nobody else, who I talk to films about regularly, has seen the majority of these films. So it's nice to be able to watch them through, and then have that discussion. So
absolutely. I was gonna say I was just saying, Collie, that I'm gonna pop this on YouTube. So folk can listen back to it and watch it back. I will edit out the 20 minutes I wasn't here though. Just
yeah, you're all good. Yeah, we were just talking about Star Wars and stuff.
And I was gonna say as well. I don't know if I know it's like we're talking a bit in advance stuff like that, but would you guys be keen to do it again next year?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I was actually gonna say something like after this anyway, but like I think the three of us do really well with talking about the films and stuff like that, and I think I just caught the end of Todd there being like, majority of people haven't watched these, and I probably wouldn't have watched the majority of these if we didn't have this exercise. So even in the future, we could do like ones on like specific directors. For example, Paul Thomas Anderson, pick out 4 or 5 films and just dissect them and stuff like that. I think that can be a down the line kind of idea as well. But I just think the three of us, like if we have the time and stuff like that, I know like Todd, you watch like a shed load of films anyway, but just like to have a mini project would be pretty cool. But anyway, we digress and we could talk about that offline. But...
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, because the reason I was just asking that about that as well, because I although I said towards the end of watching 22 films, I was getting a bit burnt out a little bit with some things, but it's 22 films, or I mean, most of these films I don't think I would watch normally. So it's been really good to kind of, well, apart from animated films probably, it's been really, really good to watch films that I wouldn't normally sit down and actually give the time of day. So I mean, I'm keen to do it every year. I'm keen to,
yeah, agreed,
do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Again, we'll talk about that kind of off stream and stuff like that as well. So cool, perfect. Right, we are now moving on to the final.
Sorry,
category.
can I just recap on the director thing, because I've been noting down. So
Sure.
I said Thomas Anderson, want Campion, think. You said think Campion and want Branagh, Massey?
Yes, yeah.
And Todd, you want Campion and thought Spielberg?
Yeah.
Cool.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay, doke. So we're on to the last category of the Academy Awards that we've run through. So it is Best Picture. So the big one, the big daddy. So the nominations for the Best Picture are Belfast, Coda, Don't Look Up, Drive My Car, Dune, King Richard, Licorice Pizza, Nightmare Alley, The Power of the Dog, and West Side Story. Now, of course, a lot of these we've kind of covered a little bit. We've tried to be not giving the general review, I suppose, of these ones, but I think this is where we're kind of all bets are off. You know, the restraints are free. We can go on lengthy monologues like they did in Tragedy of Macbeth. We can have a song and dance about it like in the West Side Story if we wish. We can pretend we're little sandworms and pop our head up and talk about what we're thinking about these films if you so wish, like they did in Dune. Or you can just have like a really boring kind of you know, slog through a drive of your car, a journey through your thoughts on each film. I lost it at the end. Fuck. So, firstly, Belfast. Todd, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, like I've had time. Like when I first watched it, I feel like it's one that settles in my head. And I need to rewatch this pretty soon because I was like, it was good. I didn't think it was great, and then the more I thought about it, I was like, you know, hang on a second, this scene and this moment, and like I said, the supermarket with the mum trying to drag the kid out of it, and Buddy not entirely understanding what he was doing was like the epitome for me of like what this film was about. Was like a young kid trying to wrap his head around one of the biggest moments in his country's history, and like kind of, you know, the start of something that would affect the country, not necessarily the start, but like excuse me, the catalyst of something that would change the face of the country even to now. And I think, yeah, I need to rewatch it, and I need to rewatch it soon. But I think, like I said, Ma and Pa were done a disservice. They were the highlight for me, and I think Branagh's done an amazing job with it. So, yeah.
Collie?
Yeah, I mean, like, covered it quite extensively, like we're saying. Again, like, you know, you mentioned it, that it's kind of semi-autobiographical. And I said, you know, the quote that it's his most personal film. And like I was saying, in the directors, you can feel that as you watch it. It's done it's done delicately, but it's not shying away from it either. It's showing the distress of a young boy when like they're rioting in the street and smashing the windows of these Catholics and stuff like that, and it's that, like, it's the original like part of the riot on the street like early on in the film, and he's being like dragged and carried down the road by his mum and stuff like that, and the way it's filmed at like street level and like, you know, chest level of everyone, and it's very frantic and stuff, I thought was really well done. And again, the kind of the black and white choice is quite bold, but I think it kind of makes it not more or less impactful if it was in color, but I think like it stands out a little bit more for some reason. But yeah, overall, this is a film that I'm going to be rewatching for years and thoroughly enjoying it. And anyone that, you know, asks if I've seen it or would I recommend it, I'd always say a big yes.
Absolutely. I completely echo everything you said. Again, I'm trying to go off using Letterboxd and what I gave in terms of ratings. And this is one of the first ones I watched, and I gave it 5 stars straight away. Like, I loved it from the start. You know, it's not up for like cinematography or anything like that. It's a very simplistic kind of film, but it's so powerful. You know, because it's simplistic and there's not much frills to it. It is what it is. It gives you what it is, and it's so well done. And yeah, absolutely 5 stars. I loved it from the moment that I first saw it. So yes.
Off the back of it, I'm kind of intrigued to see where Jamie Dornan, of all people, out of it comes out and see what he does next, because he's kind of been not typecast in the kind of Christian Grey from 50 Shades, but I think that's kind of, it's similar to how Pattinson for years was just like Twilight guy, and then he kind of did all the indie films and he did the bit parts or not the bit parts, but like the under the radar stuff. And it's only now, you know, how many years later, 15 years later or whatever, he's coming out the back of it as a quote unquote respected actor, and hopefully Dornan in the brief bit that we've seen him in Belfast, that it's hopefully another director. I likes of, you know, some of the guys that we talked about, or girls as well, that we talked about in the last section, you know, a Thomas Anderson, a Spielberg, a Nolan. just like picks him up and chucks him in a cast, and we can see what's coming from him. So I think like in terms of looking forward after watching this film, he's probably one of the ones that are one of the things that I'd be most excited for, because we kind of know what Branagh can do as a director, and Hines and Dench can do as actresses. So yeah, like kind of what we've talked on we've touched on every time we've talked about this film, like the mother and father of Buddy are both ones that I'd keep an eye out, and if I see them in anything, maybe not instantly rush to watch it, but like, you know, I'd give it the time of day. Yeah.
It's a very interesting point, actually, because you're right. You know, Jamie Dornan, normally you're like, I don't really know. But after this, absolutely, the sky's the limit for him if he can keep up that level of performances. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, the next one, Coda. Collie, do you want to take us on this one?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously it wasn't nominated for the director thing, director award, but it's for best picture. But it's kind of like 6.5 a dozen in that regard. It's brave, not in like a patronizing, oh, it's really brave of them to do this and stuff like that, but to make a film about a deaf family, you know, minus one hearing child, it's not run of the mill, and I've seen quite a bit of backlash because it seems that this has been quite or got a bit of a surge in the last week or so of hype, and as much as it's been hyped, it's also been backlashed in terms of like, oh, it's just fucking like Oscar bait and blah 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 blah. But I think that to say that detracts from how good this film is. I think it's not. Yes, it does pull on your heartstrings, of course. With the way that it's written, you know, what did somebody say? Like, oh, this film wouldn't be half as recognized if it was like a hearing child that was a boy, and you know, he was wanting to go away to play football at college or something. And I was like, that's just like a whole different argument about it. I guess we're talking about a film here that's fantastic. It's got a fantastic cast, a lovely story, which I know. Again, we've not had a chance to talk about the director, but I know that the director, Sean Heder, discussed with the director of Manchester by the Sea, and I guess they're both, you know, Massachusetts fishing kind of based films, or like, you know, kind of tangent films to that, but you can definitely kind of get that home kind of small fishing town vibe from them both, and that's right up my street when it comes to, you know, the smaller kind of non-action films like this. So I love this film. Film of the year for me, spoiler alert. But yeah, I can't say too much more about it, or I can't say enough good about it, but I can't word enough or anything more on it right now.
Again, for me, absolutely, I completely agree. It's another one I gave 5 stars, like, immediately. I went into it not being like, well, I didn't know about it really, to be perfectly honest. And the sort of plot for it was kind of like, what's this going to be like? Is it going to be typical Oscar bait? And I think, to be fair, I think it kind of is Oscar bait, but it's not in the way where, like, some Oscar bait films are, again, quite pretentious in the way that, like, you know, we're going for the Oscar sort of thing. This isn't. This is one of those films that, like, it has all the ingredients for Oscar bait, but it knows what it is. It doesn't. It's not specifically just going, you know, we need to win Best Picture with this. Again, the fact that there's at least 2 members of the main cast that aren't nominated is a travesty, really. The main girl, I can't remember her name, and the mum as well. Like, 100% should have been nominated in there. It's
especially after going through both those categories and being like, they're pretty fucking weak.
Yeah, exactly.
Not necessarily win in the category, but like should be in the picture.
Completely agree. I think, and this might have just been my kind of initial sort of potentially wrong thoughts, but the director side of it is so understated. There's not, you know, there's not things like you know, it's not in black and white, or it's not a 3-hour long epic, or, you know, there's not any like incredibly out there shots and blah blah blah. It's, again, relatively simply made, but phenomenally done, like incredibly well done. The use of obviously sign language and I think that is brilliant. And we spoke about the part where, you know, Troy Coates as the dad, you know, listening to his daughter sing by you know, feeling her vocal cords. It's phenomenal. I think I cried like 3 times, and I'm, you know how strong I am, you know how much a macho man I am, you know what I mean, like, and it's just it was like but jokes aside, genuinely, like, if you've not watched this film, I would. This is one of those that you have to watch it. Like, if you've not watched it, like, I genuinely say go watch it as soon as you can. Sit down and watch it. It's unbelievable. Todd, thoughts?
Yeah, I knew nothing about it. Like, I didn't even know it was a film. I didn't know it existed until we went into this and started ticking them off. And I'm so pleased I watched it. Like, again, spoiler alert, for me, it is up there with one of the best I've watched this year. On, you know, Ben from Skip to the End once described what was it, Cool Runnings as saccharine shite, and I've never heard a film be called saccharine shite before. And this,
I can't believe I listened to that podcast.
I know.
Cool Runnings.
Absolutely ridiculous. But like, this film could have been in that sort of category of saccharine shite. Like, it could have fallen down that very easily. And reading the synopsis, like, I understand why some people would look at it. The people who were calling this Oscar bait, like, in all seriousness, like, who were going, it's shit 'cause it's Oscar bait, haven't watched the film. And like, I'm
Watch the YouTube clips.
Yeah, and seen them and Kristen Stewart. Shite. Anyway, yeah, like, for me, if they'd made a film about a boy who can hear, who wants to go to college but can't because it's been done. So that's why it's not as. This is new. This is fresh. It's not Oscar bait because they're deaf. Because like, we have seen films that have. I don't know if this is the right term, but like, have played on a disability, have played on a certain aspect of somebody's life to manipulate people's feelings in order to win an Oscar. This doesn't manipulate anybody's feelings. It shows a real family. Obviously, like, I know they're not, but like, it shows a family who are going through this hardship of you know, being the child of a deaf adult, and also like the fact that like this isn't nominated in more categories, that it isn't up there, is for me is the most ridiculous thing. I will be a believer that Amelia Jones is up there with sort of Jessica Chastain for me. I know it's big, but look at who else, you know, can't find anybody else to be up there. So yeah, the coda was phenomenal, just amazing.
Just on one more note, I guess, like, about that, like, we're talking about supporting actor was a weak category. Even our teacher, Eugenio Derbez, the actor, he was excellent in this. Like, obviously a bit over the top and funny and stuff, but I thought he really, like, every scene he was in, he stole, and not in like, in a comical way, but like in a serious way as well. It was him that pushed her on and stuff like that, and I thought he was excellent as well. That's
a fantastic show, actually. That's one I totally even forgot about. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. He was brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and as you say, stole every scene, not in a hammy way, but like, he was, you know, brilliant.
He's kind of like not your stereotypical either, but just like over the top. Like, obviously he'd graduated from Berkeley himself, like, just a very passionate, like,
creative art type,
creative man, you know what I mean? Like, it was just bursting out the seams with this creativity, similar to obviously not to the same extent, but as Garfield in Tick Tick Boom, like, just a very arty type who just was so passionate about what he was into and stuff, and wanted to pass that down, obviously, to the next generation, but only if they were keen. And that's, he was very harsh on her, but not in like a too overly harsh, but just like he was treating her to that way to kind of double check that she was ready for it, and I think he prepared her for that. Fine, like, the bit, one of the best bits that got me was when she started signing the song.
Yeah,
she was singing the song, and then she was signing it for her family as well. I thought that was really well done as well, and I was going to say, like, subtly done, but like, it was kind of in your face as well. But if it didn't click with you when you were just like, oh, she's just signing because, like, that's what she's been doing the whole film, but you realise she's doing it because her family are up in the gallery where they're not supposed to be or whatever. Very much saccharine shite, but it's fine by me.
Yeah, yeah, it's good.
Absolutely. Right, now, the next one, the next best picture, Don't Look Up. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to start off with this one.
Yeah, fire away.
The fact that it's nominated for best picture is a fucking travesty. I think, again, we kind of touched on Jennifer Lawrence, you know, is pretty good and is good in this movie, actually. I like what it's trying to say. I like what it's trying to do, but there's no fucking way that should be up for best picture. It's up for editing as well, which is an absolute joke. I do not know what is happening there. One of the, like, in terms of the editing for this film, it was fucking dog shit.
In what way?
Like, there was things where it was like skipping between scenes, was missing out parts. There's a part I seen as well where it was like, you know, the dinner scene at the end. It goes between different characters, and there's like so much continuity errors just in that one. There's like 4 or 5 in literally like in one edit essentially. I need to find it because it's so fucking bad. Like, I didn't know. Probably wouldn't have been as hard on it if I didn't see that video that showed that. But it's terrible. A lot of the time it was like going between like larger live actiony kind of shots of, like, you know, big crowds and things like that. It just, for me, it should not. Again, it was a good film. I enjoyed it for what it was. I think there were some good performances. I think there were some funny bits in there. I liked what it was trying to say, but to be nominated for best picture, I just don't. I don't know how it is. I do not know how it is. No idea. Anyone else want to pick that up?
I loved it. Like, as a film, I loved it, and I sat at the. So again, if you haven't seen it, I'm very sorry, but I'm going to ruin everything about the film now. But like, basically, I sat and had me head in my hands because at the end, it's either the politicians win and nobody wants that because of how horrendous they've been the entire way through, or the world ends, and no, I don't think anybody wants it, you know, as much as people, like, so, and that weighing up, and I thought it was a really ballsy move to be like, this is what happens if you don't do something. Like, that was the sort of message. I liked the performances. I thought it was I loved it. I'll go back and watch it. I will watch it again, and it got like a sort of visceral reaction out of me. I don't think it's up there with, you know, Belfast Coda. I don't think it's up there with them. But if Drive My Car has been nominated for Best Picture, then I can kind of see. Do you know what I mean? If it's a crop of what we're talking, I don't think it's like down here. Do you know what I mean? If this is where the majority of our pictures are that we talked about, it's past the point. But I don't know how it's been nominated, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it for what it was. I thought there was some amazing performances. I thought Jonah Hill was as Jonah Hill as he's ever gonna be. But again, this isn't for an Oscar chat. This is for Jonah Hill being a dickhead. Like, you know, I thought Meryl Streep as a bad guy was there's a nomination. Where's she at this year? But yeah, I thought, like I say, I agree. I don't think it's a Best Picture nominee. I just think it was a good film that I enjoyed a lot. But I wouldn't put it up there. Colin?
I'm very much in the same vein as you, Todd. I loved it. I watched it again today, actually. It was like the last one that I rewatched. That was like my 4th watch of it or whatever. I thought it was class. And to be honest, like, as much as you're like criticizing it, and rightfully so in your regard, Massey, like, I loved that cut action, like, editing style, like, especially at the end when they were cutting to like all the different people like experiencing the comet in different ways. It actually, when I watched it first and then I watched Mitchell and the Machines, and I thought the way that was edited, obviously animated's different, but the kind of over the top, like, silly stuff was very much reminiscent of this when I was watching Mitchell versus the Machines. I thought Leo was class in it. It's weird to see Leo play, like, yeah, it was a serious role, but he didn't play it seriously, if that makes any sense. Like, he just seemed to be having fun when he was at it, like he'd obviously put on a bit of weight for it, like deliberately, and he had this like funny little chin beard to start, and then they trim that off when they go on TV, and he's like this bumbling, like nervous dude when they're on the TV and stuff, and then Kate Blanchett's like trying to grab his dick and stuff like that, and it's like, oh no, I thought it was fantastic, and yeah, I've not got too much to say about it, but I would say there's at least 2 other films that I would take out a Best Picture before this one, so I maybe not say that it's deserving of being there, but I think there's ones that are less deserving. So
that's fair. Again, you know, I'm not saying I didn't like the film. It's a very Adam McKay film, like The Big Short, that sort of, you know.
Well, that's the thing. Like it's sort of like, so like The Big Short device to this.
Yeah.
There's a continuity of a film style there for sure.
Yeah.
And it fucking hell, it gets him back on track after Anchorman 2 in the campaign. Like, I thought they were terrible films for him. But I know he didn't direct the campaign, but he was involved in it. But for the last 3 of his films, especially The Big Short and this, I thoroughly enjoyed and would recommend to anyone.
And that's it. You know, I thought it was okay. I thought it was good. I like for what it is. The fact it's in the Best Picture, I don't agree with it. I did enjoy it to a point. And I think I probably, maybe on a rewatch, I'll pick up more bits and pieces to it that I will enjoy more. You know, thinking of it as more of like a film just to chill and enjoy, as opposed to thinking of it in like an Oscar sort of way. But yeah, no, absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. I think, you know, all our points.
Mark Rylance was really good as the tech guy.
Yeah, that was
but it felt to me he was just playing a parody of the boy that he played in Ready Player One. Like the really high pitched, airy voice and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think that was like a deliberate choice, but it made me laugh.
Yeah, I think some of the performances were very good. And again, thinking about it again, like the Leo sort of thing, like I kind of forgot how good he was.
It was just good to see Leo in a film that he's not like
suave and
100% like, you know, going for it, you know, like not that he was phoning it in, but it was just, it was a fun Leo performance.
Absolutely. So the next film, Drive My Car. We've kind of touched on that a wee bit, haven't we? I really struggled with it. It was a slog, you know, 40 minutes for a prologue. It just, again, there's some directorial stuff that I thought was pretty good. But I wouldn't have us up for Best Picture. I think, Colin, you said a really interesting thing there, where you said if it wasn't a foreign language film, then you get nowhere near as much recognition as it does.
Unless it was like an A or an S tier director and a cast. I don't. The story in itself wasn't captivating enough. I was more just watching it out of interest of, I don't watch too many foreign language films. So it was more of like a novelty thing for me, because it's just not something that I'm massively into, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, 3 hours, and I felt every second that 3 hours, to be honest. It was. I
wish it was 59 minutes. Like
totally. Todd,
I've got nothing to add to it. I've got nothing. It was a slog. It won't be anything I'll be revisiting. I don't. Without sounding too sort of like morose about it, it was painful for me. And I'm sure there's some people who will get something out of it, but nothing I'll be revisiting.
Fair. Next one is Dune. Collie, do you want to take some? Do you want to start us?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Denis Villeneuve, I think I wasn't not allowed not to speak about him earlier, but like the guy is a master of his trade, and yet again, I think this is an absolute hit out of the park. The guy, for like how many films now? 4 or 5 films in a row, hasn't misstepped at all, and all, you know, kind of steam ahead for part 2. I thought the cast of Timothée Chalamet, who by the way was really good in Don't Look Up as well, worth mentioning. His little bit part in that was quite good. I remember it's the bit when he's like, does he ask her to get married? I think it is. That he's like, oh, can I get vulnerable in the back of your car or something like that? He was just funny in that regard, because I rewatched Don't Look Up in June this morning. So it was weird seeing obviously him juxtaposed in both of those roles. But yeah, sorry, back to June. Just like it's the massive space opera that the book and the original film are and is, or whatever term that should be. And Villeneuve's kind of brought it more into like a serious tone, but it's still like all the, you know, the over the top drama of these two families that are warring, and the Emperor is, you know, wanting to wipe out one of the families. So what he does is he gives them this planet and then gets the other family to go in and kill them because they're a threat to his power. It's just like there's a reason that George Lucas was so heavily influenced by the original Dune novel to make Star Wars. And when you see this, there's probably people out there that are probably like, oh, this is just like fucking Star Wars. Well, it's the other way around. It's Star Wars that was influenced by Dune in the first place. So thoroughly enjoyed it. Worthy Best Picture nominee. Kind of disappointed to see Villeneuve not nominated. Not to say that he would win it per se, but that the man needs to be cherished and held tightly because of how talented he is. I don't have too much to say. Like, I love this film. I thought it lived up to my expectations, and as I've said with quite a few films, they were high going in, and they surpassed them, to be honest.
So have either you read the book or watched the original?
Original film, never read the book.
Okay. Have you, Todd?
Neither. No, never read it. Never
So I'm the same as you, Todd. I haven't, you know, I've always heard about the original film, and there was a book. I actually spoke to a workmate before it came out, and he said that his dad loved the book and loved the original film, so was really looking forward to coming out. And this is before I was kind of like, you know, kind of fussed, before I even started doing this sort of thing. So
I have the book on Audible, and I'm hoping to try and listen to it between now and the second part coming out.
Absolutely. So going into it, I kind of didn't have much expectations. I just knew it was Denis Villeneuve, and you know, I enjoy a lot of all the stuff he's done. Actually, I've really thoroughly enjoyed. So that was kind of my entry into it. Blown away by it. I thought it was unbelievable. I thought that, you know, the whole cast was great. We talk about Javier Bardem being the Ricardos, but his, you know, even just his understated kind of or smaller part in this, he was very interesting to watch. Zendaya, I'll watch anything she's in. She's fucking brilliant. Timothy Chalamet, yeah, absolutely thought he was spot on. Oscar Isaac, though, he's a boy, like absolutely a boy. Like, I love that man, and I can't wait for Moon Knight coming out. Obviously, if only someone does a podcast about it, that'd be great. But yeah, I was totally blown away by it, and I really can't wait for part 2. And of course, my other bae, Florence Pugh's just been cast in it as well. So that's a massive tick for me again. I loved it, absolutely loved it. Yeah, and again, I think Villeneuve should definitely be in the best director. I mean, looking at the list, over Hamaguchi, like, at least, you know what I mean? So yeah, brilliant film, blew me away. Todd?
Yeah, not to tread over any ground that we've already covered, but Rebecca Ferguson was like, she is for me one of the best that are in the business at the minute. Dr. Sleep, and you know, she nails it every single time. Jason Momoa coming in as Jason Momoa, and Josh Brolin as Josh Brolin. Like, they're similar sort of, like, do you know what I mean? The player, but.
Sorry, no, I'll let you finish first, then I'll add on. The
other one who I'm like a massive sort of champion of is I struggle with his name, but David Dastmalchian, who was like Polka Dot Man in the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, he was the kind of priest guy in this.
Yeah, the sniveling kind of, almost like not orchestrator, but he was kind of pulling the strings in the background, and I thought he did an amazing job. Like I say, I'm not going to go back over what you've said, because, you know, we're just saying the same stuff, but it was just phenomenal. And these people who are like, it's a 2-part. I'd rather it be 2-3 parts, whatever it's going to be, and get as much out of it as possible than them try and clash through and fit it into a 3-hour film that's not gonna work. Yeah, go on, Collie. Sorry, what were you going to say?
I was just saying that Javier Bardem's bit part in this was better than any of his part in being in charge.
Yes, exactly.
I thought I'd seen it, like, it was kind of like a bit of comedy in what's a very serious film, which is when he walks in, he spits on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's quickly explained by Jason Momoa because he's lived with him for X amount of time or whatever. He's like, "Oh, thank you for the gift of hydration or the water from your body and stuff," because that's like, you know, besides spice, the second
A commodity.
biggest on the planet sort of thing. So you just go in like, why is he coming and spitting? He's like, "Oh, thank you for obviously," and then they're all just fucking gauzing on the table. But no, fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. Next one is King Richard, which again we kind of discussed a wee bit when we were talking about obviously Will Smith and Untitled Ellis as well. But in terms of Best Picture, Todd.
Yeah, again, it was a surprise for me, but you know, we talked about how good Will Smith is, and that he was playing like a character. He was playing this character. You've got Untitled Ellis who bounced off him, and he bounced off perfectly. The two girls are amazing. The entire family as a unit, though, like when they're singing and supporting and stuff, were amazing. And it was one of those films. Again, when I say about Spencer and how I'm not fussed about the royal family, I couldn't care less about tennis. I don't understand anyway. Couldn't care less. And yet it gripped me from start to finish that I was interested in this whole stance thing. You know, when he's talking about like with that first trainer when he's on about the open stance, and then you know that open stance, I taught them how to do that. Like I'm there going, yeah, I see the open stance. Like, you know, it was just it was. I'm not going to be an analyst, I'll promise. But yeah, it was amazing. It was fantastic, and it was, I think, more so because it was a surprise and like a kind of thank Christ that he's actually shown what he can do was for Will Smith. Yeah. So,
Collie.
Yeah, again, like Todd summarised it pretty well there. A return to form. For Will Smith. Was the most impressive thing about this, but I think like the cast from him down was really, really good. John Bernthal was class as the coach. And yeah, like just some of the ensemble cast, like the young girls that you've never seen before. Hopefully they can come up through other films over the next few years and show what they're capable of. I thought all of their daughters were really good. Actually, I know a few of them didn't get like their individual screen time or whatever, but I thought it was a really, really well made film, and yeah, hopefully a vehicle that Will Smith now, and like not necessarily like the twilight of his career, but like, you know, obviously he's an older guy now. I don't know his actual age, but he's got a chance now to kind of put a cherry on top of what's been a very successful career, I guess. He's done a lot. He's made a lot of money. Maybe not acted at the kind of the chops that he could have done, but now's his chance more than any to go. He's only 53. He's not even that old. You know what I mean? So now's the chance for him. And I've got high hopes after King Richard. So
Absolutely. And I think as well, one of the things it did really well. You know, Todd, you're saying there yourself. You don't really care for tennis. I'm exact same as you. I couldn't give a fuck about that game. But it blended it well, the family drama side of it and the sports side, because at the end of the day, tennis is a massive part of their lives. Which, you know, so it's going to have tennis stuff in it. But I thought it made it engaging enough that we weren't just sitting for 2 hours watching, you know, this boring game play out, a rally of whatever the fuck they do in tennis. And I thought it was really phenomenally well made film. And again, like yourself, Collie, it was a surprise. I didn't expect it to be as good as it was. Yeah, definitely a very, very good film, and a worthy Best Picture nom, in my eyes. Okie doke. Moving on. Next we have Licorice Pizza up for Best Picture. Todd, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I'll be really brief with this because I think when we were talking about director and talking about like the lead performances from Alana Haim and Hoffman, sorry, forgot his name, but Cooper Hoffman, thank you. Like for me, that was, you know, Paul Thomas Anderson's got the era, he's got the setting, he's got that spot on. what he needed was two leads to carry the film, and everybody around them does an amazing job. Your man from Seven Psychopaths with the rabbit, I can't remember his name, but I thought he was excellent in it. But like I say, there was this kind of like it was almost like a slice of life is how I would describe it. There wasn't a particular sort of storyline. There wasn't a sort of a villain or any sort of conflict, or it was just, here is this young couple of friends or whatever they are in their life at that time. It could be shite, and it wasn't. It was the exact opposite. Like, it just drew you in through them two. And again, when we talk on Best Picture, we're going to talk. When we talk about Nightmare Alley, it's weird because I loved it, not Best Picture. Licorice Pizza is a fair crack at Best Picture, most definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, you know, it's funny you said there's not really like a story or such as like conflict. So there was a wee bit of conflict with Bradley Cooper's character, who I thought was
That was
oh
good.
yeah,
That was
so funny. Even just the part where they talk about Barbara Streisand, is like Streisand. You know, that's like Bradley Cooper's brilliant in that camera. When they have done the bed and it starts like pissing out water and stuff, and then they go down the hill and he's running back up. So a few times they go back and forward to his house, and brilliant. And then of course having to reverse all the way back down the hill when they run out of gas, and that whole sequence from meeting Bradley Cooper to you know, because we actually see him when she's sitting on the curb. We see him in the background. There's like, you see him run past, he smashed a window, and there's two girls that walk past, he follows them and stuff. So, you know, just up until that, like that, I thought that was like phenomenally made, and such a great part of the film. But overall, it was a really, really good film. I completely agree. Of course, obviously anchored by Alana Haim and Cooper Hoffman. Yeah, very, very good. Collie?
I kind of like waxed lyrical about it when we were talking about Paul Thomas Anderson as a director and stuff. I think like Todd's analogy of the will they won't they is really good, and you get that from the first conversation they have when they're in that line, and he's just giving her like all this chat, and she's just walking along like not wanting to listen to him and stuff, and they get close as friends, they go apart, like a bit of conflict between them two. And then, like, I just, it's kind of like a cliche scene of them, like, oh, we've went to the wrong place, and oh no, like, they were star-crossed lovers, and then they meet each other at the end, and then it's when they, like, slip. I just, I kind of, like, not expected it, because obviously, you know, like, I seen it coming sort of thing, but, like, it just made me burst out laughing, because I was like, that is just typical to their relationship, that they're just kind of, they're in line, but they're like just out of sync. You know what I mean? And I thought the fact that they run into each other and fall over was just like ideal for that. So yeah, completely worthy of the Best Picture nomination. And if it wasn't for, can I ban that guy? If it wasn't for a couple of the stronger ones in the category that we'll obviously summarize at the end, this would be like by far and away my number one choice. This is going to be one that I'm going to watch for years, especially if I go on like a binge of Paul Thomas Anderson. It's going to be probably one of the ones that I leave till like second last, maybe.
Absolutely. Okay, so a film that we've kind of only touched on, not as much as the others really. Nightmare Alley. Todd, do you want to start us? Nightmare Alley.
Yeah. So like, this is one I can't wait to watch again. Like, I'm very excited to get back into it. I know I said about the cinematography being samey, like American Horror Story, the film type thing, but in terms of you know, Bradley Cooper, I don't know the last's name, I've forgotten the name, sorry. But like the cast in general, did a phenomenal job, did an amazing job. I thought as soon as you saw Willem Dafoe's sort of shadow of his face, you knew it was him, and I was just like, right, we're in for a good one. I don't think it's Best Picture worthy at all. I love the noir style. I love the sort of noir thriller crap. I love all of that. And like I say, I'm a big champion for Guillermo del Toro. I think he does a lot really well. But I just think in terms of like, it'll be a film that I'll stick on and I'll really enjoy watching over and over again, time and time again. Like Crimson Peak, like The Shape of Water, like Pan's Labyrinth, they all have that similar sort of feel to them. It's not Best Picture though for me. It was just a really good film that I'll watch again.
Collie?
On the inverse, I will not watch this film again. I really like Del Toro. I just find like Shape of Water was really good, but on the other side of that, and now like Crimson Peak and Nightmare Alley, just wanky to me. Like so much like style over substance. And I'll pause for a second, Matthew.
Okay, thanks. Dax, welcome in. Thanks so much for the raid. How we doing? How's things? Collie, thanks so much. I thought that's what you're doing. Dax, thank you so much for the raid. How's things? Apologies, guys. I have a different. Oh, there we go. Perfect. I have a different overlay for today's stream, so it doesn't have my normal Alan Partridge or John Cena music. So welcome in. How are we doing? Guys, if you don't know me, my name is Mass1903. I'm here with my good friends Collective Unit, who you obviously will know from Tins and Gins, and Mr. GotRedOnYou, aka Todd, who you won't know because he's irrelevant. I'm joking. We love Todd here.
I'm off. Sat here for fucking hours for that. Not joking. Bye.
But yes, how was your stream? I know you were doing just chatting, talking about, I believe, is it the month that Dax been doing for the
a week, St. Patrick's Day till Sunday this week.
A week of the fundraising. So I really hope that's gone well. That fundraising for the week. But welcome in. If you don't know me, my name is Mass1903. I am a Scottish streamer from a cold, wet, windy place northwest there, not from that way, northeast Scotland. I normally do Tomb Raider Tuesdays and then either Apex or Tomb Raider on Thursdays, but we have done a couple of things. We did clip that on Friday, and we're now doing our Oscars chat just now, which we're actually getting towards the end of. We're actually talking about the Best Picture, and we are kind of firing through that. But Chris, welcome in. Dax, again, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Princess Zul, welcome in. How are you? Snez, enjoy your sleep, dude. And who's the ugly dude in the top left? I don't see an ugly dude in the top left.
It's me, Beardy. It was me all along.
It's a handsome man.
Good night, Snez. Hi, Chris. Hi, Princess. Hi, Beardy. How are you? Yeah, Dax was just running through his goals and his progress on his charity thing. I think he'll have dipped off. Of course, I know on your behalf, we're very appreciative of the raid. Hey, Nantrol.
Absolutely. Nantrol, thank you so much for the follow. How are you? How's things?
So I think Bong Ron, welcome.
I think, Collie, we're just chatting about Nightmare Alley, right?
Yeah, so I am a Del Toro fan to an extent, I'll say. But like I said, with Crimson Peak and this, it's far too much style over substance for me. I thought Bradley Cooper was really good in the main role. I thought he did well, but yeah, like I say, like it's weird when you look back through his discography. From the likes of like Blade 2 to Hellboy to Pan's Labyrinth, like it's almost a perfect run. Just Crimson Peak in this for me were just a bit meh. So this was one of the ones that I would have dropped from Best Picture before I would consider dropping Don't Look Up, for example. But if you're a Del Toro fan, then you know it's right up your alley.
Like it.
Unintended. I didn't even mean that. Like legit. But I would highly recommend it. I think like in terms of, I don't know if it was nominated for, like set design and all that kind of stuff, but stylistically in the neo-noir aspect of it and the kind of, we were talking about earlier with the cinematography aspect of the whole fun fair freak show kind of thing, I thought that was really well filmed. So yeah, it's one that I would recommend people check out, but I just won't be in a rush to watch it again.
I totally agree with you, Collie. Completely agree with you. I love some of Del Toro stuff. Pan's Labyrinth for me is an unbelievable film, a genuine masterpiece. This one, as was kind of said, and as you just said there as well, technically, oh my goodness, sorry guys, Rach, thank you so much for the raid. How are we doing today? How's things? Playing some Horizon. How's Horizon? How's it going?
Just finished it.
We just finished it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I know you finished it as well, Collie, haven't you?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I hope it was really good, Rach. I hope it was exactly what you expected, or even better. But welcome in, guys. For the people who do not know me and my channel, my name is Mass903. I am a Scottish streamer from northeast Scotland. I normally do Tomb Raider Tuesdays, and then Tomb Raider or Apex Thursdays, depending how I feel. But this week we've done Clip That on Friday, which of course both Rach and Dax have been on previous episodes of Clip That. But just now we're doing our Oscar stream, where I'm here with, of course, CollectUnit, who again most of you guys will probably know, and Todd, who's down here, who of course everyone should know as well, because Todd is a great guy.
And it's completely relevant.
It's completely relevant. We are 5 hours in, or no, 5:20 in, and we are just coming towards the end of it. We're just going through the best picture now. This will be going up on YouTube, of course, as well. So if you, in fact, let me just do socials. If you want to give my YouTube a sub, you can obviously listen to the whole thing at your own pace. You know, it will be a VOD, but I think sometimes YouTube is a bit easier to kind of go through. So feel free to do that. Horizon, very good, thoroughly enjoyed it. Everyone, excellent. I'm really glad to hear that, Rach. I know I'm not a PlayStation player, so I've not played either Horizon, of course. But I know, Collie, you hold at least the first one in.
You can play Zero Dawn on PC.
Of course you can. It's a good show. And that's the one you hold in obviously very high regard as favourite game of all time, or one of favourite games of all time. I know.
My favourite game of all time.
Excellent. I know, Todd, you played both?
Both, yeah.
So, excellent. RQ, welcome in. Pack of Rats, thank you. Can listen to it in 2 times speed? Absolutely, if you wish. It might be, well, for Todd, it'll be same sort of pitch, won't it? As a normal talking voice, but for me and Colin, maybe a bit higher.
A distinguished voice.
So yes, Nightmare Alley. Yeah, I think technically it's a good film. I do like Del Toro. But yeah, same with yourself, Collie. I think in terms of best picture, it wouldn't be up there for me. The second half, the 2 years later kind of thing, as I've kind of said, I felt was a bit stronger than the first kind of part. But yeah, it wouldn't be in best picture for me. Next one is The Power of the Dog. Collie, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. So this will be, how many times have we spoke about this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 of the 7 categories that we chose we've talked about this, so we've covered it pretty extensively. It's nominated for 12 12 Oscars total, and it must be the front runner for most of them, minus maybe the supporting cast that we're talking about. Sorry, not a supporting cast. What was it we were talking about before? It was the Cumberbatch for me, like was bested by a few. But it's certainly up there. It's certainly a top contender for the Best Picture award. It's the culmination of, you know, amazing cinematography, the casting was really good, the direction, the score, everything kind of just comes together to form like what's probably, I'd say it's considered quite a controversial film. I can't remember his name. It's the guy that's in Big Lebowski.
Yeah, Sam Elliott.
Sam Elliott
to come out and be like, it's a disgrace to cowboys. Says the man who's acted as a cowboy in a couple of films, and that's about it. I don't think he's an actual cowboy.
No.
But stuff like that just makes me enjoy films the more, if it's triggering people like that. I think it was a very bold choice. Some of the stuff with the son and Cumberbatch, the underlying sexuality questions. I think, to be honest, like the Cumberbatch side of things for that would it alters the film, but not like completely alters it. So it's one of those ones that it could do without it. But I think it's just like another little kind of thing behind the veil of him as to why he's so insecure, why he's so nasty, why he's so cruel, especially to the son, because you can see obviously himself in him, with a kind of, you know, maybe he's probably almost jealous of the boy, because the boy's a bit more comfortable in his own skin than him. He's not having to hide in the woods or anything like that, and hide behind that kind of tough guy exterior. So yeah, for me, I'd highly recommend everyone check out this film as well. Hopefully it does, maybe not a clean sweep, but I'm sure it'll clear up quite a lot of those 12 awards, like I was saying. And yeah, that's pretty much my summary of it. Like I say, we've covered it in every section apart from one, which is the animated one. So
absolutely. Todd?
Yeah, we can't really cover a lot more. It's stacked to life, and when Jesse Plemons, who, like I said, we've watched him, and he's an amazing actor. When he's one of the, like, not weaker, because he's not bad in any sort of imagination, but when he's one of the weaker ones out of it, it's looked at for a reason. It's nominated for a reason. He said 12 times. He said 12.
Yeah.
Like
12 awards,
it's
yeah.
Well, it's up there for that reason, and it's one of those films that's like, it's a proper slow burner, but not a drive my car 3 hour let's have a sleep and then still be in the same place we were 2 hours later. Like slow burner. It's tense and it works. I'm the same as Collie. Go and watch it, even if it doesn't seem like your cup of tea, because it's worth watching.
Yeah, I mean, when I first watched it, like so I actually watched it like sometimes I watch films down the stairs. It's a bit further away from the TV. It's just so that if Zoe's like doing something, I can stay with dogs and stuff like that. And I watched it there, and the more we've talked about it, the more I think I need to watch it up here, so I can sit like literally on my sofa and have the big TV, and I can actually fully immerse myself in it. Especially with having the Series S now, which upscales it to 4K and stuff. I think because the TV downstairs doesn't do that. I really think I need to do that again, because when I first watched it, I was like, yeah, this is really good. I didn't feel it was like mind blowing. But the more we talk about it, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, actually, something, there's so much in that I've taken away from it, and I've not actually appreciated it as much. So I'd be really interested to watch that again. I do think, again, it's been nominated for 12, as you say, 12 awards for a reason. There's a reason that it's so highly regarded this year. Sometimes you get a sort of a picture that runs away with a lot of it, a sort of standout. Most years actually you probably have one that's like a standout for a lot of people, and this seems to be it. So I think for me to talk about it as of how I feel about it now, we'd almost do it a disservice without having watched it again on the big TV. So I am going to leave everyone's kind of final impressions with what you guys have said, because I think I'm gonna watch it this week again on the big TV and properly give it the time and the patience and stuff as well.
That's the bonus of discussing this. Like, even like we were talking about Don't Look Up, like prior to the couple of raids and stuff like that. Like, it's always good to like come in with your initial thoughts and then go away and just be like, oh well, I'll maybe consider looking at it like that or whatever. Because the thing is, like, next time I watch it, I'm going to be looking out for those discrepancies and stuff like that. Even though like I thoroughly enjoyed the editing style and stuff, like continuity errors and stuff like that, like on a film that big shouldn't really be happening. So like you say, for it then to be nominated for editing is quite ironic. But...
Absolutely. Okay, doke. Now we are going on to the last Best Picture nominee, and again, it's a film we've kind of spoken about in quite a bit of depth. Maybe not. There's potentially some things that we may not have picked up on, but it's West Side Story is the last Best Picture. So yeah, I'm just gonna lead off with it. Again, we've spoken about the Steven Spielberg, obviously the director. We've obviously spoken about the cinematography of it as well. I think a couple of things we haven't really spoken about as such, or gone into depth about, is the performances from everyone else. We know we've spoken about Ariana DeBose as well, who's obviously a big part of it and is potentially winning Best Supporting Actress. I'm not Ansel Elgort. I can give or take him. He's great in Baby Driver, but then I feel like in other stuff he's just shite, just shite. I quite enjoyed him in this, even though his singing style and stuff, and he seemed not bored, but he seemed a bit like kind of monotone at points. But I quite enjoyed him in this. I thought he was pretty good. The Maria, is it Maria, isn't it? She was phenomenal, I thought. So the obviously the lead actress in that, the one who's opposite, is Tony, isn't it? Tony Maria, is that right, Collie?
Tony Maria.
Yeah. I thought she was brilliant. I thought she was absolutely fantastic, and her and Ariana DeBose were a great kind of almost like a double act. And she, her singing voice was excellent. Overall, I thought I went in with very little expectations to West Side Story, and I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was really, from all sides of it, I thought it was really, really good. And I kind of, thinking about it, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to watch this again. But then once more, talking about it now, I'm like, actually, I quite enjoyed like some of the songs and stuff. And I'd like to go back and kind of experience it from knowing what's going to happen. So just kind of enjoying the journey as opposed to having to, be thinking like, oh, we're just going to go, blah, blah, blah. So I actually, I think it's a very, very good film. Very, very good film from a lot of different aspects. Collie, of course, you again, we've kind of spoken about it, but you have seen the original. What's your take on West Side Story as Best Picture?
Yeah, so just like on the Ansel Elgort thing, I think he was really good in Baby Driver, but that's because of the character he was having to play was a very introverted, quiet guy, and I thought in this he was pretty crap, to be honest. Like, the whole premise is that Tony's this like former tough guy who's like seen the error of his ways and stuff like that, and with him, like, he's like, oh, almost like beat another gang member to death, and I was like, mate, you can fucking even batter a fish, like he was just so unconvincing, and I guess I'm coming from a bit of a biased standpoint that the guy who plays Tony in the original looks like he is a big, like, imposing guy, whereas he's just not that. I did think Rachel Zegler was really good as Maria, though. I thought she was very strong. Not being invited to the award ceremony, of course. I don't know if you guys seen that.
No.
She's not been invited. She got asked like what dress she was going to be wearing or something like that, and she was like, "I'll be sitting at home in my cottons and my boyfriend's flannel or something like that."
So was there a reason why, or?
And they've not came out. So basically, and it turns out, that it's the people in charge, people who the film is not like. So basically, it's people behind West Side Story have not invited her to the Oscars. Like, Ansel Elgort's going. Like, I think a load of other folk are going, but she isn't. It only came out like the other day, start of the week, maybe tail end of last week. Very weird, but no, she was really good. I thought the boy Mike Feist played Riff, the guy who was like the leader of the gang trying to get Tony to come back in. I was just looking at his IMDb there. He actually, his breakthrough, originating the role of Connor Murphy in the Broadway musical Dear Evan Hansen. Oh, which is what you obviously spoke about earlier, Massey. So I'll have to check that out. I thought he was really good, and this was his first major film part. So hopefully, looking forward to seeing him. Whether he sticks to more musical type roles or if he's going to branch out into dramatical acting, we'll have to see. But I thought the whole ensemble cast was class. Again, cinematography brilliant, musical numbers, choreography brilliant, and a very, very fair homage to the original film from the 60s.
Absolutely. Todd?
Yeah, like, I'll just sum it up by, like, it's a testament to this film that it's not for me at all. Like, it's not my cup of tea. The dance and the musical numbers aren't my type of thing. And I would still say that it's like, it's got to be up there as one of the best picture nominees. It has to be. And like I said about, what was it? Was it director? I think this will win best director. I think it's it's phenomenally shot and brilliantly made. Like you say, the cast, even like the gangs and things like that, the people who maybe don't get sort of the time in the spotlight are still brilliant. Like, objectively, it's a fantastic film. It's just not something that I'll ever watch again. It's just not my cup of tea, but it was brilliant, like, as in technically. So again, something that's going to be hard to look past in what is in a night where we've talked about categories that have been less stacked. This is a stacked category with a couple of turds thrown in. So
Absolutely.
Just like us then.
Yeah, exactly. So we have went through all the best pictures. Of course, we're now going to say who we or what we think. What we want to win and what we think will win. So, Collie, we'll start with yourself. What do you want to win, and what do you think will win the best picture?
I want Coda to win, and I think Power of the Dog will win.
Todd?
I'm exactly the same. I am desperate for Coda to win, but I think Power of the Dog's too stacked not to.
Okay, so with me, I'm going to go a bit slightly different.
Fuck off.
I'm joking. I'm exactly the same as you guys. Absolutely the same. Yeah. Yeah, I really want Coda to win, but I think Power of the Dog's gonna take it.
I never know with the recent surge and the interest in Coda and stuff like that. You never know. It could end up being, what was it, Moonlight in La La Land?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could end up being that situation. I hope not, but
Yeah, no, I think if Coda wins, I will be. I think I'll be very, very happy. Very, 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 very happy. I might even cry. But we'll see.
Stay up to watch the awards, massive.
No, it's well past my bedtime. So actually, no.
That's your bedtime now.
I know. I'll be, if it's Sunday night into Monday morning, I'll be driving down to Edinburgh in the morning. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to stay up, but I will catch it. Like, I'll catch the highlights. I'll catch the key highlights of.
Maybe when Massey's back from his training, we'll do a recap.
Yeah, possibly.
Twitter
Possibly.
or on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is us having gone through all the Oscar stream. 5 hours 34, boys.
Wow.
I said to Zoe today, I was like, oh yeah, it'll definitely under 5 hours. Be quicker than clip that. To be fair, even with the 20 minutes that I wasn't here, would still be more than clip that. So
You can maybe share the checklist in Discord or something like that if people wanted to have a wee. I know it's obviously really close to the ceremony, but I think if you just uploaded that into a section of the Discord, if people wanted to even just check off what they've watched so far, or if they want to watch in the future, I think it'd be a good idea.
I've got my Discord's not as like active and stuff. You've got a movies thing in your.
Yeah, you can share it in that if you want.
Yeah, perfect. I'll do that. Yeah, I'll pop in the blank one because I've got one for myself that obviously I've been taking off, but I've got a blank one as well, so I'll fire that into.
That's what I mean. Just a blank one would be class.
Totally.
I've highlighted mine from when I was watching them, and then obviously I filled in stuff today from when we've been doing the picks.
Yeah, totally. Guys, anything else you'd like to add?
No. Thanks so much for this idea. I thought it was class. Again, we kind of talked on it after the wee break, being like, love to do this in the future, whether that's Oscars next year or more or sooner. We can do like a director spotlight, an actor spotlight, something like that. Pick a even just a film each, if we were to keep it short or whatever. Do like something on Nolan or anything like that. That would be class.
Absolutely, I'm definitely keen for that. But again, we'll chat about off stream and stuff like that. So that sounds like.
If Massey's not keen for it, I'm taking it as an idea instead. Then.
If he's not keen for it.
If you're not able to do it, I'm saying me and Todd will run away with it.
No, I mean I'm 100% keen for it. Don't run away without me.
Todd's giving up on the movie thing. I'm taking over, boys. All right.
It's gone from one to the other. Your time, Colin.
Todd's just writing stuff in a notebook now, boys. He's a lost cause.
Don't knock my book.
Is that wrapped like with wallpaper, like you would do when you were at school?
No, it's Matt Ferguson. It was something that Vice Press did. It's supposed to be Back to the Future.
Oh, cool.
I can see Massey with his snide smile there, be like, I use Letterboxd. I can give them a star rating.
I've got the power of the world at my hand, and I can pop anything I want in this film.
Anyway.
Right, I will. While you guys are here, I'll just quickly do I'll do the housekeeping, then we'll go for a quick raid. So firstly we had where did we go? Oh yeah, we had Jamie with a sub, Mikey with a sub, Mikey gifting a sub to Lorna, Snez on her bitties, Lids with a massive raid, Terry with a resub, Troopy with a resub, Dax a massive raid, Nantro for the follow, Jack Burton for the follow, Rach, the massive raid as well, and Beardy with the follow as well. Guys, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you guys. I've had a great time. I hope you guys have as well, of course. Like Colin said, we'll fire the checklist into his Discord. So I don't have a link for your Discord, but I'm sure if you're here, you probably have. If you go to Collie's channel, let me just do a
Most
shout
folk are probably in there that will be
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Todd, is it the Back to the Future 2 Almanac? Percy's asking.
No, it's the design for the hoverboard.
Oh, nice.
Interesting. But of course, if we're not following these two lovely guys, please do so. That is their Twitch is there. But guys, thank you so much for today. I really, really appreciate it. We'll go and do a quick raid. Wooded Cabbage is on, so we'll go and
Happy Butchich.
yeah, we'll go and give Wooded some love. So let me just quickly do that. Wooded Cabbage. As I say, I will pop this on YouTube, so feel free to go and sub to YouTube, and you can watch it on there. But I've really had a good time. I've really loved chatting about this. I really loved, of course, watching a lot of movies that I wouldn't have given the time of day beforehand. So it's been a very good sort of thing to do. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you everyone that's been here watching, chatting. I love you all.
Streaming tomorrow?
I'm not streaming tomorrow. No, the next time we're
Fucking
streaming
shite
is won't be able to stream next week, so it'll be the week after. So I'll be back in like 2 weeks, pretty much. So I know. I'm sorry. But guys, thank you so much. Yes, I am a shite bag.
That's the raid message. Thanks, Arky.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Right. See you later, guys. Have a good one.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.